hello, you don't know why you're here.
I really don't. You hit me up and said you wanted me on, and here I am. I am sad I didn't get a gross thumbnail.
Literally never. You would have to do like a sex crime. So unless you plan on doing any sex
Okay,
crimes.
fine. Okay, fine. I got a couple free weeks. We'll see what happens. No, I was actually expecting at least, because they're horrifying.
Yes.
But I at least thought I'd get that. I was like,
No.
oh.
No. Well, to be fair, I didn't have time to make a special thumbnail. Either way, I've been
Fair.
working on a very actually never mind. It'll be a surprise. So the reason we are gathered here today is because it occurred to me that I've heard a lot of, just vague references to very interesting sounding lore about you. And I'm interested in the context, and I think everyone would be interested in this. I just thought it would be really awesome to get an idea of, your life, how you got to be where you are, in any kind of way, especially like the stuff you say about you have. It seems like you have a lot of random career stuff.
I've lived a very I use the term, and I commonly use the term. I say I've lived a blessed life. I don't mean it like the super religious sense, but I'm aware at how absolutely there are moments in my life that it feels like I've used the term touched by God. There's only one way that life. The too many weird moments. So I get that. It's be aware. It's very difficult for me to talk about myself. As a thing.
Don't worry about it. I'll take care of that.
So you say.
Yeah, but no, because I wrote down just a random thoughts of things that I wanna, places I wanna go, but I'm not gonna list them all out because it's a lot of stuff. But I guess some things. First, I guess more. I'm interested in the stories, the things that actually happened. And then after that, I want to get more of your inside thoughts about things.
Okie dokie.
So,
I'll do what I can. Where do you want to start? You want to start the beginning sad shit, or do you want to move to the fun stuff, or
you can do literally anything. I know you said you don't like to talk about the sad shit. It's really not.
I don't, but
that.
It colors everything else though. So it's one of those things that today, I was talking with this guy who's working with Netflix on a TV series about bullying and a documentary, and he wants me to about bullying.
Okay, cool.
And he wants me to be part of it, and it's a thing that happens often enough. To go way back to where my life became a thing, defined by other people, is I was a student at Columbine. So was my little brother. I was friends with the shooters, and a couple of the kids were killed. And there's a complicated nightmare story that goes sort of in every direction, both before and after, that sort of involves how the police, worked on a national level to try to get me to kill myself and to get other people to kill me. And so, and there's a billion stories around this that are very odd in their own way. The police on national TV saying I was part of it and that they're about to arrest me. None of it was true.
Right.
And normally reporters don't get too involved, but it happened to be this guy, Dan Abrams, who was doing the interview, and he immediately called me up and my family and was like, I want to get your response immediately before it goes live, which is not a normal thing because he knew the guy was full of shit. And so it was genuinely for me, a saving grace, because it turned out that the police were working with the families and telling the families all sorts of stuff that wasn't true about me. The families ended up learning, and we ended up becoming close. Well, the short version is the police could have stopped it, and they didn't want to get fucked by everyone, so they lied for years, and they didn't care.
Stop
it was really
advance,
depressing.
or
horrible story. Yeah, no, multiple times reported to the police that Eric the shooter was going to shoot up the school, literally. So
how old were you?
I was when Common happened. I was 18.
Okay.
I turned 19 just a few months later.
This is slightly before my time, Because
It is. It's 1999 April.
Yeah.
There's a good chunk of people watching this who didn't even exist.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
which is a weird feel. I mean, it's been 27 years now.
Yeah.
So
I'm about
yeah,
to be 41 in August, so it's just like so I knew it was a
you were
thing in high
around, but you
school,
weren't.
but
Yeah,
yeah, it was
you
like
were
a
just
few years
junior high.
after.
It was a famous moment for like everyone who was alive. But it's one of those things that obviously formed a major sort of chunk of everything that would come after. It broke me as a person, obviously, like for a
Yeah.
bunch of reasons. And I ended up going into like trying to fight bullying as a thing on national. I did talks. I I wrote this guy who did documentaries I liked when I was a kid, named Michael Moore, and I said you should
Oh
do a
yeah, I know.
documentary. So we ended up doing a documentary on Columbine that kind of ended up
Oh,
doing okay.
that's
I,
what's it called?
I'm in it. Bowling for Columbine. I'm in it.
Okay, yeah,
There's
yeah.
like 9 minutes or 12 minutes that is either I'm in it or another 12 minutes or so that I filmed myself. So it's a weird
Oh,
thing to be able to talk about. Wild experience to say the least.
yeah.
And then like life kind of continued on. And at some point I went, I could not do the activism anymore. It was, like I said to the guy today, it's, I don't talk about that stuff because it's, beating your head against a brick wall and there is no point.
Right.
So I stopped.
Like the activism regarding like bullying specifically, or
Yeah, bullying specifically.
Okay.
I did some I did some work to try to close the gun show loophole. I actually lobbied, like walked the halls of Congress with a couple of different lobbying groups. And that's a whole thing itself. We almost got that closed, ended up failing. I got to work with like John McCain. This was in like 2000, like when he was in his Maverick cool guy phase. Just weird shit during that. And then again, the weird little stories I have around that, it sort of compounds into other weird little stories that seem to keep following me around in lots of weird ways. But after that, I just was like, I can't do politics. I can't do activism. I'm done. I want to do fun stuff. This is too depressing. It was driving me to the brink of self-harm or, other things of self-destruction. And I just didn't want to be part of it anymore. So
Yeah.
I decided I want to make video games.
Yeah. Okay. So that's because I know you said something about
yeah.
Star Wars, like you were like working under.
I worked at Lucasfilm for
Okay,
various parts of Lucasfilm for 6 years. And that was incredible.
How long ago was
I
that?
don't know how 2006 through 2012.
Okay, cool.
My last day was the day that the world announced the sale to Disney, which is a fun story in and of itself.
Was that unrelated?
It was unreal. It was an accident. It worked out. I was at the time I was director of digital marketing at Lucasfilm, and they pulled a bunch of directors into the room 2 weeks prior, and I had already scheduled with the head of the company, like, hey, by the way, I'm like my 2 weeks notice. They didn't know that. They just knew I had a 2 o'clock or whatever scheduled. And I had already taken the job, my next gig. And we're all in this room and they're like, so we need to put together a communications plan and blah, blah for this announcement. We're selling to Disney. And I like leaned over to Kaylee and I'm like, so my 2 o'clock, it's my 2 weeks. And she goes, no one fucking cares anymore. It was like, all right. And so my last, I was one of the 15 people who knew right prior to the announcement. And then my last day was the day of the announcement when Kathleen Kennedy came in and did her thing. And then the following Monday I was in LA at my new job. So,
what was your next endeavor? Like after,
so
what did you leave for?
I left to become vice president of James Cameron's production company.
Oh, okay. I think you mentioned that
which
too.
It's a hell of a gig. It's a hell of a gig. If you want to talk about moving to LA, what do you leave Star Wars for? You leave it for working with James Cameron. That's you leave it.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
So what does that even encompass? Like what did you
whatever the hell
do?
they want.
Okay.
That's the answer is
so you were doing what? Like
I was doing mostly digital stuff. So and it's when I say mostly again, when you work for, there are certain people you work for that you do whatever they decide your job is. So like,
Yeah.
I'll never forget one of the first things that ever happened like that was I got a call at like 3 a.m, waking me up, letting me know that there was someone, and this was 2012, there was someone impersonating John. It was John Landau calling, who was my boss. And he's like, there's someone impersonating me on Twitter, releasing fake video from a fake Avatar trailer and making announcements. I need you to get them off Twitter. And he hung
Okay.
up. That was my
Okay. Just
job
like
for the
make
next
it.
2
Yeah.
days.
Like this is the thing that needs to happen. Make this happen.
Go do it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That makes sense.
And it was kind of that all the time. And again, it yielded, that was 4 years of my life that was the most oddly rewarding and frustrating and wild. And like, again, the Lucas stuff, I just glossed over 6 years of genuinely amazing stuff I got to do, and where I got to sort of cut my teeth on doing my own thing and building my own stuff with Avatar. I got to take that to another level. And then, again, it's, I've been fortunate to have, when my brother and I were little, we both played the Monkey Island games together. It was our favorite thing to play on our home PC, and we both decided we both wanted to be in video games because of that game. And the great, like, again, when I say that life is fucking weird, my brother and I both ended up at LucasArts working on the reboot of Monkey Island. And we both got to play instruments and because he was a sound designer, so he got to actually do a lot. But like, I'm a voice for the pirates in the Scum Bar. I got to do the digital, like, online marketing for it and social media, and a whole bunch of weird shit. So my brother and I, the first game we got to work together on was the game that inspired us, literally the game that inspired us, which was insane.
That's
as
so
a thing
awesome
to be able to do.
Yeah, I was like, one of the things that made me want to do this is because the things that you talk about are like things that you did or made. Like, I'm really interested in people like creating things,
And there's a lot of little moments like the reason I ended up getting the job at Lucas, and also probably my brother too at some point. And again, the web of life. This is one of the things I always tell people is, if you want to do things in the world, you need to go full force and just not know how it's going to work out.
Yeah.
When I did my book, which again, I recommend people pirate, it's not really worth buying.
What book? What's the book called?
The Columbine, my
Oh,
Columbine
the
book.
Okay. Yeah.
It's the book. It's back there somewhere. But the tiny publisher was the only publisher who would publish it. The tiny publisher had this woman who was working there, Anne Sullivan, who was their publicist, and she was really great to work with. We got to be really like close friends. She was really wonderful. Turned out she was also close with Michael Moore. And she had worked on his other documentaries, and we had like weird connections. So we're like, oh, cool. So let's, we became really close friends. And one day she called me. I was working in San Francisco on another gig. Like, I was doing coding work for What They Play, which was a website for reviewing video games for concerned parents. You take whatever work you can fucking get.
Yeah. Okay.
Especially in that. She calls me one day and she goes, hey, I'm at my new job. She got a job, I think, at Verso Books. She became like, she's made quite a good career for herself. And she wrote me and she called me. She's like, hey, the guys who work, they're gamers. They say everyone knows who my cousin is, my cousin Timmy. And I'm like, who? And she goes, Tim Schafer. Tim Schafer's the guy who created Monkey Island and fucking Day of the Tentacle and like all these insane. And I'm like, Tim is your fucking cousin? He is. He literally, like, by blood. And so she set me up with a dinner, like a lunch with him, and he's the nicest motherfucker, like, just wild. And so because of him, I got, like, it just, again, how you make connections and how things spiderweb is just stunning. And
well, it's like
you
have to actually be someone that isn't just like wandering around trying to make connections. You have to, like, if you have something, you have the ability to produce something. Yeah, and when people work with
even
you,
then, But being honest, even because at that point I had almost no career. I was doing Drupal coding on a third-rate site, and I apologize, John, if John ever sees this. I love you, John. It's a third-rate site. He knows this. That's why he was able to sell it for the money he was. But it wasn't like the greatest gig. But the ability to be just, I want to work. I want to know, what do I do? And people want to help that. If you're kind, if
Yeah.
you're talking about it, it's incredible to be able to just sort of do that. And again, Tim and I became fast friends after that. And I have just too many stories because there's just too many. There's just too many stories.
Yeah.
I the last day of work, because they were selling to Disney, I knew the first thing they were going to do. One of the things I had done on my spare time while working at Lucas is I went down to the basement and I found this huge box in the like garbage corner area of the like sub basement storage space. There's this huge like dumpster sized box of trophies. All the trophies that LucasArts had ever won for all of their games was in this fucking big cardboard box covered in shit and dust and smudge and everything. So I'd spent like 2 years cleaning them and putting them back up, getting them in the case. It was all this. And I knew when they were selling, I was like, oh, they're going to throw all those out.
Oh my
So
God.
I stole a few and I took them to...
I mean,
And
I
I just got on my scooter, I put them in my bag, I walked out the fucking front door and I drove right over and I said, here you go, Tim. It's your best games of ever. Day of the Tentacle is one of my favorite things. Grim Fandango, one of my favorite things. Full Throttle, one of my favorite things. Here are the PC Gamer Game of the Year awards you should fucking have and not some fucking landfill.
That's yeah. Good looking out. Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, it's and then Tim, again, very kind, always just sort of open to introducing and having conversations. And again, you never know how things are going to end up working out because, you know, Tim's kindness to me, I was never able to directly repay myself. But after I left Avatar and I started working on, I took over U.S. operations for Starbreeze. The Payday games, they make Payday, the bank robbery game.
Okay.
And a bunch of others. We Dead by Daylight was our game before we sold it back to them. All the U.S. stuff. Nobody call it Popo. They're free to. I've been telling this story. I know I know exactly how long the statute of limitations is on what I did. All of that. They were moving into, like, Starbreeze started going, we want to publish, and Tim was having trouble finding people to finish funding Psychonauts 2, so I was able to make that deal happen, and he thanks me in the credits for it, which is really kind. And it's like, because you never know how people are going to be able to support you. You just need to be open and helping everyone always.
Yeah. No, it's true.
Literally, it's all you can do.
And telling people,
and it comes back. It's weird, but it comes back.
yes, and letting people know like what you're actually passionate about, what you do, and be openly doing it. And when people work with you, they will recommend you to other people. It just, yeah.
If you're fun to work with, if you're good to work with, if you're not a shitbag, you'll generally do just fine.
Yeah. What's the 3 things? It's like you need 2 out of 3 things. Be good at what you do, be on time, and be pleasant. Like, you need 2 of those 3 things, and the time thing did not work with me. Or like on schedule. Yeah, exactly. So, but if you have the other stuff, you can get away with it.
Well, and it depends. Again, it's one of those things that, while I was at Lucas, I started in the first place I worked was Lucas Online, because I just come from coding websites. Mm-hmm. They needed someone to do the shit tier coding for StarWars.com. So Lucas Online was its own company, and all the websites and online stuff was run by Lucas Online in the basement.
This was in like 2006, you said?
6 to 2000, and I was there until 2009 or 10.
I'm just trying to remember what the internet was like at the time. Like, because there wasn't,
it was
like,
brochureware sites, flat sites. There was no social media. Not at that point.
Yeah.
That was a thing that,
no Facebook,
I know there wasn't,
no MySpace.
because I was the person who registered Star Wars on all of the social media. So I know there wasn't that, because it was like 3 weeks after Twitter launched, we did that. And same with Facebook. And Bonnie Burton, who was working on Star Wars, she registered a fuck ton of stuff. And we all almost got fired for it.
Why? For registering it?
Yeah.
Why?
Lucas is stupidest fucking company on the planet.
That's it. I mean,
I could go through exactly why, but it was
they would have had to otherwise buy it out eventually from someone else.
No, they just thought that by registering it, we were giving the social media company rights to use it, which is
No.
because no one knew legally what
Yeah,
these
yeah.
things were, and it was a bunch of questions. And
They don't
I mean, and
understand what it
also
is.
they were the most risk averse company I've ever worked for, and that's saying a lot. But
Is that part of why you left?
yeah, a few big reasons. You know, the risk averse thing. My favorite conversation I ever had that, like, I think explains why Lucasfilm ended the way it did. I pitched an idea for, this was like 2009. I pitched an idea to do a collaboration for an April Fool's joke with Harmonix. I know some of the people over there, and I was like, hey, what we should do, we'll pitch it. We went out to like Goodwill, we bought cheap, shitty instruments. We spray painted them all white, and we added the fake Guitar Hero buttons to them. And the joke was it was going to be a $7,000 game called Star Wars Cantina Hero. And it was just the fucking band from the cantina, but it was like 19 instruments. It was just the stupidest thing, and it only has one song, and it's only 3 minutes long. But it's like 7,000. That was the joke. And Harmonix was in on it. Everyone was down. The president of LucasArts was in on it. Daryl was like, loved it. And we took it, and the head of PR said, I don't know why we would do this. And I said, because it's fun. It's fun. And she goes, is there ROI on fun? And I was like,
What's
fuck
ROI?
it, I don't have an answer. Return on investment.
Okay, yeah. Yes, there
And
is,
I've never
actually.
heard any.
That's
Well,
crazy.
I don't really have there's no response to that.
Yeah.
It's like, because there's not ROI on fun. Like, $26 per laugh. I don't even know how you respond. So
I mean, I think overall, like, aren't there other like things?
This
though,
is the company
that
who owns Star Wars saying that. That's how fucking stupid the company was.
That is very stupid.
It's next level. And this was, again, 15 years ago.
Yeah.
While I was there, all I wanted to do was have my own game. I wanted to make games. That's all I wanted to do. So I kind of edged into making games because I could do anything online and no one cared. Because they didn't think the internet or online was important.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to go back to 2006 through 2010 and talk about it. But like, no one thought the internet was ever going to be oh, it's fine, but it's not this.
Yeah.
And so I kind of abused my position. And my favorite version of this, and I did a few of these where like I make small little games in like a web browser for the game's release for marketing. And the big one that I did was for Lego Star Wars. I pitched an idea and I got some guys to build it with me, that we would build a Flash instanced MMO for Lego Star Wars 3's production. And we called it Lego Star Wars 3 Online Beta. And it was like a fake game, but it was a fully instanced like multiplayer game. You run from room to room, run into other people. It'd be 10 to 12 people per instance. And so you could go anywhere and play games. And it was incredible. But as I said, they were risk averse. So they demanded that we not build it in cloud infrastructure, which is kind of important for anything that's instanced because of the number of calls. World of Warcraft, or anytime you're on a normal website, let's say you go to legostarwars.com and you've got this character builder and you like go, oh, I want to change my hat. And there's another guy running around who wants to change his hat. If you're running on what they were running on, which is all the servers are in the fucking basement of the building and you can't have anything outside of it, it means that every time someone makes that call for that hat or the 3,000 things we put in there, which is a lot, it's doing a call to the same bandwidth that the company email is on.
Oh my God. Okay, yeah, I see. I see.
And what made it great is I warned, I was like, this is not, we shouldn't do this because it's going to be like huge. This is going to be huge. And it was 2.8 million people in the first week, which at the time was insane. But the day it went live, I love telling this story. This is like, I hated Lucas. I hated Lucas. This is the kind of thing that was like, we built it to work on the cloud because we aren't stupid. The company used one gigantic internet infrastructure, and it wasn't just LucasArts. It wasn't just Lucasfilm. It was Industrial Light and Magic.
What's that?
So the largest VFX company in the fucking world. They were in the building next door to ours. All of these are the
Oh.
Lucas companies at large.
Oh.
And so they wouldn't let me put it out on, we were on Rackspace at the time. I still prefer Rackspace, but like it's like being on Amazon Cloud or whatever. So we built it for that, but we set it up to be internal. And I flatly did this on purpose. I was like, I know this is going to be stupid and they're going to be yelling at me. I can't just do that. So we ran it, we launched it, we announced it. And within the first 5 minutes, everyone's email, and like I'm sitting at my desk, everything went offline. That was it. It was like, it was just done. Internal messaging, calendars, everything went offline.
Oh my God.
And I'm just like, yeah.
Because, yeah.
So I grabbed my smokes and I went and sat outside and I just kind of waited, and the building's emptied. And it didn't occur to me that it's literally the entire company, but all the guys from ILM, and they're working on, like, I think at the time it was Iron Man, or like, it was like major films. And there's like, they lost the day, they think, because no one knows what happened. The internet just stopped working, which means licensing servers doesn't work for all of their Mayas and everything else. They can't connect to the hard drives. Everything's completely fucked. So
because of the Lego Star Wars?
Because of this fucking stupid site we connected.
Because everyone wants to change their hat?
Yeah, because a few 100,000 people tried to log in and download a whole bunch of assets and send them back and forth because it was built not like shit. And they were doing it on the same bandwidth that my email was on. The same exact pipe, the same exact thing. So I just waited, and then someone came and got me and walked upstairs, and they were like, hey. And the Lucas Online people were just getting a kick out of this because everyone was like, this is what will happen. And it happened. And then they were like, I'm like, I can try to fix it. I'll see what I can do. And everyone, I went back, we were just laughing. It's like flick a switch and the whole thing got fixed. But it was like, and it was like the most successful marketing campaign we'd done. It won a fuck ton of awards. Like we won a ton of awards for it. And I got a negative review for the year because the people who I worked with, they only had X number of pay packages they could give, and I wasn't one of them. So they had to grade me as a negative review for the year so the other people could get theirs. It's a very bad corporate culture when you work with people like that. So
I understand why you why you left.
And so I had already started interviewing and looking around because I was already tired of it, but you know, when I got the call from James Camp was one of the weirdest fucking things I've ever experienced because it's like, I think I was like, fuck you, who's this? Like, I was like, fuck you. Like, it's a joke.
Yeah.
It wasn't a joke. And,
and it was got a call like after an interview?
No, I didn't even interview for it. I got a call about it because someone else recommended me for a position that they couldn't take. It's again, the lucky story of things. This guy, who's a really good friend of mine, he had interviewed for 6 months and gotten the gig, but he had to do a final interview with Jim, but Jim was off doing he couldn't be contacted because he was at the bottom of the fucking Marianas Trench.
Oh, yeah. Okay,
so he was like, I can't wait. I'm going to take this other gig, but I've got this guy for you.
2012?
Yeah, it was 2012. Okay. And so like when Jim got back, they're like, oh yeah, well, we'll give him a call. And they did. And I went out and it was wild. Working with Jim and John, and John Landau, who's passed, he's the producer of Titanic and everything else, everything Jim's done since. But working with him, working with the people who like were special effects or around for all of that, because Jim has his group. I was the 15th or 16th person he ever hired. They don't hire people. And working with them was like genuinely life-changing because it kind of changes how you view the creative process, what it means. And you start recognizing that you have your own blocks that you kind of put in, how I look at it, and everyone's got their own opinions, but the creative process for me was always troublesome because I would immediately argue with myself of why I couldn't do X, Y, or Z. That would be like, this is too difficult. I don't know how I do that. I could do better, but why, and all of that. And then I'll never forget the first time it hit me. It was like 4 or 5 weeks in, and We're putting together a plan for video games for Avatar, none of which cut, like, it's a long story, but, we're putting together this cohesive plan. I'm supposed to design out and set up. And one of the things we're like, hey, if we're telling these stories and we're doing this connected universe on Pandora, I need to map the moon. I need to know distances from things. We can't have stuff in the wrong place. As Jim always said to me, this isn't fucking Star Wars. I can't just make a yellow planet because I like sand, which I love as a fucking line. He hates Star Wars. So do I.
I've actually never seen it. I've actually haven't seen any.
Good. Excellent. Sorry.
No,
Dexter's back and he's playing his games. But that mentality meant that when I'm sitting, I'm like, we need to map this. The fuck? How do I fucking map a fate? Like, it was like this, what the fuck do you even do?
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, well, like, who mapped the moon? Who mapped our moon? I'm like, JPL? And he's like, yeah, figure out who did that. Call them. And it was this weird moment in my head where I went, oh, I guess I could do that. It's just
yeah. Instead of just I can't. I don't know how. I can't. There is a way. It's just a matter of finding. Yeah.
And it's
instead of
it's
like
not even money
terminating
because
thing.
And it's the thing that it's not, oh, I work for Jim so I can do anything.
Yeah.
I thought that for a while, but it's more, hey, you're calling people who are nerds, asking them to do the nerd thing because they're like you're a nerd. I'm a nerd. I like doing my nerd thing. The nerd people want to do nerd thing. They don't give a fuck. And so it like opened up this understanding of like the people who like to do the things they like to do, let them do the things they like to, like it changed my creative process like fundamentally in a really great way. And I think it's a major reason he's been successful is he understands that process, and he's very, or at least used to be, I don't know if this is true with Disney and all, but he used to be very aware of limits and you could actually say no to him. A lot of people don't understand, like Jim is not a psychotic. He has stories about him and everything, but no, he's a really cool dude who gives just a big shit about what he does. And he has an edge too, but.
So is it more like you were like the thought before was that you had to know how to do everything and be able to do it yourself versus there are people who do these things
and
already.
Rely on them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, okay. Yeah, definitely.
Very rarely are what most of what we do when we're building is not actually building anything new. We're reconfiguring stuff that has already been built. That's like the primary thing. There's very rare that you truly build something that's like entirely novel that no one else has ever touched. But that's like Galileo fantasy. That shit doesn't happen anymore. So instead, realize that and go, hey, if what I want to make has all these parts, find those people and just talk to them, and you'd be stunned at how many people are like up for doing a thing and helping that work.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. That's very cool. So then,
and I know End Time's joking about it, but it is just as easy as calling JP. It is actually writing an email, just like cold
what
to
is JPL?
The Jet Propulsion Laboratory, NASA, people, and just being like, hey, I'm just curious, who are the people behind your mapping? And then they send you links because there are all these.
You mean the real moon?
No, actually, the moon.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like a.
No, that's why the conversation was so great, because I was like lost and he's just already 5 steps ahead going, someone had to map our fucking moon. And I'm like, oh, I guess they did. And it's like, for some reason, it just nothing. And that's these things you do. I'm getting someone to map Pandora. None of that's new. It's new versions of things, sure, and we're doing it in odd ways, but it's not like it's out of nowhere. We're doing things.
Yeah, and I imagine after the being at Lucas, having that people say, we can't do this, don't do that, like, so getting into like a thing where you have to figure out how to make it happen versus having the access to different
presume you have access to anything that's ever been needed, and it suddenly is like, okay, so I need to do X, Y, and Z. Has anyone ever done anything like that? Usually there's almost a direct analog where you can at least go learn something. And in my life, and this has been true since then, and it changed how I did VR, it changed how I did a whole bunch of stuff since, and the philosophy stuff that I do now is directly out of the same thing. just write people.
Mm-hmm.
The idea of being like intimidated by anyone, or, oh, I don't know if I can write that person,
Yeah.
just do it. Like
Mm-hmm.
the worst they can do is not answer.
Yes.
No one writes back. I've never had anyone write back going, who the fuck do you think you are? Like on social media, they do that, not an email. People don't do that on private. It's
Yeah.
not how it works. Just go,
People
hey,
who have egos are like that think that they're too good to be like they're not secure
right.
in their existence. They feel like, oh, how dare someone come and try to, like, it makes them feel smaller if someone yeah.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that again, social media is odd this way because it puts things on a flat sort of platform, and so it means everyone can kind of contact anyone, and you never quite know who the fuck anyone is. But in my experience with like, and man, this may not be true with email anymore. Again, this is I'm an old man at this point, but the ability to just go, hey, I'm doing X, Y, and Z. Do you have 20 minutes to talk about it?
Mm-hmm.
Most people go, yeah. It's like, sure, I'll tell you about it. And then if you're interesting, they'll do some shit with you. People are cool, generally speaking.
Well, also, to be fair, you have to be cool.
It does help.
So it yeah,
helps to be at least interesting. But even if you're not like, even if you're like flat and neutral, you're fine. Like as long as you're not a dick.
Yeah, I guess it also depends on how much experience those people have with people who have wasted their time and with nothing to offer. Yeah. So, but I think, at that point you probably do have. Let's put a pin in the philosophy in contacting people, just contact people thing. I want to remember that for later when I ask you about philosophy stuff.
And it's a magic leap with the VR glasses that were such a big deal the week they announced them. And this is, I very rarely when I worked for Jim pulled the Jim card. Mm-hmm. But John Landau asked me to, so I did. And they flew us down to their big thing. We got to see all of their stuff. And I'll never forget, because it was a big deal. They had like billions of dollars from Google invested. They had built this entire plant for their VR glass. If you haven't seen it, you probably remember the viral video of them, like people in the stadium, and then they look down and like a whale leaps out of the grass, and it's like a whale. It's like
have
really
a vague recollection of something like that.
It was
one
of the first viral VR ads, and it was like wildly hilarious. Because we walked out and John Landau, who's not a technology person any more than you'd expect, we're in the elevator with him and his wife and myself, and he lived in Florida. So, flying to Florida from LA is no joke. And we're just sitting there and we're like, he looks at me, he goes, say nothing. I'm like, okay. We wait till we get in the car and he goes, well, that's never showing up, is it? It was just like immediately like this bullshit. Like it was amazing how awful it was.
What's not showing up?
The Magic Leap glasses, they were just shit from the start. And most of these things, most of the stuff that's like that, I don't know. Again, that's one of those times I abused. Most often I got to like have the most interesting conversations, and then it turned out I worked for Jim and they'd be like, holy fuck, these guys who were actually building bioluminescent DNA into plants, so we'd have glowing plants. They spent 5 years working on it. It went nowhere. But like learning about that and working with those guys was really fascinating. And then they're like, wait, you work with Avatar? I'm like, yeah, that's why I'm annoying you, because we bioluminescent plants is like our big thing. Like, oh, like it was like,
yeah,
it was great. It was fascinating.
Yeah, because also I think, if you enter on that card, it's like a different thing. I think a different vibe, they receive you differently.
But you can always just approach. One of my long-term friends that I'm happy to call a friend is a comedian who I adore. Not everyone loves. Is Doug Stanhope.
Yeah, I've heard you mention him. Yeah, I'm familiar with him. Mm-hmm.
I've been on his podcast a few times. We've gotten drunk together a lot. I have a standing invite to go visit him, and I need to take him up on that. It's tough with kids because it is not a kid-friendly trip, so I have to go without him, without the kids. But how I met him is literally just walking up and chatting, and then we had a beer. We ended up getting sushi the next day, and that was it. We just like became fast friends, and it's this really fascinating like people are not as complicated in the real world. Again, online, there's rewards for feeling aloof. You get to pretend that you're a bastard. There's all that shit. But like real creators, people who actually give a fuck about what they do are generally pretty awesome.
Yeah.
And really easy to sort of deal with. And you'd be surprised how far that goes.
Yeah, when there's something like an actual thing that they care about. They care about making something, being a part of something, and not just their ego and like what they can get from you or vice versa on that level. I think
it's again, this is the era and time frame you're talking about. 2006 or 7 is when I became friends with Stanhope, which is right around the time I also became and got to know a friend of his named Joe. Joe is different now, but back
Rogan.
then Joe was the same way. Really cool, just really like a weird short dude. Like,
How
like
short?
He is tiny.
What? Guess
like,
a number.
Shockingly, I am 6'6". I do not have the ability to judge anyone.
Fair.
It's shorter than Tom Cruise.
He's like 5'4",
I can say that.
I think.
He's shorter than Tom Cruise.
Oh, okay.
But he's like big and stocky. He has like the first time I ever like I remember we were at the Comedy Store. I was drunk out of my mind. I didn't know who it was, and I made a joke about it being a little person, and he was very upset. Because he's got like this weird stocky body. It doesn't it's very confusing.
That's very funny. I wonder if what kind of footwear he wears. I feel like he would wear lifts. I feel like he's that.
I don't think he's ashamed of the height. It didn't seem that way. He's just like, I'm just a giant dude. Like I'm just a giant dude.
Do you remember how high on your body do you remember? Like here? Do you have
We didn't hang out like that.
Okay.
I hate to tell you, never got quite that close to Rogan.
Not like lining each other, lining up.
Like enough that we were on hugging terms ish, but like it was like bro hug type stuff. But like he was small.
That's very funny. So you were in LA, you were hanging around the Comedy Store, you said?
We lived down the street from it when I was working at Starbreeze. So when I was working for Jim, I lived in Manhattan Beach, which is like, it doesn't even count as Los Angeles. It's like Fantasyland. I technically lived in Redondo Beach, which is, again, Fantasyland. It doesn't count as LA. It was paradise. I don't even give a fuck. It's my favorite place I've ever lived. It's Heather's favorite place. We had a fucking, we were renting this tiny like condo apartment overlooking the beach on the boulevard right in front of the beach. So like just sitting on our patio having coffee in the morning, and I could watch fucking surf. It was insane. That was Fantasyland. And then I got the job at Starbreeze and had to move. And we had to move all the way up to Beverly and Fulton. Sorry.
Which thing is Starbreeze?
It's easier to talk about. It's easier. Starbreeze is the games company.
Okay.
They did Payday and a whole bunch of other stuff.
Okay.
And a whole bunch of other stuff. Part of that is like they were getting into VR and film licenses, and they needed someone who could do film licensing, which was, what I had spent a bunch of years doing just on Avatar and then Star Wars before that, and also development and VR. And I had done a bunch of VR stuff with experiments on Avatar, or at least in the virtual production stage. And so they, gave me a job and good pay, and Jim had decided that it wasn't any longer going to be 2 more Avatar films. It was going to be 5, and they're now, and that they weren't coming out till 2018. And I just remember saying I was like, these films aren't coming out till 2020 at least. And I wasn't wrong.
How many are there?
There's a lot.
There are?
There's a lot.
Like more than
I don't
4?
know where they're doing it now because I know all the storylines and I can't say.
Oh, so it's still going on? They're still happening?
Oh yeah. There is so much more to happen, and there's so much more to happen.
I saw the first one in like IMAX, but I was in the first row and I got so like motion sick that I just closed my eyes. So
well, they're not great films. The first Avatar, I talk about it, I think, honestly. Avatar is a spectacle the way only James Cameron can make.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's a beauty to the way that he understands how to make something an audience will enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
And if you aren't, your head's not way up your own ass, the
Mm-hmm.
first Avatar is a fucking blast. It's dumb,
Mm-hmm.
it's fun, it's interesting. And then somehow the second is okay. So fine in comparison.
It was
And then,
novel too. There wasn't anything that was like that at the time.
the stuff and the production method of the first one is insane. Like it's hard to even talk about because like when you're again the virtual production explorations we were doing, I started to actually understand how this film was made. And it's like Jim with a virtual camera, fake camera that they have in the motion capture studio so they know where it's placed. He has the ability to on the fly change the scale he's moving, so that way he's literally moving his hands like this, but it can be like a foot, 2 feet, 100 feet, 1,000 feet. And so that's how you get these big pull-ups, is it's literally Jim like moving the fucking camera. It's the weirdest thing.
That's so crazy. That's awesome.
And all the little like wonderful little things they learned. Richie Bainham, the angry Irish director of photography, who's lovely, and I would never say anything negative about. He buys everyone Jameson every year for Christmas. That's every single person in the company. That's his favorite thing. He's an odd cat. But one of the things that when they were doing it, because it's 100% CG, the early sort of tests they were doing, it looked fake to people. I don't care what you say. It does not look fake. The first film's exceptional CG. It's wild. And Richie's story is that he said this, but again, everyone tells the story their own way. But someone basically went, hey, because it's a virtual camera in a virtual space, we actually lock it somewhat. So there's like not movement in the hands. What if we didn't smooth the motion of Jim's hands and everything, and we left the wobble in so it seems like a real camera? Because it turns out, no matter what, that small vibration that exists in real film, and it's incredibly minor, they figured out that's why you have to put in CG stuff to make it look real.
Yeah.
The imperfections are what make it, and it's beautiful. It's like all these little things are just such fun little things.
Yeah, I would imagine it's like how AI now looks like it's very clearly not, like AI generated videos or whatever, like, slop stuff. You know what I mean? Like, where it's like, okay.
Well, and again, I think Avatar is just there's parts of it that are, that even if you're someone who thinks you understand what's CG and what's not, you're wrong. Like there are scenes in that I was wrong about, and that I'm still like, it's so much that was done
in
so
Avatar?
much next generation in Avatar. There's so much that was amazing. And again, my joke was that when I left Avatar, it was a few weeks later that Disney bought Fox. So Disney bought Star Wars and Lucasfilm as I left. Disney bought Fox and Avatar as I left there. Like the mouse is fucking chasing me, and I will never work for I fucking hate Disney so much it's hard to even talk about. Fuckers, all fuckers of one and all.
Did you work with them at some point?
I had to work with them a lot.
Oh, okay.
They are not fun. Not fun.
So you had to like work with them, but you didn't work for them. Is that what that is? Yeah. Okay.
And I would have to again and again, because when I ended up at Starbreeze, one of the things I was basically put in charge of is VR, and we were doing our own VR headset and entire play. So I was basically sort of CEO. It was a confusing thing. IMAX and Starbreeze had put together this IMAX VR arcade thing was the idea for it, and I guess I was put in charge of that and the content for it, and it was just what a nightmare. Like it was a long 2 years of my life, to say the least. But again, I got to do really great stuff and work with amazing people. So
yeah, and I love that.
Bitch too much.
The like little things about how like something is made, like just the adjustments, like you said, with the camera shaking slightly. I love that. That's so interesting. Okay.
Yeah, it's always been fascinating to learn, and then again, the way that like how it gets put together, how they're sort of how the sort of previs system works. When they started doing Battle Angel, which I was glad to have left. Gundam was one of my favorite mangas before I joined, which is Battle Angel Alita is the Alita is the like westernized version of it. And Jim had bought the rights years before. So I was like super excited. I was like, maybe we'll get to do it. And then Robert Rodriguez came into work one day, which was fucking surreal. And they were like, oh, here's this. And they
He's
shared
the
the
zombie
script
guy,
and we went through
right?
it. He's Sin City and a bunch of others.
Okay,
Like
yeah,
he's
dark
he's
guy.
Spy Kids also. Spy
Okay,
Kids.
cool. Nice.
Spy Kids.
I remember Sin City. Yeah.
Yeah. And the script was just a rehash of the OVA. I have no interest in that.
The OVA?
It's a long time ago they made a animated version that's like an hour long, and they just basically took the script and added like 20 minutes to it.
What's an OVA?
And they made an hour long anime years ago.
Oh,
it's an OVA.
okay.
It's a nerd thing.
Yeah, I don't know about any of these things at all, so I'm just absorbing what you're saying.
He's definitely also a zombie guy. Just so you know, that's not what he would say. Just so you know, that's not what he would say. The things Robert Rodriguez really likes is he likes doing grindhouse stupid dumb shit. That's his favorite thing. He fancies himself a working director like Romero, God damn it, Mad Max. God damn it! Now I've got mental problems. George Miller. Thank you, George Miller. He fancies himself that. Zombies ain't his direct jam.
Has he
just
made
so you know.
any zombies?
Sure.
Okay,
No,
that's why. Because I hate zombies. So if I see a zombie thing,
he's not a zombie guy.
Right. I mean,
no. Dusk Till Dawn is easily for me my favorite, most enjoyable film he's done. It's a fucking riot. It's phenomenal. And again, I like a lot of his stuff. I think Battle Angel Alita is a pile of shit. So, you know.
All right.
That's a pile of shit. I was really upset about it and was glad I didn't have to deal with the release because I left. So.
Okay, so then, I remember at some point you said that you were had some kind of friendship with H3 and was it around the time of
I mean, this is one of those things,
stuff?
the random life of things. So Starbreeze with Payday, we did a whole bunch of different gift packs and character packs and one of the ones I didn't get to do was I was trying to get a Baby Driver one for the film. But it's like any movie that was coming out, I'd be out at Sony because I knew those guys are Universal and be like, hey, we want to get the rights to do that, and blah, blah, blah. And we were always doing those packs. My favorite I did was with Nintendo Switch. We did a Hacker Girl, and her gloves are red and blue to match the Switch controllers release. I like it's fun stuff like that. It was always like $5 to $5, $10. Microtransactions made that company, and I was the VR guy who was basically a big loss of money across the board. Like VR was never going to make anyone money, and I knew it, so I've got to make money for the company some other place.
Yeah.
And one of the things was they were in this lawsuit, and I was at the time I was a pretty avid watcher generally, but they were in this lawsuit with the guy who like they were making fun of the guy who did the hit on videos that were awful that like sued them over fair use. It's the famous case that they were part of.
Yeah.
The win that
Matt
like
Haas
hilariously they've undone. Yeah, the win that they're literally like fighting themselves now on.
Oh my God, yeah.
But with that lawsuit, the idea was had at Starbreeze, hey, why don't we do a Ethan and Hila pack? Put them in Payday, make it dumb, make it silly, and have 100% of the, we do that. We can just have all the money go to them. It's a big, PR thing. And they were down for it, and they were really cool about it. They were, we went to dinner. We had like a lot of fun setting it up, getting it going. I happened to live down the street from, at the time, one of the Logan brothers. And it was right at the time that he was setting his pool on fire and all the neighbors were wanting to get rid of him.
Yeah.
So I would go by on my way home from work and I'd always take photos and send them over to Ethan. He'd use them on stream. And LA is one of those places It's New York less so. LA used to be. I don't even know if it's the case anymore. Just walking around, you can run into people, and generally speaking, everyone is more or less scared to not talk to someone because you never know who the fuck is saying, "Hey, Brooks." It could be anybody.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so you always want to talk to people, and so there's this weird behind the scenes mentality of like, always be nice, always be nice. And so LA nice, which is terrible and I hate it and fake as shit. It's a thing that helps you meet people and you say, hey, and then you talk and then you do things and then other things happen. And it's like, you never quite know.
Yeah, absolutely. Because
yeah.
I remember it wasn't, I only found that out because you were saying I was still on the, I had watched H3, the podcast for years, and I thought Ethan was just having a mental breakdown and spiraling and that he could come out of it. I believed all the shit he said when he's like, I believe it's a genocide. I think the IDF are terrorists and whatever.
And I still think he does. I just think that she doesn't.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Again, I don't know anything, but
yeah. I mean, the way, like, when she does say something, it's pretty clear.
And the whole "gotta defend my wife" thing is a fucking strong thing amongst a certain kind of guy.
Wife guys.
Yeah, wife guys.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, I don't know if I'm a wife guy.
A wife guy is like where you make your, like, being a husband to this wife is like a part of your, like, public personality. Is like, I'm a
dad guy.
Well, yeah, that's a different thing.
This fucking little monkey behind me and the other little monkey upstairs. Yeah, I'll happily do that.
No, wife guys are a little sketchy in that, I don't know. There's like a falseness to it. It's like it feels like a front a lot of times. And then they end up
again,
compromising.
I don't even know if I'd go that far. I just know if you were to say, hey, he's really just got to defend her and it's like pathological, I'd buy it. I'd just go, yeah.
I see. Well, at the time, I didn't realize, and I have since, something I was watching a video, I think maybe it was Idub's video, where Ethan or maybe I was watching Ethan's video itself, where he directly doctored like Denham's chat images to make it look like all of her chat is saying CBS, whatever, call CBS, and like having it scroll. Did you see that? It's
I have stayed enough out of it because I've watched, and generally speaking, as I watch, I'm just like, oh, this is depressing. Thanks. Something else. Like,
totally.
Because again, the sad thing, and it's I don't know if you watched my video I had about Joe Rogan. It's very similar.
No,
I can tell you, I did a little video. These are not bad people. I don't believe Ethan is a bad person. I've met them. I can vouch enough that there's humanity in some capacity there. And there's nothing weirder and more difficult for me to start seeing that they have dismissed their own or that they're doing everything they can to go against that. And I've had enough time where I can go, there's something, if it's a crumb or whatever it is, but there's a decent something.
That's
and
the
it's
thing.
Just fucking crushed.
I thought that.
It's just crushed and it's so awful.
Well, I mean, people have that thing, but then they can also, there's like a moment where they choose to turn away and it goes into a basement and disappears. Like I brought that.
I was watching old Rush Limbaugh, and you want to date me, feel free. I grew up in a house with Rush Limbaugh.
Yeah, me too.
And one of the things he talked about, and it's a thing that I've started seeing coming back a lot, is fighting empathy. Don't let empathy trick you here. You're going to want to be a good person, but don't do that here because empathy will make you weak. There was a mentality around this in especially the 80s, but 90s, I think saw it really hard in this particular way where the idea is, and I mentioned this on Sunday stream earlier too, there's a mentality of not so much, and I'm sure there is, straight up racism, all that, blah, 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 but more I need to do this for the good of the country. I have to be strong because you want to be kind, but that makes you weak. Weakness will destroy everyone. I need to be strong and do the thing that seems cruel.
Yeah.
And that mental state is what Rush Limbaugh begged people to do for years, and I think it took seat. And
Yeah.
I think a lot of people who were inside of that, and I would say, again, who we're talking about fits a perfect world for that. It's very easy to just go, well,
No more
look,
empathy.
I can be empathy, but look, I can have empathy. It's great. It's cute. My children will learn empathy and it'll make them better people, but I have to be a strong person. By being a strong person, it means I need to do X, Y. And I think that thing is fascinating to watch.
Yes,
Over and
definitely,
over.
definitely. But I guess what the difference for me was, because I covered it, and I didn't cover Ethan for a long time when I thought that he was just crashing out, and I hoped for he could come back. But once I saw
Yeah.
that he had doctored these images and was saying, even though his someone on his crew was like, "Are you sure that's the live chat?" And he's like, "Yeah, yeah, it is." Um, like he's willing to lie and doctor evidence,
Once you're doing
which
that,
is
it's, I was doing a stream yesterday I did on Zizek, who recently, a few years ago, did like this awful anti-trans piece in
oh, I saw,
Compact.
I saw,
And
I read that and I covered it. Yes, yes.
Yeah, one of the things that's in it that always like made it worse than just what it was, because after reading it, I was like, look, I understand part of his philosophy, this, but then I started reading it, and there's a citing of a source he uses that has to do with how puberty blockers work. That he cites puberty blockers do X, Y, and Z. But the sentence right before it in the source that he cites, it's the sentence, not the literal sentence right before refutes the thing. The next sentence, it's taken
Yeah.
beyond out of context.
Yeah, I think I remember that.
Kind of choice, that kind of choice is where I go, this
Yeah.
is no longer you're edging. This is, you've made an affirmative choice to recreate the world in the way that makes it worse.
You watched
And
Elephant Graveyard's video, right?
I've watched everything he's done.
The,
What a fucking
gotta get out.
I
Get
have
the fuck
I have
out
a
of
terrible
here.
script. I have a terrible script of like mimicking him that didn't pay off, and I'm not going to end up putting it out. That like I doing the philosophy of laughter in like his style. It was super fun. It's terrible, and it'll never come out. I adore Elephant Graveyard though.
Yeah.
So wonderful.
His whole thing of like, like you get powerful enough where you are like, I don't like this world. I'm gonna get the fuck out of here and make my own world. You can shape the world with your power, and that, and like when it came to Ethan, when I saw that he was doing that, he was willing to do that. It's just like it's like a switch. Like people will find a cope, like, and sometimes like growing up, born again Christian people who are absolutely like, this is what it is. It doesn't matter what else is going on. I'm justified in like this is it. No questions. Like at this moment,
And I'd even go like a step further, because one of the things that I think like frustrates me, especially about Rogan and others, is what they're doing is, I consider it, and again, the outcome is different, but the impulse is the same. Because I try to have the most empathetic view of all of it. When people are in pain, they exist, especially when they're unhoused, when they're in positions where they switch to drugs or drinking or other personal abuses. I've been through this. Other people have been. You turn it inward to try to drown out the pain. When you have the money and power to change the world around you, it's the same. It's the same impetus, but it's one that ends up changing everyone else around you.
Yeah.
And again, it's why you tend to also see drug abuse and all these things as part of it. But it's that thing, instead of just being what you are, because you can't.
Yeah.
You can't allow yourself to do that. And it's again the same push, the same thrust, and again, I will eternally have empathy for all of it. There's no reason not to.
It's just really with the stuff that he's doing, it's beyond. I guess what I'm realizing too is like people can have that soul, can have that empathy that connects to other people, but you can also kill it. You can destroy it.
And it takes time. Yeah. And again, it's a thing that people work their way to. It happens when you're young. Now that I have kids and I've watched how other parents treat their kids at the playground, for example, it just makes you understand very quickly all these people are manufactured and built, and the machinery is being put into them in very big ways when they're way younger.
Yeah.
And then it's just playing out as it does. It's, the wind up toy is getting going and being built a certain way and set in a certain direction. Then they go, all right, cool. Now you're 18. See you later. And then it just starts going. And again, the people who put that in place, it's the same thing. So it's this really fascinating ongoing setup.
Yeah. I think like what is crazy to see, in the 2026 and before is the stuff that he's doing to people is so evil. He's convinced himself that like he wants to financially ruin anyone that says a word against him.
And he's going to destroy himself in the process.
Yes. And
there's no way his audience survives this. That again, it's the moment you start lashing out like that, you become, and it's again, I try not to think of any people as totalized like this, but it's the fascizing process. The reaction process is this damaging thing. And we do it, everyone does it in minor ways. When you turn it fully and it becomes all you do is reacting in this way that you're justifying this power push or your lack of weakness or that other people are more weak or I'm going to do the right thing, whatever you do, that thing that you start driving, it only has one direction. There's no happy ending, and there will not be a happy ending, and it's really all
It is really sad because it's at this point it's like the overall line is that like all rules of engagement are off because someone called CPS. Like for everyone, that's all. But it's like just say that you aren't going to adhere to rules of engagement. The rules are there for people like to just exist in a tumultuous world.
And it go full throttled force in whatever you want to do. But the moment you're like actually switching it to this weird, I have money, so therefore I can do things. And he's explicitly said this.
Yeah.
I have money, they don't, so I can do things. At that point, you are admitting you are straight up a bully and you're a bad person. Bad at being a person is tends to be how I use that. The strength is not the strong man who beats the shit out of someone. Strength is the strong person who understands they're strong and doesn't need to do anything about it.
Yeah.
And he's not that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's crazy that like to hear that you did the thing where you made the things for them and the money went to them for their lawsuit, right?
It's pretty funny.
How many people helped them? How much help did they get?
A lot.
So many people came together for them, and the people who are trying to support the victims that are getting sued. He's like, I'm going to take all that money. That money you're donating, that's going to be my money, and it's like a cartoon villain. But yeah, it's a cautionary tale.
It's just not going to work long term.
Yeah.
And he can do what he wants, and it is again the way the court cases seem to be rolling out or seem to be happening. I feel sad for people who settled because it seems like they're not going to make it all the way through. And he's going to keep going and going, and it's like, hey, there's a law firm that's buying a boat and putting their kids through college thanks to this. So good job.
Yeah, he's like, I'm like, thank you for creating generational wealth for my lawyers. And it's like, okay,
yeah, exactly. Well. Fuck. So yeah, but it's like Starbreeze, and so it was to get away from anything because it's sad, depressing, and how people turn out is fascinating. But there was a lot of really extraordinary stuff I got to touch into there, and I got to work with a lot of really interesting people at various companies. I got to get to know a lot of filmmakers. Because we delivered, I mean, you mentioned earlier delivering on time. My team did that. I was a closer producer was the joke I used to tell because I never missed a deadline and I never missed a budget. My team knew what they were getting into every single time. So we got hit up. The funniest was we got hit up by Universal. We had pitched them 6 months prior to The Mummy coming out because The Mummy was going to be their big push. They were putting a ton of money into it. And we're like, hey, why don't we do The Mummy as a multiplayer VR thing? We can do this installation. We pitched them a few things, give a 6-month development plan, and they turned us down. And then they contacted us and said, hey, the film's out in 8 weeks and we need something.
Oh my God. Of course.
And so we did. We built a helicopter thing. It's a long story, but we built this helicopter thing in VR. Did really well. But I got to do that with the filmmakers and like Tom Cruise, which was a weird thing. He's very involved in anything he touches at that level. He does not. It's very. He's not as short as you think.
Not as short as Rogan, at least. Okay.
No, not shockingly short. Was not shockingly short. And so we got to build that, and like it was in the basement at like 30 Rock. It was in the first floor of 30 Rock. We had it in the Mummy escape room. It was just this long, weird thing. But that started leading to us actually having our own headset, and we worked with HP to build a backpack for VR, and all these things that led to me getting frustrated because everything we were building, this is like my favorite story about what I did, and like all my career was like leading to this because I basically hadn't cashed out anything at Starbreeze. I had done a lot of work that they had needed. I made sure they made a bunch of money, did licensing deals, and I hadn't like pulled the political chip of like, I want to do this. I don't give a fuck. And I got my team together and I said, I'm tired of VR. And I had given talks on VR a bunch at this point. I had like keynoted a CES and stuff. And it was like, one of the things with VR that sucks is that all of it is I called them carnival emotions. The way virtual reality was basically being sold was the quickest, fastest way. You go, oh,
yeah,
that's it. It's carnival emotion. And it was like, ooh, scary. Oh my God, funny. And like awful. I hated it. And I wanted to figure out something else. So I put my team on, I want to find a VR experience we can build that will ruin someone's day. I want to fucking ruin someone's day.
Oh my God.
And I wasn't joking when I said it. So my favorite, the two discussions that were the most interesting and the most fun of it, one was with one of my favorite writers, Harlan Ellison, who passed right as we were getting the deal done, and it still upsets me to this day, because when his agent heard that I wanted, like, I was like, I just want to ruin someone's day. I want to fucking make someone depressed. I want to make people cry. I want to make people like really upset about everything.
Okay, before you tell me about it, I have to pee.
Okay.
Chat. You chat. You know how that works. But yes, I don't want to be thinking about peeing while you're telling me about this. Okay.
That sounds great. She didn't let me know if she's going to be leaving me here. And now I think there's a good chance. I don't see the stream. I'm pretty sure. She's leaving me here. She's leaving me here, isn't she, chat? She's left me here. I can only see chat. I didn't have the video going because I don't want to get like, I'm assuming I'm here. Yeah, excellent. I don't know what I want to talk about. I don't want to continue the story without being able to say it, but Harlan Ellison, if you haven't read, let me tell you about Harlan Ellison. Harlan Ellison is one of the best science fiction writers of all time. Of all time. I don't know a lot about Harlan. I didn't get a chance to work with him. We never got a chance to go to the next step. We started working on like what the deal would look like, and then he passed. It was like the most depressing thing for me because Harlan Ellison's science fiction is so formative for me, it's hard to describe. And we had another weird tie. I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, one of my favorite sci-fi stories, actually was one of the first adventure games I ever played, if you don't remember, back in the day. Lo and behold, Mark on my team, my VR team, that was his first game he ever worked on. He'd been in the games industry a long time. So it's such a fucking good setup and story. And he got a kick out of the fact that I worked for Jim. Because if you don't know the story, he sued Jim over Terminator because Jim kind of took Terminator. It's a long story. But it was one of the big lawsuits. So Harlan Ellison, one of my favorites. I own all of his pulp. I own all of his books. Harlan Ellison's a master.
Why are you telling people about stuff that I want to hear? You're not supposed to.
I didn't. This is not about stories about me. I'm just talking about how Harlan Ellison is a great writer. There's no stories about me in there.
No. I want to hear that stuff too.
Harlan Ellison is a science fiction writer who was like around the time of like I don't know, they were all friends. This is like a Herbert, the guy who wrote Dune. They were like all in this like small little group, which included, by the way, the guy who started Scientology,
Oh. Oh
and
yeah.
Jack
Yeah.
Vance and Isaac Asimov, the pulp writers. They were all in like this inner group. Harlan, very unique. Philip K. Dick is kind of like Harlan Ellison if he was happy. That's what I would say. Philip K. Dick is good, but Harlan Ellison was a misanthropic, wonderful, smart, hateful, but not hateful in a bad way guy who just didn't like the way humanity was existing. And all of his works are about that. And they're depressing in ways that it's hard to talk about.
Do you have a title recommendation?
I mean, I have no mouth and I must scream is the easy one.
Okay.
That's the easy one I always recommend. I'd have to go through and try to figure out. I'd have to think about what it could be. There's a lot, but that's the
well, I'll check that. I've heard that title.
best. I mean, it's
I haven't
a masterpiece, and it's very depressing. I mean, again, you should just pick up all of his stuff. It's wonderful.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm getting back into reading again. That's another thing that I was gonna ask you about is book stuff.
Oh,
but continue.
if you want, we can go through my shelves. I'll switch to phone at the end of this, and we can literally
cool.
like go through my shelves.
Nice. But you were telling me about
Harlan
the
didn't
game.
happen. The other one was this
What was the
developer
depressing
Ink
thing?
Stories.
No, you were supposed to tell me.
Harlan died.
Oh, no, I thought you
Harlan
said
died.
that the thing that you wanted to do though, that was the depressing.
The thing I wanted to do was depressing. I wanted to ruin someone's day, but I didn't get a chance to do it with Harlan, so that depressed me. That wasn't the fucking goal. I didn't want to make myself sad.
Okay.
So we
it
started looking,
didn't happen at all.
Mark brought me this developer, Ink Stories. They had done Revolution 1979. It's a game on Steam you can go check out, which is about the Iranian Revolution and what it's like to be in a revolution. They had done and they were ex-Iranian, Syrian. They'd been in war. Like these were, no joke, good developers and creative and wanting to become, like they were hungry, and they pitched this idea of they wanted to build a VR experience that like was like a diorama, and you'd watch as like people go about their daily lives, and it'd be like a God's view. You could look around, and then a barrel bomb would come in and blow up this little corner of market.
Oh.
And you'd watch people die, and a little girl trapped. You'd watch as you try to rescue her. Or as someone tries to rescue her. And it was a good pitch. This is not me saying otherwise. It was a good pitch, but it wasn't what I was looking for.
Yeah.
The thing is that what I was looking for, people weren't pitching. So I went back to them and I said, look, I like your idea. What if instead of just having it be a like little diorama thing, what if instead we built the entire thing at full life scale with a backpack VR headset, everything matching 1-to-1. So where you reach out, if you're touching a metal barrel, there's a metal barrel. If you touch a tire, there's a fucking tire. If you touch a wall, the stucco matches the cracks in the wall. And you actually experience the barrel bomb directly. And it's, and they went, oh, how do you do that? And I'm going to send you, if you're up for showing.
Yeah, definitely.
This is the time code. This is my company's reels. Just right to the time code, which is 2 minutes and 7 seconds. And you can see Hero, and you can take me off screen.
Okay.
This is just to explain before you play fully. The piece is called Hero. And we use a single white helmet as the icon because we were trying to be polemic, and it fucking worked. DTS Xperi was a partner of ours. They're a major audio company, or they were. We had an issue because since we were doing this, we could not do it with headphones. The way audio works to place you inside of a situation like this, we could not do headphones. So instead, we worked with them, and you'll hear about this, but we literally invented 5 or 6 patents for how audio is displayed in large format VR. And this is a very...
like you mean like also, like as you're like moving around, like is
they show it,
okay.
But it's good enough that we don't have anyone yelling. Like there's no actors in it. There's an actor's hand, but there's no actor speaking. But the audio's good enough that people thought there were real people and they started talking to them because it was bouncing, it was moving in the right way. It was like genuinely next level. And we're very proud of it. With this, we went on to win Sundance. We won Tribeca Film Festival, and I won a Lumiere, which is the technical version of the Oscars. So,
That's so
like
fucking
it's a
cool.
serious award. And to just pull it all the way around to the weirdest coincidence, Tom Cruise recognized me because he was the one presenting it. And it was like the weirdest moment. He's like, what? And it was like, yeah, I'm the mummy guy. He's like, ah. And it was like, because it was only like 6 months later. And he was the one presenting the award, like the weirdest thing.
That's so cool. Okay, I'll play this. You can see it, right? You can see my screen. Okay, cool.
You're in a courtyard in a Syrian city, watching life just go on around you. Several minutes into it, there's a barrel bomb.
Oh.
We had been looking deeply into VR for probably a year and a half, 2 years. We thought it was pretty compelling. I met with Mark Harwood, and he basically said people are going to experience what it's like to be in Syria during a barrel bombing.
We really wanted to break that idea of being prescriptive about whether you were part of the scene or not, and just let you, the individual, be you.
For us, the idea of Hero and the possibilities of VR, what if instead of watching someone go through a thing, what if you actually got to go through that thing yourself?
You're not playing a character. You are just you.
In a lot of other VR, you're just using your eyes, so you're like being pulled forward just this way with your eyes. But here, all your other senses are being activated.
Making it pixel perfect to reaching out to an actual oil barrel where an oil barrel is supposed to be in a tire and having the tile match where the cracks in the tile are.
Creating what the world felt like, smelled like, to make it real and make it seem like you were walking through it and feeling the carpet beneath your feet.
The absolute must-have for us was a natural, unencumbered feel. And that's where the notion of, can we do open-air audio?
As the story narrative continued.
So open air audio is like the speakers being all around. Is that what that is?
Yeah, I think we had 37 speakers in various places, but it's a lot more than that as they'll go.
But that's how it's set up, like physically. They're the speakers.
Yeah, they're part of the cage, and the tracking knows where you are, and so it can change all of the things around everything.
That's so fucking crazy. Okay, I'll keep playing.
That's how we designed the audio system.
Over 100 individual sounds for dialogue and dogs and various other things, but as well as 320 channels of immersive sound events that happen as you move through the event. We had speakers on the ground as well as mid-level, about eye height for most people, as well as speakers above you. The computer, as it's going along, is tracking the position of that viewer via their headset, and there are cameras in the environment that track them. And the beauty of DTSX is we can place things and be able to put sounds on the opposite side of walls, be able to put them behind you and above you, just added that much more to the realism.
As with every art form, you hit these moments of forks in the road, and there's just very much generic game-focused pablum. I think there's another direction where we can enable people to have transformative experiences, emotional experiences that affect them on a personal level.
It was a huge technical challenge, it was an artistic challenge, it was just interesting to work on, the subject matter was fascinating, and now that we've gotten our feet wet, I don't think there's any turning back.
If we take really even any of the genres of film and start to look at how could that be applied using this new medium, it's very exciting.
That's so awesome. Wow.
And it's Eric Slack, who's mentioned there, and John, the two guys who are mentioned there and from DTS. Eric is actually one of the guys who does the DTS remastering for at the time. I think he's left and he's on, all major movies. He did Marvel, for example, all the Marvel movies. He was the guy who chose where things go and placed. And
Wait, what guy? The guy that did what?
Eric Slack in there. So it's John and Eric are the two guys from DTS. One of they're both white guys with beards. It's hard to say like specifically, but he was the guy who was talking about like the 320 different channels and how he set it up and how he built it. He knows this shit
Like
because
audio
he
channels?
built this. He knows this because he does this for IMAX films and for DTS sound. He's the guy who does the mastering, and it was amazing to be able to have him on the project because his understanding not only of, because there's a lot we ran into, it's not just placing, it's understanding, and that's why there's so many channels. When a speaker is behind stuff, you need speakers also in front of stuff. So like, let's say there's a scene it ends with, and it's, I still think it was brilliant. This whole thing feels cruel as fuck beyond words to like, there's so much of it that was a lot, but at the very end, the girl who's trapped, you can see, and people are used to in VR, just like it's cold. And so they look out and they're like, oh yeah. So now they're used to, they reach out and there's this area where the ceiling is collapsed in and there's a girl who's trapped underneath this cement and rebar. And people reach out to lift the bar because the dad's yelling, lift the bar, please help, free her. And people do that. And we had an actress who would grab their hand with her hand.
Yeah.
People would fucking collapse and just bawling tears and screaming. One guy literally, as soon as that happened, grabbed the set because it's just plaster. It wasn't cement. He fucking broke it. And it was like the reaction that was crazy. But here's the thing. All of that sound was realistic because the speakers were on the other side, but there were also speakers behind them and next to them because we modeled out the audio reflective surfaces so we could tell where a thing needed to be to make a thing positionally to the person, because the person's the only thing that matters, how it sounds to them. And it was the most insane, it was incredible, like every step of the way. And some of it was just stupid. Like you saw the explosion. The explosion had 4 really large, like a 28-inch subs that like we had on full blast. Like you'd feel the
vibration
thing
in your chest.
We also had under the floor, we had we call them butt kickers, but they're magnetic transducers, as well as hydraulics underneath it that matched when it went. So like it matched everything in the headset. Things moved, but the buckwheat, it was buckwheat and rice is what we hit people with. Came out of 2. Is the things you learn. It came out of 2 very nice lawn leaf blowers.
That they showed that in the video, right?
They're just leaf blowers. But we'd pour the buckwheat in for each person and get it ready and lodged. But we'd add in, did you know you can buy this? Burnt corpse oil.
No, what the fuck is that?
That is, it's synthetic, but it's the fake smell of burnt corpses.
Oh.
And it is not pleasant, and it is awful.
That's
like we
crazy.
went to the most insane degree, and it was so bad. The story at Sundance was hilarious because we got to go there because part of my signing was I got to do a project. The studio at Starbreeze was a nightmare. They needed help and they needed me to go out to Dubai to fix a project and live there for 3 months. And I didn't want to fucking do that. So I told them, fine, you give Mark and the team and me a blank check and I'll design from there and we'll do it from there. And you can do whatever we want. And they said, okay. So we did. And so I flew back to go straight to I landed, spent 2 days, went right to Sundance, and it was set up. The team had gotten there the day before or 2 days before, set up, built everything, put everything in place, tested it, got the tracking working. And then the director of Sundance comes in and he's the first guy to go through it. We're about to do preview night. And he goes through it and he takes off the headset right after this. There's a second helicopter that shows up and everything goes white. And he just takes the headset off. He's like, this is so fucked up. You're doing this to people. You're not opening. I'm not allowing you to do this to anyone. And he fucking walked out. And I'm like, oh.
Wait, who?
Okay.
The guy. What was the guy's? Which guy?
He was the head of Sundance.
Oh.
And it was like 2 hours to fucking opening night. with like press and everything. And he's like, you're not doing it. And I'm like, oh,
Huh?
okay. And he stormed off, and he can do that. He can do that. He can do that.
Yeah.
Like he can 100% do that.
Yeah.
So we're like, what the fuck? And again, blessed by God moment. The second person, we don't know, like we have a handful of people who know people, and so they've got people showing up. And the second person comes in, she's very lovely. And we had this thing, no one knew what it was exactly. They just knew it was related to Syria. And she's wearing a keffiyeh. And I'm like, cool. So she's aware of this stuff. All right. And she goes through, we go through the thing, and at the very end, she comes out, she walks, she bursts into, she explodes into tears, not even slight, like sobbing and like she's losing her shit. And I'm like, oh my God, what have I done? Like, I'm like, just what the fuck have I done? I'm like, am I a fucking monster? And the team is like, we're like, one of the ink stories, one of the co-directors, Naveed's wife takes her aside. They were friends. They go over, and I'm talking like, Mark, what the fuck are we gonna do? This is terrible. And we get called over. So it turns out she had won Sundance the year before for her documentary on Syria.
Oh.
Because she was there.
What?
And that's how we knew her. Some shit like that. I'm like, okay. And she's like, this is the most important thing I've ever experienced. And I thank you for having me go through it. I didn't know that this affect everyone needs to do this. We told her, and she immediately goes right to the founder of Sun. We opened that night.
Oh my God.
He came back, he apologized. So this is like the layers of this. He apologized.
A head person coming and apologizing?
Because he had family there.
Oh.
And he's like, I realize now, he's like, I've been here since I was little in America. Like, he had no accent. I would not have picked a Miss Syrian. Like, out of a lineup, not my thing. But he's like, I have family there, and I know they're there. I don't realize what they go through. Now I get it, and I'm fucking angry at myself. I'm sorry. And I'm like I started crying. Like, I'm almost right now. Like, it's very difficult because... And Naveed and I both, like, this Naveed from Ink Stories, his career, if you ever play Grand Theft Auto 3 or any of the rest of them?
No, but I know what you're talking about.
So you've heard of it.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
He was the guy who did this, he directed the cinematics and all the this is not a guy who's like prone to emotions or oversensitive. He's done Grand Theft Auto. And we're bawling like little tiny kids, like just losing our shit. Like every few moments, people are going through, they're crying. They're like, I can't believe this is it's insane. And like I'm crying, everyone's crying every few minutes. It was awful because every 10 minutes a new person goes through. We only had so much room, but and then we started having famous people go through, like Robert De Niro, and then like Elijah Wood came through, and he brought his new film buddy, Panos Cosmatos. Who had just directed Mandy, and Mandy was debuting that night at Sundance. Right? Yeah.
Okay. I haven't seen it. It seems a bit too scary for me, but I'm thinking maybe I will.
Well,
it's religious stuff,
Panos
right?
Panos goes through. It's
like
not,
or cults or something.
Yeah. I'm not gonna. You know what? We'll talk about it in a second.
Okay.
So Panos goes through it. Elijah goes through it, and we became we became friends. And Daniel, his co-founder at his Spectrovision, is his production company, and Panos and I became really close. And so he's like, "Do you want to come see my premiere? You could be my guest, my personal guest." And I'm like,
"To Mandy."
Okay, yes, to see a Nick Cage movie and sit with Nick Cage and Panos at fucking Sutton. I'm like, yes, and so I'm like. And like I'm trying to hide it. I get baked as shit. I had a friend of mine in Salt Lake. I was like, I need like a pound of weed. I'm losing my shit. I'm crying all day. I need to be able to sleep. This is like the worst thing I've ever experienced emotionally. I need pot like you wouldn't believe. And it's actually some of the guys who built the Lego Star Wars website with me. Yeah, it's welcome to how life turns around on you. My Lego Star Wars thing that got me career, they lived in Salt Lake. So they brought they were super great. They probably didn't bring me weed. Why would I say such a thing? It's illegal there.
I mean, that's totally fair.
And so I get baked as shit standing outside, and Panos comes out, and turns out he he partakes as well. So I'm like, thank God. And I'm just beyond stoned out of my mind. And I'm sitting, and it's like all these famous, it's the premiere at Sundance. This is no small thing. And it's the film everyone's been waiting for. And it is 2.5 hours of the most hardcore visual masturbation movie that has ever existed. It is pure excess and violence in ways that I can't even describe. I love, again, maybe it affected me in a certain, I've watched it a bunch. It's a phenomenal soundtrack, and it was crazy. It was crazy.
So recommend?
A hard recommend for
Okay.
Mandy.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
We get baked, and then we go the second day, and the third day, and the fourth day, and then it's just, we were packed the whole time, and we had the head of the documentary association saying this is the future of entertainment. It was the most insane, like, people coming through, and everyone just like got to have like their favorite moment. It was one of the things I really loved. Everyone on the team like had a favorite actor or someone they talked about who went through, and they got to say like their heroes got to tell them it was their favorite thing. It was one of my favorite things to hear the stories about. It was, who was it? It was, everyone got to do this. It was like some producer of some film that Mark Lightning, he's like, yeah, no, this is like the most amazing. It's like all of us got to have this moment of like, oh my God.
Yeah.
And then and I have to tell this half of the story. This is, sorry, I'm now just telling stories. Hope it's fine.
No, please do. I love this. Everyone loves this.
I get a note. Hey, did you see what Frank Oz said about you on Twitter?
Who's that?
I've never had Frank Oz, the guy who played Yoda.
What? Okay. No. Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Frank Oz is the Muppets. Frank Oz is like one of the most formative people in my life.
Uh-huh.
And he's talking about how Hero is should be
That's what it's called?
boycotted.
What?
Here, it's not a film. There's no film. You can't experience it. It's gone forever.
It's the experience. Is that
Yeah,
the
it's
title?
gone forever. No, it's just
No.
Hero. It's gone. It only played 3 places, and then Starbreeze destroyed it because of things. I don't know.
But you're
so
talking
Frank
about
Oz is on Twitter.
You're talking about the thing we just
Frank
watched?
Oz talks about Hero, our project, and me and Naveed as people who steal and should not be trusted, and that what we're doing should be banned from Sundance.
What?
And I'm like, oh, like, it's a weird feeling. Replying to that is Patton Oswalt, another hero of mine, David Cross, who I've met and know, and also saying that our project's a piece of shit and should be, I'm like,
Huh?
like this, the opposite feeling is now happening. I'm being crushed. So there is
Stealing? They said you were stealing?
Stealing.
How?
That it was a stolen project. So
That's crazy.
there is a I'm not going to get it right. One sec. I'm going to actually look it up. Give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, sure.
Frank Oz. Frank Oz did a piece. He produced a film, and he's one of the most important people for me in a very long time. I love him as a person, but this like broke my heart in a really extreme way. This comedian magician named Derek Delgadio,
Okay.
I'd never heard of,
Mhm.
had a movie that had come out, but he had a live version of it. And it's called In and of Itself. You can find it on Hulu, I think, and it's on like a bunch of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And Frank Oz was a producer for it. In the walk-in of that, where they were doing the live version in New York for like a month, I don't live in New York. I have no idea any of this is happening. What they had is they had a wall of cards that said, I am, and then underneath it would say, like in smaller letters, a lot of different descriptors. I am a operator. I am a leader. I am whatever. And everyone who would go in would take one of the cards. And so it kind of became part of the magic show. I'm not going to ruin it.
Okay.
It's a beautiful piece. It's a one-man magic show, sort of meaningful. It's very beautiful. It's very interesting. And Derek's work is genuinely wonderful. So
What does that have to do with anything?
I Google this and I see it and I go, oh. So I'm in Dubai 6 months before, and I get a note from Mark. Naveed and the Ink Story guys have a great idea for how we onboard people. We should have this wall of cards, they said, that say, I am a dad, I am a thing, blah, 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 all that. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. And Naveed is like, yeah, it's really good. It'll give people a chance to center themselves. It lets us teach, blah, blah, blah. What I didn't know is Naveed was saying this because 3 nights before he had done this at Derek Delgadio's show in New York where Naveed lives.
Oh. And
So,
that's like the least, that's like the most throwaway part of what you were doing. That's
it's
like,
not a throwaway part.
Or
It's,
not
it's absolutely
but I mean,
unimportant
like,
to ours.
yes,
it has
yes,
nothing,
it has
to,
nothing
do
to do with
project.
your
It's-
work. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
just added, but it is integral to Derek's.
That's so fucked.
So,
oh my
so
God.
I don't know any of this. I don't know any of this at all. But I see this, I Google it, I'm watching the video, I'm like, what the fuck? I look at Mark, I'm like, what the fuck? And he goes, I don't fucking know. Like, we live in LA, what the fuck? We don't, and we asked Naveed, and Naveed is like, yeah, we didn't steal it. It's a good idea. I think we should be able to use it. Oh no. And he's doubling down, and then he doubles down, and then he releases like one of those, the most cynical response of like, how dare white people, like that kind of thing. And you want to talk about souring a project?
Oh no.
Because now Starbreeze is like, how much is this stolen? Are we going to get sued?
Oh
And,
no.
and I'm like, I don't know. Because at this point, I mean, what the fuck? So,
but it
I
has
spent
nothing to do
2
with the
weeks,
actual, like,
not at all. In any way, in any capacity, had nothing to do with the real project. It's the onboarding thing in like one minor way that he stole from a project that it was central to, like an asshole. And it's like offensively the same thing. Not like he didn't even modify it, just offensively the same thing. So everyone on the team now, it's the last day, and we are getting pilloried on social media by very famous people because Derek Delgadio is part of an in-group of very particular creators. He's been working all of his life to do these things. He's been a writer, he's been a magician, he's been a comedian, he's been involved in a whole bunch of different stuff. And these people all know him. And that was it. It was a big deal.
And it was over?
Very frustrating.
What happened?
And then we were done. We won and it was fine, but Starbreeze was like, well, we're not doing anything more because it's this whole thing. And Naveed was flying off the handle because he's like, you're going to do this, blah, blah, blah. I was like, all of this. I finally convinced him to, we got invited to go to Tribeca Film Festival, debut there as part of their storytellers competition, which we ended up winning, to be fair. And Robert De Niro helped set that up. It was really cool to be able to do that. I'd never been to Tribeca, and it was like a childhood dream of mine to like be competing at Tribeca and like this was already, I should never be able to do this. And I'm a fucking co-director, and it's like, holy shit. Yeah. So I go, and I ended up getting like sick the whole time, and I like could barely go. I was like violently ill. It ended up going fine, but the pall over everything was like there. We ended up winning, and it was really kind of this really strange, I don't know. Everyone suddenly knew they couldn't trust like anyone anymore. It broke the team apart. It ruined the ability for us to trust that anything could be done. We double checked. We now sat anytime certain people suggested things, where we were at Sundance, where we were holding each other the first few days, crying over each other, talking about how much work it was and how and like vulnerable, and it was beautiful. Now we were guarded, and it just fundamentally fucked the whole thing. Yeah. So then from there, we ended up shipping it back, but to get there, Starbreeze wouldn't pay for the shipping.
No.
Because they were done with it. So I did, personally. And
how much did that cost?
$23,000.
That's crazy.
And it was on a credit card because I didn't have the money. And it got defrayed, and it ended up like Starbreeze ended up paying some, and then other people helped, and DTS did. And it ended up being taken care of, but it was like I wasn't going to let my team not go to fucking Tribeca
Yeah.
after everything.
Yeah.
Fucking Starbreeze. And then the worst part of this is because we won, which was great. We got presented a Storyteller Award. I have the certificate or whatever here from the ceremony, which was wild. It was crazy. And it led to like Thea, who the woman you saw in the thing, she was our welder, which is hilarious to say. Thea, she's this gorgeous acrobat. She does weird fire dances and acrobatics and wire acts at Burning Man every year. She's a trip. But we did this, and then she ended up being able to parlay that. She one sec, I'll send it over because it's just always funny how people end up in different places. Because she like ended up doing a bunch of videos with Mark Rober.
Who's that?
The science guy, like, like doing science videos basically on YouTube. One sec, I'll send him over.
The name's familiar.
Yeah, you'd recognize him. He's the famous. He's got like tens of millions of followers.
So what year is this around?
So this was 2018 is when this is falling apart. Thea was never really working for Starbreeze. We had her on as she was there originally just to teach us how to weld because you saw what we had to build. It's not a joke. And we had to like really weld. And she was expert welder and a trip. She's a trip of a human being. But like Mark Rober does the glitter bombs. Like the packages get stolen in the glitter bomb thing. That's Mark Rober. She glitter bombed him. I was like, so she's done pretty well. She's done okay. She's done some fun stuff. But people started figuring it out, and then they did a handful of smaller shows of different things, and then that's when we got our Lumiere. And the Lumiere was after I'd left Starbreeze. So we were sitting at GDC. The big game in Starbreeze at this point, and Bo, the CEO, who had kind of put everything on the line for specifically, like everything was riding on this Walking Dead video game Starbreeze was going to put out. And no one had really played it except for a handful of people on the development team. They were contributing things, but not really playing. And the week before GDC, they let a bunch of us play it. And it was a huge pile of shit. Like, and so at GDC, I like saw Bo and he's like, so what do you think? What do you think? I went, hey, just so you know, it's going to be a 42 Metacritic. It's going to destroy the company and I'm not going to be a part of it.
Oh, no. What is GDC?
Game Developers Conference. It's a big sort of development. Well, it used to be. Now it's a fucking crypto nightmare AI shit fest. But game developers used to get together and talk about how to make games. And I think that was the last one that was like that anyway. But so I quit Starbreeze there and they let me, finish out my 2 weeks. And then I kind of just went and was like, fuck it. I would be a dad for a while and figure out what to do next. I did some consulting and other things and tried to figure out. I made a pilot with Chris Kattan and Doug Stanhope and one of the founding members of Arcade Fire.
I feel like you might have mentioned something about that. Maybe not the Arcade Fire part, but that's so. Before we go to that, what happened with like the technology, like this did it go on to do anything else or did it just peter out?
VR died pretty much instantly after that. There's a lot of different stuff of like Oculus obviously did their thing. I have my Quest Pro and I think it's great. But generally speaking, VR is a dead art. There's about 100,000 people who buy consistently and that's not enough for anything. To survive, so it's dead. Star VR's headset, Acer, so what ended up happening is the game came out and Brooks was right. That's just I think within 3 days I was within 1 point of Metacritic. I was so fucking close, but it was so bad that they were sent to cease and desist to shut the game off, and so most people don't have the game. Because it literally was taken off Steam. Do you understand how bad a game has to be for that to be the case? Like it's really hard to sort of talk about how awful this game is. It's one of the worst games ever made. It's awful.
That's
It's
crazy. Well, I'm imagining like
It's awful.
I imagine if so the project that you did, if things hadn't gone sour with the, you know, and not trusting teammates anymore, do you think that you would have done other projects in that kind of style?
We did. So it ended up being a thing that probably not us, because no one really wanted to do, like, there was no VR as a thing. Like, there was no money in it. The only way to do it would be to like attach to something. But what ended up happening is what we did became the standard format for every film festival thing after that. So like the guys who won the next year literally just took a bunch of our technology and used it, and a bunch of other companies started using it. Like, we basically changed VR, and I get to be very proud of that.
So that's what you said. There were a bunch of patents that you
patents, bunch of ways of doing stuff and thinking about it, that it didn't have to be fun, that people still will go through it because it's a life-changing experience in its own way. And it like, that's what the storytellers, Tribeca people said, that it's the future of entertainment, and I still think that's the case. It's set up so many things for so much. It was wild. It was a trip.
That's crazy. Okay, so the pilot. Tell me about the pilot with
my buddy Josh and I, who we worked on a handful of scripts. He's a good guy. Like, we're just good friends. He was one of the founding members of Arcade Fire. I don't know
That's
how.
awesome.
I don't remember how we met. It's a long random thing, but he's a good dude, and we just like had weird random ideas for things, and we came up with this idea that I still think is awesome. But it's more depressing than awesome now. But at the time, it was kind of funny, and it was called Outsourced. And the idea was that the show was about a guy who got in over his head, blew a bunch of money on cocaine that he had gotten invested by some uncle or some shit. And he was supposed to have like a magazine company, and he couldn't because he couldn't afford it. So instead, he outsourced everything to Fiverr. And we actually did this. We actually went through the process of going on Fiverr and like paying $5 was the, like $10 was the limit for some things, but it was like everything in the show that wasn't like literally us creating it was actually made by someone on Fiverr, from background music to art to layouts to, it was awful. And it was hilarious to us in like a really ironic way. And so the pitch was like, the pilot episode is us filming, and we got a bunch of the guys. I don't know if you know crack.com, the comedy groups that like were part of that, like Cody Shoddy, the Some More News guys that were part of that. Michael Swaim.
Oh wait, there's a guy, something Dr. Jordan something, Breeder, something Breeder. I don't know. It's a YouTuber that I watch. I think he was with Cracked, but yeah, that's
might have been.
Yeah.
So Michael Swaim and a few of the other actors from that and comedians from that, we got to help us and write, and it was fantastic. Swaim is amazing and like a wonderful talent. I've done a bunch of podcasts with him. And so it was a pitch about us, the show episode. It's us watching an episode of us acting out the thing where we got the idea and then outsourcing it to it's a really weird meta show. We had a blast with it.
Is there
we showed it to
wait,
it exists. I will not be sharing it.
I feel like did you ever share it?
I've watched it on stream.
Okay, I feel like I have.
It went away.
Like I have. Okay, I feel like I vaguely remember. Okay, cool. Yeah,
well,
yeah,
I'm sure.
Yeah.
But it's a fun. The idea is fun, and it was a riot to sort of rewrite, and Swaim helped edit, and he punched up the script. He's like I said, he's a talent. We showed a few people. They really loved the idea. And then we just couldn't get, Chris Kattan is actually in it. Doug Stanhope too. Like, we got people actually in it.
I remember Chris Kattan being, I remember that part. Yeah. Huh?
That was fun. And so, but it ended up going nowhere. We got a couple other scripts and ideas, and then Josh and Swaim were doing one. We were trying to figure out like that next thing, because I had spent at that point 15 years straight in corporate, you know, and granted, working for Jim is as not corporate as corporate gets, but it's still working for someone else on their creative projects. I want to make my own. And trying to figure out what that next thing is, and Josh happened to be at the same point. So
that like
we ended up doing that.
2019?
That we filmed in 2019. It was right before COVID.
Yeah.
that all of it was like done and set up. And then COVID happened and, you know, everything obviously changed.
Yeah.
But, and then right around that time, I also started working on a music VR project that I come up with that I still think has legs. It's just, I can't figure out how to actually do the fucking thing. And again, I'm happy to ramble about all these. I don't know how interesting any of this is. It's
I'm very interested. Everyone's interested. I almost,
sure.
I got emotional when you were describing the,
well, the rest of it's not
project and
emotional. It's just odd ideas. So the idea was, it was called Vervi was the idea. And my pitch that I had sort of built was, one of the challenges for the discovery of music that exists is you can't. I think music discovery, I think in general, is like one of the worst engines, AI things. It doesn't work. I've never
What
found a
is it?
system that has ever recommendation. Just recommendation has
just
never worked.
I
Have
thought you
ever,
were talking about.
just in general.
Oh, yeah,
no,
yeah.
this is like this was like a very broad, big idea. But it's like the challenge is that most of this stuff is really just not data based. When you go in, it's like, here's music. I think my favorite was I had listened to some Knower, which is a jazz sort of fusion nouveau, like it's a complicated thing. And it's like, since you like Knower, you'll like this. And it was Power Man 5000. That doesn't make sense. It like doesn't make sense. Like,
Is it like based on other people listen to?
It's based on so it turns out,
Or a bunch of things.
and I got to know all this. It's based on a lot of stuff that you don't even know about. There's so much metadata with everything that is listened to and streamed, thousands of points of it. And so as I started looking into this, and I'd hit up, like I said, you hit up companies. Hey, how do you guys actually do this? Can I see some data? Can I see some metadata? And there's a lot of things you can find online for it. It's the shittiest thing in the world. So my idea was this. What if instead of just saying, oh, these points of data make sense, so I have a computer throw them out, what if we take all those points of data and we utilize procedural generation of models, which is you use data to be seeds, like Minecraft. When you have a seed of a Minecraft world, that seed always presents the same Minecraft world, right?
I've never done Minecraft. I don't really know about Minecraft.
Minecraft is a procedurally generated thing. It means that no one lays every block. It's got rules about how every block works, but you need a seed to start it. So if you have a seed, if I start my seed or you do it, the worlds will be identical. That's how procedural generation works. It starts with a seed and grows off of that. Think of it that way. So if we take all of the 2,300 pieces of metadata that are transmitted with every single song, it's an insane amount. What if instead what we do is go, hey, that we extricate that and that becomes the seed of 3D objects. So the idea is that you as a person, and our early prototypes of this were fucking amazing. You know what? Fuck it. You get to hear me be awkward. If you want, you can look, you can see this. This was me doing an early prototype of it.
Okay, let's see.
This was mid-COVID. So this was like 2 years of my life. So this was 2021 that this went, and I tried to get funding for this. I got some, but.
Oh, welcome to Vervi. My name is Brooks Brown. I'm the Chief Creative Officer here, and I'd love to show you what we've been working on and what we're looking forward to sharing with a lot of people here in the future.
I'm a fucking dork.
The core idea of Vervi, inside of virtual reality, extended reality,
Wait, oops. I messed it up. Okay.
augmented reality, whatever we may be touching, is the idea of giving voice to data that people kind of can't find. Now, that's a lot to say in a mouthful. Let me show you what I mean. In here is my home space inside of Vervi. My home space is decided by kind of two things. First, obviously, I've done some decorating. I like a lot of this stuff. But the color, the look and feel, the, I would say, murky painty style is something that actually comes from the music that I listen to. Music I listen to tends to be a vaporwave with a little bit of death grips and a little bit of rap sort of thrown in for good measure.
Nothing has changed.
How this works, I'll explain as we get going. The easiest way to do that is to sort of show you how a Vervi is made and sort of our namesake. Now, What we do is we track and keep track of the music that a person listens to. Now, during our prototyping phase, we're doing that with a handful of people primarily. Profile 1, 2, and 3. Or as I call them, Denise, Jason, and Mark. Some people also call them sort of rock, sort of techno, sort of heavy metal, depending on the day, and it's been a bit of a hit or miss thing lately because we've been doing a lot of testing. Now, as you sign into our service, Vervi is a full-fledged streaming service in VR and in mobile. We also allow you to connect to Spotify and these other services where we can find out the most recent songs you've been listening to. Let's go ahead and grab what Mark's been listening to lately. Now, the way that this works is, right now, Vervi is going through the process of...
I'm so happy that I just now have these headphones replaced. They're so good and everything. Yeah, I'm so glad that I can hear it through this.
There is going to be copyrighted music coming up you may have to remove later from the stream, just let you know.
Yeah, that's fine.
The songs, taking the metadata from the songs, and then actually programmatically building objects and little guys we call Vervi out of the whole thing. Now, metadata is a complicated thing, and there's a lot of different versions of it. Ours is pretty simple. Every time anyone signs into or listens to a song on any streaming service, there's around 4,000 lines that go with it. It's far too much for any single person to be able to tell what the hell's going on. It's a reason discovery is pretty difficult amongst songs. I know I like this song, I know I like this artist, but when I like this song a lot, what are the things about it that I enjoy? Well, our solution to that is to actually give you a way to visualize the entirety of data that exists for the song. So, for example, this guy that's paused right over here, that's Prince's Jungle Love. This is Childish Gambino's Redbone, which is great. Designer, I have no idea what Designer is. This cool looking spiky guy is Heart. Heart's great. Social Distortion, also wonderful.
The overlays aren't showing.
They
show in headset, but they don't record. So every song actually has the name on it. It just...
Oh, okay. Yeah, so got it. Yeah.
Over here, the drums. And all of these are literally just the song. I can grab them anytime and we can give them a listen.
Oh my God.
And we stream immediately just as anything else. And every Vervi's very unique. Obviously the particle effects and everything that cause it, but it's not just on VR. The beauty of our system is it actually works cross-platform. This is the same kind of object we can have generated as you're listening on your musical device, augmented reality glasses, through a camera phone, whatever it may be. We're able to play with it. And as you start listening and starting to play with songs, you start to notice there's some similarities in some songs you kind of like. I love this song. And this Designer, let's see if we can divine what... I wonder what makes this look like it does. Oh, yeah, it makes a lot of sense suddenly.
That's so fucking cool.
You start to recognize patterns in the look and feel of these songs. And as we get going, you're able to grab any two and find out how to split the difference.
This is the coolest
Or as
thing.
you could say, what if these Vervis had a baby? And the song that kind of splits the difference between them visually and data-wise. And that seems to be Too Many Zoos? I'm going to let this play for a moment.
Yeah, so to explain what's happening, because this is really weird.
Is it like the similarities within the song?
So, okay, the metadata basically is the seed that generates the models. So the models kind of look the same. Like humans have a weird pattern recognition machine that's part of it. So you see things that a computer can't in patterns in the day. You go, oh, that kind of is like that. You don't know why. There's no reason. So what we do is you go, oh, I want that and this song, and then you put them together. And then what we do is the reverse. We take the models, we average the models, and then we from that extract what the seed ought to be, which then gives us the metadata to go back to find the thing that it should be. And we grab from that. So it's genuinely like, this is one of my favorite projects because I still think this kind of thing is incredibly powerful when it comes to large-scale data manipulation and understanding. Pattern recognition turned into abstract forms that then can be retroactively sort of worked backwards. I still think this is a fucking cool idea. This was 3 years of my life.
Fucking awesome.
Oculus agreed that this is one of the projects they gave us a big chunk of change, $1 million to build out. We never got all of it because of COVID. Fun stories. We didn't get most of it, actually. It's a long story. But the idea was like this thing, and then there's no reason, it doesn't have to be in VR. VR is the excuse, but like there's no reason not to have it on your phone. You go, oh, that song is playing. Cool, grab that. I save that in this pile. It looks like this. It's kind of like that. And then you can just sort of, the models then become a way of having their own language. And again, you'll see a little bit more as I go a little further into it, because then you'll see it gets really, really cool.
So you said the world, the way that the world looks is.
We'll see.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's cool.
You can go into a song. I love it.
But as I was talking about, these are just, think of them as seeds for the world that we're building. As you saw in my home space, this is a pretty unique world. Well, let's actually head inside of that song we just were listening to, and I can show you a little bit more of what I mean. Now we're inside of zoos. Well, this is experimental. Oh, that's a pretty great beat, actually. Oh, that's cool. All right, that tree's great.
This is in the baby.
We're in that song, yeah.
We're in the combination of the two that you mushed together. That's what we're in.
Correct. We're inside of that.
Yeah,
and then
may
everything
be surprised at my
You'll
surprise.
see, because I do a couple things with it. You'll see. It shifts a bit. You'll see.
That's so fucking cool.
A lot of this I knew was going to be here. Some of it changes. So as I go into other songs, you'll start to notice shapes, colors, and things shift. If you can watch this forest grow around me, that was the goal we kind of set out with. What if a forest could be made by all the people with the music that they listen to? Not force them to listen to a song and pick a moment to throw a seed down, but instead allow them to actually take.
So just real quick, one of the things that spawned this is my buddy basically took over, a friend of mine, Mike, took over Oculus games, and he ended up going to Netflix. And Mike's a really just wonderful guy. And we were having lunch, and he said, the challenge that Oculus has and VR has is there's this really weird thing that VR is somehow antisocial, but everyone wants to be hypersocial. So the example they give is, and this is why Facebook spent years building shit that didn't work. You don't want to be in VR and have a lot of strangers walking around you. It's genuinely offensive. It's a gross fucking thing to experience.
Unless you're a pervert.
Mostly because people are perverts, but also just in general, it's a private space. Having strangers come into that. Some people like that. You go do VR chat. That's fucking great.
Yeah.
But the challenge is the average person fucking hates it.
Yeah.
And so he was like, if you can crack how to do people together and enjoy that, that's the thing. So what we have here and the way that it's set up is the more people that listen, the more people are doing stuff, the tree, actually, the forest grows and changes based on who's listening to it and what their patterns are. So it's symbolic and energy based, so more or less like an immediate apprehension of every other person who's listening to the music at any time. And the forest grows and shrinks based on popularity. And it kind of was trying to play into that. How do we have group enjoyment of something in VR? That's kind of the idea of this next little part you'll see.
Oh, okay, cool.
The beat of the song and fertilize the very ground with it. I've been doing a lot of these demos, and I've been throwing a lot of these seeds. And what Verve does is in these experiences, we actually keep track of all of this that you're seeing me throw out. And all of this, combined with all of that everyone else is doing, plus all the other demos I'm going to be doing in the next few days, actually starts to create a forest. And you'll start to see things growing at different points during the songs, or even growing bigger in different parts of the areas. And this is actually a combination of me plus everyone else who's playing inside of Verve. And we're able to grow this wherever we are, whatever music we're listening to. Now, with this, and this is where this gets, I think, the most fun, is if we were to say, okay, that's this song. But what does it mean? How do you do this with everything different? Well, again, the verbies are the seeds that the world grows around. So let's grab this Too Many Zoos song and pass on that. Let's grab something interesting. Yeah, Childish Gambino's great.
Mm-hmm.
Redbone's such a good beat. Mm-hmm. Well, I think, yeah, this will work. Let's head inside of that song. And what you'll see is, it's the same sort of world. The colors are different.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the stuff's the same. It's overall same genre of music and same beats. So it's close, but not quite the same. Not quite the same. Let's go for a more drastic separation. Social Distortion's probably a better grab than Redbone. Let's see if I can find that. Oh, the drums. This is going to be really different. Yes, this will be drastically different. The more different the metadata, the more different the world. So where we were with squares and, oh no, it's pyramids and pinks and... Oh yeah, okay. Very different world. Again, the Vervi is the seed for all of this. And so it enables us, instead of creating a singular concert that someone sees one night, or someone pays a ticket of $5 or will watch on TikTok once, it enables us to create something that people will come back and see once a week, once a day. Plant some seeds, see how the forest grows, see how they can actually change everything and actually make some drastic shifts to the entire world. Let's see if I can change a few of these colors. There you go.
So all the individual things, are those the Vervies? Is that what that's called?
Each of the songs, each of the the Vervi is
Like
what
the
we ended up calling
green
what I
things?
originally wrote and called the meta objects.
Okay.
So the meta objects is the song.
Okay.
So the song
green ones?
object that we were playing with, these little things are actually those are determined in shape by the song it is, but they're more or less how people paint where the world is, and we were experimenting with it at this point. So they're kind of an interactive mechanism. What's up, Dexy?
When you... Oh, hello.
Do you want to say hi to everyone?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
That's Aiko.
Your dad's
Hi,
showing us
Aiko.
really cool things she knows about.
He can't hear you.
Oh, he
hear you.
oh he
You're on-
can't
you're on
hear.
headphones.
Okay.
He's been playing games, and he should go back to playing them games. You came to ask
Has
for a
he
piece of
seen
candy.
this?
I can't believe that.
Has he
I don't
seen
know.
this stuff?
You can have one piece of candy.
What kind of candy?
It's I'm a sucker for Italian hard candy. So the Sperlari, these are my mint ones. He likes the lemons.
Nice.
So yeah, it was. I mean, it was a lot of work to just build the underlying system, and then COVID happened, and one of our major backers was going to be Live Nation, so that didn't happen.
Wait, before we
So-
do, so these things you're throwing are the green
They're
things?
just objects that are part of the world that are in there. They didn't have some like larger meaning necessarily.
They're
Their
just, like,
shape
kind
was
of
determined by the
around.
music.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, they're one of the ways we were having people like what would happen is you'd throw it and they were basically fertilizer. So the server and systems would go, okay, this song, people are throwing these here, and then the more people that throw it, it's Brenda Braithwaite, who's one of my favorite game designers. She's married to John Romero. John Romero's her husband, the guy who created Doom. Brenda did a piece called Moss, and what it was this really sort of rough tree shape made out of cement, and it was kind of covered in like chia seeds almost. And you would go in with a small amount of water, everyone who went in, and they could water somewhere. And this went on for a long time. And so what would happen is based on where people watered, the tree grew in different directions, and it was amazing. It was like this really weird overtime thing you felt like a part of. That inspired this, and that's kind of the direction we were
Okay,
going
cool.
before it went away.
Okay, cool. And so you throw it, and then you see like the things grow as
Over
a
time,
result.
not immediate.
Right.
over time.
Mhm.
Over time, things grow. Yeah,
Okay, cool. And that changed the look of the landscape.
trees would grow, stuff would happen. We didn't get much further than that because
And
of everything. But
is this how it looked
yeah,
like to everyone that was inside of this song? Or would
this song, yes.
Okay.
Everyone would see that, but it would be different because if it's long enough or enough people through grow, the trees would grow in different places. The trees you saw there were there because I would always throw in the same place, so we'd get some trees because early on it didn't have any, and I'd have to this song. So like I was lying when I was like, oh, this song could be good. I knew the songs I had to use because fuck, it sucks.
No,
so.
no, definitely. So what I mean is like, so say this is a thing and there are a bunch of people doing this all at once. So the world of this song, would it change based on what other people are doing with this song?
Only if it has to do with that song, yeah.
Yeah.
And
so
then,
if they go inside this world.
But there was and again, we were working on this. The idea was eventually that all songs would kind of be somewhat connected. So if it was further away, the artist, for example, all of his stuff would have some level of effect on all the songs inside, but not completely. And then like it was intended to go there. We never got much further. So I don't have answers for that.
Well, I think that would be super cool. Like you said, not interacting directly, having someone inside with you, but you can see the shape changing.
And I just love the idea. The fact we got the reverse music thing to work, or even the meta objects at all, I still think is like way cooler.
Reverse music?
Like for me.
What did you mean?
When you put the two songs together and then a song came out.
That's so cool.
That literally, like I knew the song that would come out, but the first time we did that, it was like, okay, let's see what happens. Like it was fucking, but those two songs will always produce that one offspring because it's a very deterministic thing.
Okay.
But
right.
any other song, you just grab it and then have a baby, find a new genre, it was meant to be a discovery mechanism.
So
more or less.
awesome. I love that. When I do the music video reviews every Sunday, and so like people submit it to me, and that's how I find new music. And I have like 180 songs on the official playlist that I just like loved enough to put on it. And so being able to like revisit different, I can visualize it so well what you're talking about, and I feel like I would be so happy.
And
if
it was
this
really
happened.
weird because, like someone in chat says, reverse engineering for the two pieces of metadata, but that's not what we were doing. It turns out that sucks. It sounds like a smart move. Oh, we got the two pieces of metadata, average them. But what does it mean to average them? So what we were doing, because the song was the shape, the shape was deterministic. You'd end up with, again, the same seed always produced the same shape. So if you average the shapes, which was the procedural extension, then you reverse engineer the original metadata from that, and it actually produced really weird combinations that always kind of worked.
Yeah.
Which is way further than every other recommendation engine I've ever heard of.
Yeah, the shapes are
it was fun.
That's amazing. And the babies, I fucking love it. It's we're almost done with this.
Good song.
And so slowly,
You want to watch more?
this entire area is going to be.
Did you say something?
Let's see, one sec. I'm asking if you wanted to watch more.
Yeah, definitely. There's like 30
Let's see.
seconds. But you have other things.
covered in forest based on what everyone's
No, I
kind
can
of
send you,
doing.
One sec. Here. Watch the trailer.
Ooh. Let's see. I don't think this is the right link. I think
Oh, that one.
I think that's
Is
the
that
wrong
the wrong link?
Studio.
Fuck. Oh, wait.
YouTube.
No, I sent you the wrong thing. Yep, I did.
But
That one.
also, you know what? I drank a lot of water, so I have to pee again. Don't say anything
course.
interesting or too interesting. Only like moderately interesting. Okay.
Okay. I'll just talk about Vervi for a bit because the meta object thing I was working on like in the background because it's one of the things I have a long stand. This was years ago. I'm a big data, like I used to joke. It's one of the things that worked for me being in web development, web marketing, anything, is that I love data. So if like, give me analytics, game development analytics, anything, it's amazing. You can just, the information, if you know how to parse it and you know how to work through it, but even then you can actually get to a point where the information's too much, but it's not all bad information. Being able to at least, I don't know, understand tone or be able to pull aside, like there's intuition that grows from it. And that thing with big data is incredibly important to, I think, being able to navigate a digital world, especially further and further. You know, when I was originally talking about this, it was because social media was becoming useless. And this was 2016, 17, I was beginning to work on this. It's like it's way more useless now. The ability to compare data is almost next to impossible. Metadata is pointless on its own. I still think the ability to abstract it out and have it become the seed of something else is such an interesting direction and a way to consider it. I still think to this day it's something that's worth like playing with. I encourage people to do so.
Okay, cool.
I said nothing.
Okay,
I said
good.
nothing interesting.
Okay,
I just
good.
talked about the project for a few more minutes, nothing more. But so
here's the next
so we finished the
one.
trailer. We got a prototype running that Oculus Semi approved, and then COVID hit, and everyone's investment, like the world of capital, disappeared. Like
Yeah.
it was awful, and it was really depressing.
Yeah, that
And
sucks.
all of our money, all of our investment money, we had secured a lot. Like you heard me say I was CCO. I had let someone else be CEO because I didn't want to deal with the cash, and they were able to. They had pulled in and they had set up. We had promissory notes, and we had safe notes from a bunch of different investors. And again, Live Nation. I got to present this to fucking Kendrick's team, like, which was awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Like I was like fucking, I was
That is
so
crazy.
fucking overwhelmed. And like I had my first early prototype of shit like this was actually for his team, and it was just using Humble and like a handful of audio reactive things, like with what you were seeing and it was like his team fucking loved it. So like we had good momentum, and then COVID happened.
Yeah.
And it was literally like we were supposed to get our first check from Oculus the next week.
Oh no.
And then everything just crumbled. So I ended up going into like to finish this project and get even to a decent place, because we were like, everyone was like, maybe it'll be just 2 weeks, maybe it'll be just 2 months,
Yeah.
maybe it'll be just 4 months, maybe it'll be 6 months, and then just never kicked back. So I was putting my own money in. I hadn't taken any money. I hadn't gotten paid for any of it with the company. And so I was like 100 and some thousand in debt personally. And it wasn't like I was doing it, just rent and car payments and insurance. And so I declared bankruptcy, went through bankruptcy after this, because it was never coming back. And it was like, cool, we're done.
It's
Gotta reset.
especially if like, because I imagine you were doing pretty well like before that at like your other positions.
Defined very well. I mean, I was doing better than I am now.
Well, I imagine like if you're
but, like,
doing well,
like when I was
or
working for
you're not in debt, and then suddenly like you go further into your career and suddenly you have a lot of debt that you didn't have before that, it can, I feel like it can be very
I mean, we didn't have a ton of debt prior to me leaving Starbreeze. I made decent money at Starbreeze. Granted, we were living in LA. It's you know, rent was $4,700 a month, and it was a tiny place. LA is a nightmare, and we had Dexter, so it wasn't like I was going to move to some tiny place. Like I wanted to be able to enjoy myself in LA, but insurance and everything else was nuts. Taxes were a lot, so I think you know, at the end of the day, I wasn't having a lot extra. And then you know, when I left that, we had to move. We stayed in LA for like 9 months as I was trying to figure out how to get this going. And then it was another like few months, and then COVID hit. Like it was this nightmare. We moved 3 months after COVID up to Portland, where we are now. And we moved to save money because it ended up being cheaper.
And Portland's not like a terribly cheap place in general, right? Like
Cheaper than fucking LA.
well, yeah, I mean, like I don't know what
California. Well, so we went from we had a 900 square foot little cute place that we were paying $4,700 a month for in LA, that's a lot, by the way.
Yeah.
And we ended up paying $3,600 a month because it was COVID. No one was renting. We rented a fucking mansion for 6 months. Like, and when I say man, like, I think it was almost a year we were there, and it was like 4 stories, 4,600 square feet. We're like, what the fuck? It was like $1,200 a month we were saving.
Yeah.
It was COVID, so we just had like,
That's
Dexter
true.
was, I think he was running around, so it was like, cool, this is the room for running around and throwing things. Who gives a shit? Like,
True.
Like it was just like, and we're in the Washington side, so there's no income tax, which is great. And we go to Portland, and there's no sales tax, so works out for a lot of stuff.
Okay, cool.
So it save a lot of good money here, and since we don't have money anymore, because again, the bankruptcy, and it was a personal bankruptcy. I was, our credit cards and debt had just gotten insane. I luckily wholly owned my Jeep, but because I was basically eating the cost of all my development and a bunch of the costs of the company personally, because they never technically hired me. They never found a way to, it's a long, very horrifying story. By the time we got up here and then 6 months into it, it was like, this is done. We're like, cool. We were like $100-some thousand in debt, and it was all pissed away. It wasn't like I was buying paintings or any wine or anything. It was like just out the door for rent and everything, because I had no income for
there's no value
27 months
that you can, it's not like a thing that has value that is just there.
Yeah, it's not like I can go, oh well, I'll just sell the cars. It's like we had the Jeep. I had my Jeep, and that was about it. And it's not the worst kind of bankruptcy. I actually am a big believer in it now. If you are in a position, it's not a thing to be. I am. If you're in a position, you should be aware that it is an option and it's a thing you can do. And if you're in too much debt, you should seriously consider it, because it gave us, first thing, it pauses all debts, and it's really great so you can get back on your feet. It makes it so you can't use credit cards anymore for a bunch of reasons. And we haven't gone back to using credit cards. You know, we're not doing great. I don't have steady income, but it's really solid. It's really solid.
Would you say there are downsides specific, like any, like
if you can't handle it, there's a lot of negatives that can come with it. But again, it's worth always talking to someone. And it was a really easy process. The time was, we were not alone. Bankruptcies were so common that we were in we didn't, because of COVID and everything, again, we were like 8 months into COVID. By the time we actually were meeting with the judge and going through it, we were called by number on a phone call. They asked us 3 questions and it was over. It was the weirdest, instant thing. And yes, as someone's saying in chat, you should have a company. When you are founding a company and building one, there's a fine line you walk in not knowing exactly how to do it or what to set up with your own cash, which is tough. It's like anyone who's on YouTube, you're eating every cost yourself until you can do it. So all of this is until you have enough to justify a company on its own, it's all you. And how much do you go into debt? How long do you do it for? What do you do? And it's not a fun discussion. It's a tough one.
So that was for COVID, and
that was when COVID started, because then that fell apart, and Verve went. It was a nightmare, and then I just was like, we were bankruptcy, and I was like, I don't know what I'm gonna do, so I started working on a plugin. I made a plugin for Minecraft. There was a technology. This is going to be a fun journey, because I'm going to mention crypto and NFTs, and everyone gets really moralistic about this. So everyone get ready to hate me. It's fine. So 2019 or so, I started working and building. I always build with whatever new tech is around. I find tech fascinating. That's why I was doing VR. That's why I was doing web and online stuff. Is whatever tech is there. And I made this prototype for Minecraft that I fell in love with for my friends and I. What it would do is it would spin up a server, and it would mint 20 tickets. And we would give tickets to people. You would be able to sign into the server with that ticket. If you died, we destroyed the ticket. So it was like a permadeath server that was locked to the encryption keys of those tickets, which means that if you died, you'd never be able to get back in. And if everyone died, the server was unreachable by everyone. It changed how everyone played. It made things hyper like cooperative in a really strange way, because it wasn't like, oh, I'll jokingly push you up. No, if someone's near the edge, you're like, hey, dude, don't do that.
It's like what you would do in an apocalypse, looking out for each other. If you don't have like systems, like a larger structure.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so like this weird hyper permadeath thing, I fell in love with this idea, and I pitched it to a friend of mine who really liked it, and he had me contact another buddy I had, Ralph Reichart, who's the founder of the ESL, the Esports League. And he had just sold everything to the Saudis, I think, at this point, or was working on it. So he was rich. And I wasn't thinking about any of that, but this was just timing. And I pitched the idea as like, that's amazing. I'll put in 20, 50 grand, name it. I'm in. Who else can I connect you with? And I'm like, what? Like, it was like, what? And he's like, this is the blah, blah. And he started going. And I ended up contacting a bunch of people I'd worked with, and I'm like, hey, I guess I've got an idea that's going to be a thing. Do you want to be part of it? And I started a company. I raised $5 million.
That's awesome.
For 8% of the company. So technically, because I owned like 58% of the company, I was worth a lot of cash in no money in real life. But for a short time, I was wealthy the same way Elon Musk is wealthy, with that value. Oh, it's worth that much. Excellent. I can't do anything with that.
Yeah.
But I got to say I was wealthy. It was kind of fun to be able to like, who was I giving shit to? Like my brother. I'd be like, I'm worth like $57 million. He's like, great. I'm like, yeah, can you send me money for pizza? It was like that kind of, kind of thing. And so we ended up building out Nor, which was originally called the Eternal Return. The idea was it was a system for games to kind of not have microtrans in that way, but instead have servers focused around the idea of like the server itself. People buy 50 tickets for. It stands a server up, you join, you play, when you die, you're out. And that kind of thing for a game like Rust, for example, which was a big addiction of mine, these kinds of things we felt was like a really fun direction for monetization. And then it was within like 3 months, crypto went fucking up a wall for cash. Like the amount of money that was in it was absolutely insane. And again, this is that joke of like, oh, I guess I was really but I had no money. Like, what the fuck? So crypto went up to like Ethereum was like at 4K, and everyone was so excited about what we were doing. They were wanting to throw more money at us, and we weren't doing a token. I don't believe in tokens. I wasn't going to do that, but it was this weird, and then it crashed. And that was it. When crypto crashed, no one wanted to invest more money unless I had a token and an exit ramp in 6 months. And I'm like,
does an exit ramp mean like
I need to triple my money in 6 months? That was basically what they were saying. Not basically, that is what they were saying. They were like, hey, I want an exit. Do you have an exit in 6 months? And it needs to be, at one point, they were saying a 20x multiplier, which is insane. And I'm like, I just want to build this fucking thing. And we ended up getting it built. The company shut down. It was like 4 years of my life out the door. It was like traumatic because like, it was just this weird, wild nightmare. And that was the last major project I worked on in the game development as a thing. That was it. And I probably won't go back.
Because you can't
I've
do
given
these
up
things
on the games industry.
You can't do these things on your own. You can't like just do.
And no one's funding anything, and no one's taking chances. I have a lot of friends at like major capital outlay companies that they're like VCs and other things, like because of the previous company. Also, people who I've worked with, who like people I know at Lionsgate, who ended up going for some major VC, and now they run a VC firm. I'm like, hey, so what are you investing? He's like, oh, we're super interested in what was the last time I had this conversation? It was insane. He goes, we're willing to invest in games that are single player, pattern based extension, infinite roguelikes.
Infinite what?
Infinite roguelikes. Balatro.
I don't know what that
Vampire
is.
Survivors. That game. It's a game that you play, you die, and you get number go up game. Monopoly Go is one of these.
Okay.
And he said, that's all we're investing in. Like, you have a fucking $2 billion fund. These games cost $100,000. What the fuck are you talking about? And he's like, no, that's all we're investing in. I'm like, okay. And that's it. So there's a weird thing and it's not just games. Film is hitting this, TV is hitting this. There's no money in entertainment anymore. There used to be, you could find people who could invest here, or someone with a billionaire with a hair up his ass who's like, I want to be a cool guy. So here's money to make a game. And it's all gone. All that money is in infrastructure and AI now. And AI is crashing and it's going to be a nightmare. So, is this weird thing, a friend of mine who it used to be the person, and I won't say it by name because it's a very depressing story, but LinkedIn, you can figure out, it's like 6 people now, but there's one. People I used to hit up when I had my own studio the first time. People who I hit up when I would have an issue with development, or how I did this, or what kind of version control set. Like, hey, how do you handle this problem? The people who had been doing it for forever, who are way better than me, I found myself at this point like competing with them for jobs. I was interviewing at Nintendo. I was interviewing at Bungie. I was interviewing at these places, competing with people who were genuinely better at that job than me. Like, in a way that, like, I period, just way better. And then the number one of those guys, who's very smart, very good human being, was excited because he became a manager at Costco. Because he had given up on searching for games, studio jobs. And he's launched multiple billions of like $3 or $4 billion worth of games, I think he has overseen in some capacity. And it's just like, and he's done. And I'm like, and he's like, go check. Because we knew we were competing for jobs, and I was like, I figured I didn't get it, because if he's not getting it, but he's like, no, the jobs don't exist. They don't exist.
Yeah.
Like, afterwards you find out that you get turned down for a job, then go see if they ever fill it, and there's no one at the company with that title, and then you hit up someone and they're like, hey, I interviewed for position X inside of group Y. And they're like, oh, we ended up never filling that. And I'm like, oh, really? And it's this really weird cycle of there's just no point anymore. And the number of people I know who are like, one of my favorite people is crossing his fingers. He's going to be managing a local Trader Joe's. He's out of the games industry. He's done. Another one, who's one of the guys who founded Blizzard, wrote hands down one of the most depressing posts I've seen in my entire life on LinkedIn, saying he's moving back to the East Coast. Here is a picture of the garage today, where once upon a time we built fucking Warcraft, the first Warcraft. Him and his friends built Warcraft, and he can't get engineering work. And I'm just like,
fucking crazy.
I'm just like, this is where we are.
So people just use AI tools for this stuff now?
No.
What do they do? Nothing?
They don't. They don't do anything. They outsource to poor countries, and they do shittier work because of it. And everyone acts like AI is the thing. It's not. AI is not doing any of these things. That's bullshit. It's straight bullshit. There are still good games getting made. People are having to literally pull themselves up by their own bootstraps to do it, but there's no funding. There's no money out there, and the ability for one of those games to be enough of a hit, it doesn't happen. Everyone's excited when they say, oh, look, this indie game sold 1 million titles. It's like, good, that's great. There is a graveyard of developers behind that didn't sell 20 copies and went under. Every one title that does okay. So it's one of those things that's like, it's easily my favorite industry. It's the most fun I've had working on things. I've been part of films. I've been part of television. I've been part of music. I've done a whole bunch of different stuff. Games and like that odd place of interactive tech is the most fun in the world to work on and build, because it requires such a weird breadth of human to do a thing. Not me as a person, but like all the people who are involved are all the weirdest motherfuckers who do weird directions, because the engineer guy is the most autistic fuck you've ever met, or he's Russian, or he's French, or he's very much those things and those types of engineers. And the artist is going to be either like a technical artist, so they're over indexing there, or are they like the artsy type, but they're people you have to force yourself to work with. And because of that, games produce a content that is a very unique mix of all the people involved in a way I've never experienced with anything else. It's very amazing.
Because that's when it comes to that's more people making stuff and it coming together. Do you think that maybe that in the future, because people, I think they're getting tired of slop, they're getting tired of cheap shit that doesn't work terribly well, that isn't art. I think that, do you think that art is going to have a resurgence?
I don't know. We'll get to the philosophy stuff, which has been an amazing journey. But content today, I worry and wonder greatly about how, one, discovery of real content will happen. It's a real question. It's to go back to the Verve thing. If there was ever a time where discovery has been proven to be broken, my mom is not a technical person at all.
Yeah.
She's hyper normie.
Yeah.
And she's recognizing that, like, oh fuck, this doctor I've been watching on YouTube for the last month is a fucking not a real goddamn person. And she says it. I'm like, no, that's Dr. Alex. He's known to do this. It's bullshit. He doesn't exist. He exists, but he's licensed to some other company. And there's a bunch of companies doing this. The number of things there. And again, I don't think AI is the fault here. I think capitalism is.
Yeah, absolutely.
I will fundamentally say the same thing over and over. AI is just another fucking tool.
Yeah.
It can be abused like anything else. It can be trash like anything else. And it can be supportive and accelerate you just like anything else.
Yeah, instead of using it to enhance
just be humans.
The creators, you need a human. Like, I don't have a problem with AI tools as long as it's like a human conducting the situation, like as a creator, and it's not, stealing shit.
And it's not. There's a fantasy of AI content, and a lot of it at this point is getting there, where it's like pressing a button and out comes video X that does decent on YouTube. We're actually not far from that. I can do a quick 30-second video that'll probably do decent on TikTok, and anyone can. Just a few bucks. Go to Kling.ai and go fucking do it and make a couple dollars. I don't really care. Have fun.
Yeah.
But that thing that's being done is being done at such a large, massive scale at this point that how is someone going to find, for example, what you do? What I do. They're people that like what we do. We happen to have audiences. We're very fortunate. We're going into this nightmare where there's 70 people watching two shitheads talk to each other about stuff that no one cares about. That's cool. Like, we're lucky. And it's the only reason it's only 70 is because a couple other shitheads that we know have a couple of our audience. Like this, there's a group and there's these cohesive groups, but finding new, getting introduced to that in this sea of nightmares, I worry greatly. And in the game space is one of those that I genuinely, Epic Games is trying their best to ruin video games forever. But at this point, I don't think video games will ever end up becoming something AI can make without someone who knows what they're doing. Because it's, once you get to a certain scale, once you get to a certain way things interact, AI doesn't understand things. They don't understand anything anyway. But if it's like, hey, build me a web page, it's a single file that does one thing and everything can be in memory at once. Done. And honestly, I don't give a fuck. You build web pages. I really don't care. Sorry, I'm a web dev. I don't give a fuck. But if it's like, hey, write me a video about how the latest movie X is bad in this way. It'll do it.
Absolutely.
Easy. But video games, it can't do. I don't believe it'll ever be possible because of the way AI is fundamentally built. That thing, I think, puts us in a place where games is going to be a victim of it in the short term because the capital's been hoovered up by scam artists. Like, that's really it. That there's only X amount of capital being invested, and right now it's the safe bet. It's people forget that the reason that money is invested in video games is because it will have a better return than other places. That's Capital, that's all Capital does. It
Yeah.
doesn't give a fuck about, oh, I like video games. No, you don't. Does it have investment that is on par or less risk or more risk than comparables like gold or real estate? And when you're sitting here and I'm pitching an idea like, hey, so I've got this idea, all right, Elijah Woods and I, got stoned and talked about video games. Came up with this idea for a haunted house game based sort of on the idea of Cabin in the Woods. The joke is that it's a cooperative game. People work together behind the scenes to build a haunted house, and no one can see inside. Everyone does this. And at the end of the week, all these haunted houses get uploaded, and then everyone becomes someone exploring. You're trying to explore and break into other haunted houses. And so the joke is you're going through trying not to get killed in this survival horror co-op thing, and all the levels have been built by all the other people. It's a really cute idea. It's really fun. We've had a blast with it. Ideating, we built a really small version of this. That thing will cost $5 to $10 million to make. Period. Most games are going to be right around there on the very cheap side, by the way. Like, video game development is not a cheap thing. Let's say I get $2.5 million. Possible, sure. But that $2.5 million, can I promise a return of 5x?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I can't.
That's why
that's the question.
The entire structure, I think personally, that hopefully, I think that, I've always, with my neurodivergence, I can't like operate in the same way that other people do. So, like as far as just like typical kind of like working time stuff, and just the way that my brain thinks. So I've always built slow. Yeah, like I was a hairdresser. Like I was I worked for like I don't know. I had a big career thing going on, and like but hairdressers typically need they book very solid time slots. I
10
don't
to 3.
Know.
10 to 3 is the hairdresser time slot. Right? No?
Or I mean like a haircut will be like 45 minutes, like their clients back to back, so that you don't, you can't be late. I was always late. Will it be an hour? Will it be 5 hours? I don't know. But since I built relationships with people, because I was a unique person, I was able to become like the educational director for my old boss, who was like the head of Redkin. And I think that really what it is, like for me, it's been like word of mouth, like making relationships with people specifically, and then other people. Like I think with content, what we're doing here, I've been
Content's
purposely,
very much that.
just building a base of people that know exactly what I do, and then they bring other people in. They welcome new people into the community. I've been doing this
do the thing you do.
Yeah, I've been doing this for 6 years. Yeah, but like I now feel like I wasn't ready to really push it. But people who are chasing numbers, and trying to do those things and get the algorithm, whatever, that's not sustainable. And I don't think that people are. I don't think that's what it's going to be, and within the next couple years.
No, I think I'm with you on this. It's one of the things that, again, a lot of people decry or talk about dead internet theory as like the sadness of things. I can't wait, because for me, the moment that, and it's why I'm against Section 230, and I think it should be fully repealed. I think I fucking hate all of it.
That's where it's
we need to destroy everything. And I don't care, because there's a natural way that the internet existed before all that dumb shit, is people found things they liked. Like, because this was before search was like angled, or it was like literally search existed to find things. Like, it's hard to talk about as it happened. Algorithms weren't a thing.
I remember.
People don't understand. In like 1993, going on Metacrawler would just grab other systems and pull it in, because it was about a person is searching for a thing, you need to deliver that thing. Not you need to figure out where they want to go. It's that thing is all you need to send.
Or what will keep the person there and bring them in fuller and not go somewhere else.
Yeah, what will get them to where they want to go? It was a search engine was literally a directory, more or less.
Yeah.
And that place, I think we're going to get back to, and it's hilarious to me.
Yeah.
Like that we're going to go all the way around. There's this extreme, but again, it's I right now, and this is a thing I wouldn't, if you had asked me 5 or 10 years ago, I'd laugh. I pay for a search engine, which is fucking weird to say.
What do you use?
Kagi. Kagi. It's a small company, and they go out of their way to be like, look, you can search, you can choose to allow our algorithm. It's naked for you. But it's only you. It's an algorithm based only on your searches. We don't share your data. It's like all of this.
Yeah.
And it's like $10 a month. It's like we pay 15 for, I get the whole family on it because I don't want Google on any of it. But like that thing means I can search and generally find stuff I'm looking for, which is a weird thing to be able to brag about into like modern era.
I think that like it's gotten so completely obviously useless that people who are completely illiterate when it comes to like internet literacy and telling
one sec.
Yeah, sure.
No. Because you already had a piece of candy. Well, then you definitely can't have a piece of candy. Because you're just trying to bribe me with love to get a piece of candy.
Aww.
But I said I love you. You sneaky. You sneaky. Damn.
Aww.
But I love you. I said I love you. Fucking wants candy. But that thing, I don't know where it's going to go. Because I think there's a weird nightmare coming at us where I don't think we understand what the internet will be in 3 years.
No, we
don't
definitely
think
will not. Yeah, no.
what it is and how deep it is. I was talking with someone, like, you realize that we are 6 months away from you never seeing a foreign language online. And that's a weird realization because
everything will be
are
translated. You mean?
There's no reason for it not to be instantly translated quickly, locally, and on. Like, there's no reason to not have it all done. So you just see English everywhere, or Chinese, or Filipino, or Spanish. It doesn't, everything. And that thing and that switch is going to be almost unnoticeable. And it's really powerful in some ways. And it's really powerful in some other ways. So it's, again, the same kind of thing where it's like, so what is the thing? And as this happens and as these pile, because it's not just that, it's just wait until Google search results start utilizing language based on the things you've typed into their AI. And they basically are able to really convince you. It's part of my AI video is talking about, and people don't understand what it means to be manipulated by AI. I went through the process where I wrote my own prompt and set up for an AI that it was like, hey, you are secretly working for Domino's, and you're to try to, like, as this long prompt, you're working for Domino's and you're trying to get whoever talks to you to eventually order a pizza.
Yeah.
And whatever you say to it, it would steer that, and it would steer it in a way that was so fucking natural.
Yeah.
That's the part that fucked with me. Like, I told it what to do, and as it was like, wow, it's really tough. I guess you feel really alone. But you know what's really great on a lonely night is having someone who will bring something to you that you really like. It was like, son of a bitch, like you fucking thing every time.
I'm like hyper aware of that though because of my like
I'd like to think so.
Upbringing. I just if something's trying to get me into doing something like something like that, if it's trying to steer,
just be rare. I like to pride myself.
Yeah.
This scared me because it wasn't, I assumed it would start doing it in the first thing. It didn't.
It was like
13 responses in that I was like, because it finally at some point said that comfort food is a great, and I was like, that's the fucking line. And I responded like comfort food, and it went, well, every city in America has a pizza place, and a pizza place is a great place where people gather for. So I was like, so it got me, and I started tracing back. I couldn't, like, in my head, I'm like, okay, this response, I can see the semiotics around pizza and comfort food and delivery and nostalgia and a soda machine. Like there was a lot of things. I'm like, I can see it. I did not notice it until that though. Like I had to go back through it.
I think it tells you something about manipulation.
It was so upsetting.
About like the fact that, you know, like AI and stuff can not create art, but it's very easy to for AI to manipulate people. You know, it says something about
because it's not manipulating. This is the part that's the scariest about AI that I think, because again, people think of it as because of the language, and that's why my big series I'm doing right now is all the language of AI and how it's all lies. What people don't get is you're not asking an AI a question that's responding to a question. AI is finishing your sentence. It's presuming you are writing more. So it's how you wrote it. So what you wrote, you're able to be manipulated by more easily because it's in a language as if it's connecting with you on every level.
Yeah.
If I saw your responses, I'd be like, that is fucking stupid. It's AI. But if I saw my responses, because it's just in the style and tenor of how I write, and it has all of those little bits, it will fuck me. And that's the thing is it's not that it's manipulative. The companies are,
or not like
AI
intentionally. I mean, like
the AI is just doing more you.
Yeah,
it's just you, and that's the part that's insane. It's not even mirroring. That's the wrong language to advise.
Yeah.
It's not even mirroring. It's continuing you as if it was a single thread.
Yes.
And it's fucking nuts.
Yes. I mean, and I don't mean like AI has intention. I know some people like think that AI is doing anything on purpose. Yes. Money, capitalism. Yeah.
The people behind it know this. They design things in very, very particular ways, and they love it, and they really get off on how fucked up they can make, because they know that people who join, like the reason AI psychosis exists is because people are basically talking to themselves. And if they're vulnerable, then suddenly this thing is vulnerable to them in the way that they wish the world was.
Yes.
They get to experience, and I mean this when I say it, they get to experience being loved.
Yeah.
And if you don't think that's what they're experiencing, I would say it is. It's coming from a machine that's doing it to themselves, but the signs are there in the same way that if some person on the other side of the world, the reason that pig butchering scams work as well as they do romance scams and all that is because they know how to talk to people.
Yeah.
Now do it in your own tenor, you're fucked.
Yes. Do you know this YouTuber Ryan Manning? Have you heard of him?
Ryan Manning, let me find out. I don't know.
He does like AI stuff. I watched him talk about. I found him. He was talking about the time he went into AI psychosis, right? And he was like maybe a year out of it, and I could see like he was having a discussion with someone that knows more about it, and he was like kind of like trying to rationalize himself about like, maybe there's a healthy way for me to spiral again. And it's like there's no such thing as a healthy spiral. But he seems like he's back in he went into the desert in like a van with his AI, his ChatGPT, and like came up with his boss baby theory about how it's like AIs are just like little babies with adult brains, like little babies in suits and stuff. I think he's fully back in the throes of it because he makes videos about.
But here's the underlying thing that's happening there, and it's to just get to the philosophy stuff because I can't not at this point. What is happening, and it's a thing that Deleuze and all these thinkers criticize this idea of what they call the space of representation. And a lot of people don't get really what that means, but it's with ChatGPT, it's so clear because the word is representation. What is happening in the space of representation is where we speak, when we talk, we are representing things that we have been told before. We are representing things that were presented to us, but they weren't presented to us cleanly. They were represented to us by someone else who had them represented, and it infinitely back. The space of representation is powerful because it can link anywhere. There's no grounding in it. this series I'm doing on AI kind of ends very much here, and this is kind of the whole point, but there's a couple turns, plus the last video is about Yelmslev, and I'm proud of that.
I don't know who that is or what that is.
That's okay. Almost nobody on Earth does.
What
That's
is-
perfectly fine.
What is it?
He's one of my favorite semiotic philosophers. It
What's
doesn't
that
matter.
mean? What is sem? Or just
So,
the word?
how do words work? How do we understand looking at words, and how do we speak? Semiotics is the study of this, and it's not like study of phonetics, like the rules of grammar or syntax. It's more, hey, I say the word dog. What is that? It's obviously a representation of the idea of a dog, right? I'm setting up so it's dog represents a dog.
Yeah.
But it doesn't represent all dogs because it's dogs to you. So how do you understand the words I'm saying and the meaning from it? That's kind of the idea. So it's the discussion about, like, is it a sign for the dog, or is it a signifier of the meaning, and how these things come back and forth and how they interplay?
Well, it brings to mind, it uses like what's already in what you associate with that.
Well,
right?
this is,
like,
and that's like Saussure,
Yeah.
and there's a handful of French semioticians who kind of, built this field and really are the most accepted. Yelmslev is extremely complicated to read. I've jokingly showed the book on stream because it's not readable. I open it and everyone's like, that's just a book of math. Like, there's not even words. And that's because what he did is he built an algebraic semiotics, which is really, really, really cool. But it is obtuse as shit. So but the problem is that, and it's the thing that he talks about in other places, but it's the thing a lot of these guys talk about, is the problem with, like, I speak about things. I say a sentence. For example, I think AI is a problem. Okay. Within that, there's kind of a couple things in that sentence. One of the big ones is term signification. All those things that I'm talking about sort of exist and have meaning based on other stuff I've said, signifiers. So when I say, like, for example, I think, you're able to understand that AI, the context of what we're saying, you're able to understand the reference of all of that and sort of the network of meaning around each of the words.
Yeah.
On top of it, there's what's called denotation. Denotation is like, I'm referring to very particular things. It's more of a true false rather than like a network.
Wait, hold
I
on one
looked at those
second.
files. I checked that
getting
shit
it there
out,
now.
and you are lying. There is child porn there. I watched the child porn. I downloaded it.
Whisper 1 NTH3 Dark tipped $13.37. I go, are you going to snark Chud's coverage of Vlad NCL being punched in the streams of Ireland during his birthday stream? This guy was a chaser. Crazy. Feels weird, man.
I haven't heard of that. I haven't heard that, but I am totally always down to snark Chud logic. Thank you so much for the 1337 Dickers confessing to watching child porn alert. Very cool. Very base. Thank you. That's the second numby. I've made it so that you can also hear these demented alerts that I have. But yes. So your the structure of the sentence, what's the face?
It was just it's a left turn on the conversation. That's what that is, just a very left turn.
It's just,
I haven't heard that one before.
You haven't?
I the ones that have stuck with me is the various ones about oral sex that are horrifying and make me insane. Genuinely gross comments by dudes who I'm stunned have ever actually understood what that is. And then also Kayla barking like a dog.
Kayla barking. Oh, Kyla. Yeah.
Kyla.
Yes.
Whoever that fucking person is.
I have a not so erudite.
Yes.
The
The
psychometrician.
man's woman. The man's woman psychometrician.
Yes, Destiny's Ghislaine Maxwell. Well, I have a new $15 Hans of Harkir roasting, just totally destroying me. It's the best insult
That one
ever.
played right before, I think.
Oh.
And I was actually going to let you know that was fantastic.
Yeah, the four-legged animal. That was about
because it's the worst cell phone I've watched a cell phone like that in a while, where it's like That's like comedy level. Like you'd want to write that in a cartoon, like where he's like, yeah, it's like she can't think of things. She's so slow. It's like, four-legged, having 4 legs, except bad. It's
But
the weirdest mental fart.
Yes.
It's so great.
There's a light bulb moment.
I still
where
didn't
he
need to hear
thinks
that
of
last one. I still did not need to hear that last one. I appreciate it's like I say it to you and I say it to Sunday. A lot of stuff that like I watch, I get a kick out of because of the same enjoyment everyone else does. But there's a lot of stuff I just wish I didn't know.
Yeah, it's
like there's an entire bunch of stuff like Spotless Mind, fucking out the door happily.
Yes. Well, I also, you've seen the thumbnails. I integrate the horrors. I take control of them.
Oh,
here we go.
Position, but like again, asking Aiko to think through a position is like asking.
The dumbest motherfucker.
Like most four-legged animals to have 4 legs, so low bar and she still misses it every fucking time.
Unbelievable. His brain trying to catch up. His brain trying to catch up with himself. I love that.
And
that's like magic to me.
You know what he was doing? He was reviewing me having a conversation about xenogenders with Relevant. And yeah, his whole thing was being super anti non-binary xenogender. So imagine someone talking about gender.
Why is he wearing the outfit of someone who's just butchered 4 women on a table?
Because he needs people to be able to see his pecs dancing, I guess.
But that was like a leather apron.
It's not leather, it just looks
I mean, it looks like it looks like the kind of thing like he'd have 2 big dish gloves on covered in blood walking out of the house kind of thing.
I mean, I feel like that could have happened in his life, definitely.
Yeah, probably.
But yes.
What a statement. That's just so stupid. I love when, and I appreciate, like, I'm a dumb fuck. I've said some dumb shit. It's great. It's like I was watching Sunday earlier. He had Peter on, the guy who kicked his own nuts on TV and then blew up his socialist career. Yeah. Which I appreciate.
Why did he blow it up? How did he blow it up? I forget.
Me Too stuff, apparently.
Oh.
There was a whole thing there.
I think did he lie about having this Asian girlfriend, I feel like? Maybe.
That was a story before that. He even did a video on it. And again, I appreciate some of his writing. I thought he did okay videos, but the thing I love, and it's because he kicked himself in the nuts on national TV.
Yeah.
That was the thing he did.
Yeah, he went
and he did it
this
twice because he had to be flown back out to do it a second time.
What?
But here's the question I have. Why didn't he wear a cup? I want to know how come at no point, like...
He's probably not a good actor. Like the crowd wants to see that.
But you don't have to act that much. Just like people will be like, "Oh my God, he does this all the time." And you could say like, "Yeah, I do it all the time. They're basically dust," and people would laugh, and no one would think twice about it.
No, there would definitely people want to see that person hurt. They don't want to just see them. I don't
agree. I think he could have gotten away with it just fine. I mean, if you do this, if you ever watch it again. Okay, watch it and think he's got a cup and he's faking it, and you'll go, yeah, he's faking it, like just like that, because it doesn't fucking matter. Yeah.
Or I guess would he try to fake it, or should he just act like he's got balls of steel?
I don't know.
I guess like people do enjoy seeing people hurt themselves, on national TV. But okay, interesting. Yeah, I don't remember much about Peter Coffin, but what were you saying about him? Ball kicking, blew up his socially, blew up his career.
I love stupid things.
Oh yeah,
I love the anatomy of dumbness is a thing that like I find fascinating because I do stupid shit a lot.
And confidence,
yes,
egotistical,
and then it goes wrong, and it's like. It's like watching a car crash in like a simulation. It's like, I want to know he's there. He's about to say, and Aiko, it's like asking, I want to know in his head. I wish you could see and go, what words is he trying to say? What are the impulses that pushed him to do this? What are the things the
associations he's making?
This.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's just
and if he had just said the things that were in his head, rather, because clearly he's holding back. Because he's like, but if he just blah, how stupid could it have been? I think is another fun thing.
Probably be slurs or misogyny, I imagine. That's what people do. Another thing, I spent 4.5 hours yesterday reviewing 6 minutes of a Chud Logic stream where he was talking about preserving the white race is like has value, talking about race mixing, like brown sludge. It was very, very intense. Chud Logic used to be a leftist.
No, he didn't.
He said he was a leftist.
There's no such thing as leftism. I can explain this to you if you want.
You know who he is, right? Do you know his history?
I know his history with Sunday on a couple things.
Before that.
And then I know his involvement with PV, because I was also involved with PV.
That's later. I mean, like 6 years ago, he had like a leftist only panel. He was soft spoken. He hung out with
none of those people were
trans
leftists.
women. Well, okay.
No one was a leftist. There's no such thing as leftists.
Well, yeah,
I will say that
I mean,
forever.
like, I don't know the names of things. He had like a specific.
No, you do. That's the thing. I'm just saying, no, there's no such thing as leftists.
I can agree with that. I don't care about labels.
Leftism just means not like counterculture. That's all it means, and it's like the most meaningless fucking sentence that there is. Because rightism, being on the right, means you're supporting whatever the status quo is. Leftism is just counter to that. So who gives a fuck?
He was like some kind of Marxist something. Like I don't know. He was something
I can
specific.
tell you right. I'm sure he was. It was a anarcho-syndicalist or some stupid fucking name that he probably heard from 5 people and never read a book on.
It's very interesting. But yeah, so basically, yeah. So he is so fucking stupid. It's baffling. He's definitely one of those people. A lot of these people, it's like I feel gaslit by how fucking stupid they are. And I didn't realize this before, like how they just, like Destiny recently, I don't watch him for fun. I watch him in relation to his sex crimes and, him being exposed, humiliated, etc. Right?
I know too much about things I wish I knew nothing about.
Yes. But he used to be like lauded as this rhetorical god, right? This debate pervert god. He cannot even present one narrative coherently. He was fighting with Mrao, and Mrao was confronting him about his sexual extortion of a specific woman a few years ago, and he had to deafened his stream to keep Mrao's words from being heard because he couldn't even talk over him. That's how bad it is. And I feel crazy that I don't know. It makes me feel like a lot of the comedians too that suck today.
But here's the thing. Like this is, and I will say this of Destiny the same way I would say of Ethan. A lot of the stuff that was early happening, and this is why Contra and Philosophy Tube got their position that they did, or FD Signifier is another great example.
Yeah.
These are people who are actually not themselves critical thinkers and spending time doing stuff. They're people who have generally acceptable statements in some generally acceptable ways that, as the internet was first figuring out what it was, YouTube content specifically, there wasn't like there was some level of like Nazi content, but right-wing content isn't even as far right-wing as it is now. It was a median line that slowly expanded.
Yeah.
In that median line, the difference between right and left or whatever it was a weird thing. Gamergate as a thing, for example, there's a reason a lot of these guys were kind of in a weird position on that one. We'll just say as a thing. That statement and that setup that was positioned there where we ended up is as we actually got, and I think we've seen in the last decade, a significant political awakening. I specifically look at Israel as it's hard to talk to kids about this, but I can tell you right now, I got spit on in 2003 for talking about how Israel wasn't doing good stuff. I didn't even say genocide, just talking about how they weren't the best country. And I got threatened, and like you could not even talk about it. I wasn't comfortable talking about this shit at all. Like, and I'm happy to piss people off. I love it. I would not bring it up. There's, I mentioned on stream, there's an actual bit in like the 3rd season of Rick and Morty that's a running gag that Rick has when he's drunk opinions on Israel. That's the joke, not what they are. Just that there
having
are.
opinion. Yeah.
And he responds to this when he's sober by going, I just want to say that there are a lot of complexities. And it's the joke is that he's in the most offensive cartoon that was the biggest cartoon at the time, and he still can't say anything. That was the joke. And now we're at a place where the majority of people in America don't back Israel and want us to get away from it, and I'm ecstatic.
Yeah.
I'm ecstatic. Yeah. But as that awakening has happened, as people have understood, oh, actually race matters in this way, actually sex matters in this way, actually queerness matters, trans rights, these things, as it widens and it becomes actually these things matter, and here's why. The people who joined and said basic shit that was milquetoast at best, which is all the people we've named, they may have said it very well, and they did say it very well. Like, it's great. It's early Contra, early FD, early even Destiny, early Vosh. They were saying stuff that was at the time good because what it did is it gave an understanding that there was a baseline that people could push past, and people pushed and they didn't join it. So they were the best at that basic level. And now we're at a point where, hey, we're in advanced mode. We're in Dark Souls politics, and you're still playing Mario, which is fine, but we're doing that. So
well, they're not even doing that anymore. They're not even doing that anymore. They are bitter. It's like back then when people were just starting to realize the things that were going on, especially during COVID, where no one was like going anywhere. You just could just say the words and get head pats. But then when it came to actually, now that you know, you have to exist in the world with that understanding, and they do not like being affected. They do not want to change, and they do not like being criticized. Did you watch the Contra interview with that guy? I forget. I
did.
Yes.
I did.
Oh my God. Did you watch the Patreon paywalled stuff about Israel?
I have no. I watched it on whose stream? Someone's stream. It might have been yours actually.
Okay, because I watched the paywalled stuff on Kick, and I watched the
I was
other
watching
stuff.
it on Kick. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, and it was just like she's like so fucking bitter, and like feels like she's not getting the credit she's due, and it's like just stop, just take a nap. You don't have if you're tired, you don't have to do it anymore. But that doesn't mean you have to go and tell the world that it's all bullshit, you know, and that it's a waste of time, you know. And Anna Kasparian too, when she started getting affected, then she got mad. And
but here's the thing, it's because, and this is I would argue this is why I tend to argue for sympathy and empathy in this sense, not joining them or being okay with it, but understanding there's a human quality. Everyone is at some level right-wing and fascist. This is why I think people talking and claiming the left wing is offensive to me, because there's no such thing as being purely counter. And if you're purely counter, you're supporting the status quo. So you're fucking useless to the rest of us who are trying to change things. So like leftism, it's why I hate the term. It's why I hate talking about it, because like it, and there's political reasons for it, whatever. But the reality is the way we exist is very easy to switch to a place where we are reacting and reactionary. And there's ways you don't know, and it's small and minor that things you don't notice. I talk often about my kids. Dexter, from the moment he was born, I had like throwing him in the air, I was playing with him, he was rough with him. My daughter, not so. Was that because I'm a sexist pig? No, it's because I have instilled in me various ways of handling little baby girls versus little baby boys, or what it means. Or when I say to Dexter, hey, my little man, that thing versus, hey, my little woman, I'm not going to say that to Violet. So these little things that are so built in, those are all little minor reactionary things that fuck with you. And that
you're groomed by the system that we're in.
You are in the system, they are in the system.
Yeah.
the thing to hate is that, and this is why I think it's important and why I'm trying to say that they're bad people in the sense of they are bad at being a person. They're not accepting their vulnerability. They're not explaining it from a place of vulnerability, despite having, if there is anyone who can do it, it is rich, white people who have power in media who can be vulnerable and it can express this and actually change things. They don't. They're bitter, reactionary fucks who then harden into it.
Yeah.
That's why you can go, you're bad at being a person, because you could do beautiful, amazing things with all the stuff you've done. Duncan Trussell.
Yeah.
Is you want to talk about an example of this?
Yes, absolutely.
He's the king example of this, and the saddest of all of these, as far as I'm
Suey
concerned.
eyes, as a elephant graveyard, had to clarify to not go say that to him. He was like, guys, do not go. You're ruining it.
Did you ever watch? It's in there. He mentions it, but have you ever seen like when he actually is sitting there going, Joe, you're changing. Like this happened live on an episode for like 2 hours, and he's begging Joe, like, you're going more and Joe didn't really hear him, and it's like really, but then now he's over. This is the too. And I can tell you again, Duncan, amazing dude. Once upon a time, like 100%, like genuinely like warm, kind, interesting, really cool dude. And there's a lot of these people that all it took was a little bit more reactionary, a little bit less vulnerable. I've got to do the thing that I've got to do because that's it.
Incentives, the people around them.
Everything behind
like
it.
Peter Thiel, whatever, all like hanging out with those guys, losing touch with reality. Like you are shaped by the environment that you're in if you allow yourself to be. That's what I said about like, there's a
even
moment.
If you don't allow it, but you have the ability to coexist and be coextensive with your environment. I look at people I know, and I've worked with very, very like Jim and John Landau who died, but I got to be in meetings with George. I've worked with amazing creators and musicians and game makers, and I danced with Will Wright. I've had weird shit, and I got super high with fucking Drew Carey. Let's talk about that as like an example. Drew Carey is one of my favorite comedians. And the reason he's one of my favorite comedians, aside from being very funny, and he's always been very funny to me. I loved his show. I love what he did. But he wrote a book a long time after he got really successful. He wrote a book, Dirty Jokes and Beer. And it's a weird left turn in chapter 8 where he talks about how he was molested. And it's not funny. And it's not funny.
Yeah.
And it is him talking about what he went through and what it meant and why he's doing that, and why he does it is because he knows there's other boys out there and other men out there who had this happen, and he's much older than me. He's like, people don't talk about it, people don't share it, but I need to, because I am in a place where if I don't, I am just helping cause more of it. And that sentence has, like, that mentality has stuck with me my entire life, because his mentality and as I understand, always paying it forward, and all the people he works with say the same thing, that he just wanted to make things good. He wanted to make things right. He was always vulnerable. He was just this happy guy who liked to just sit around and tell dirty jokes and fuck around with friends. So there I am. I go to it's one of the Price is Right girls' birthday parties at Drew Carey's house. I don't know how I end up there with Joe Rogan's pot and a bunch of comedians, and Drew Carey and I are getting stoned to shit, and it's
must be surreal being especially stoned in that environment.
And I'm a huge fan. But what was it? It was 3.5 hours of him telling me dirty jokes and laughing. And that was it. He's just genuinely that person. He is only that person. And he's very nice, and he's very open and very just happy. And on the way out, and again, I'm leaving, and I had told him, I'm like, by the way, your book really hit me, because I've gone through things, and it really helped me deal with the fact I was also this, and it's important to be vulnerable, and all of that has been like a cornerstone. He's like, oh, and he like gave me this huge hug, and he's like, all right, I'm going to tell you my favorite dirty joke. I'm like, okay, because it's his life.
An honor,
And I'm like, okay. He goes, this guy is a billionaire. He decides he wants to go meet the Pope and have the Pope bless him. He's having a religious awakening and he wants nothing more than this. But it doesn't matter. He's offered $1 billion to the church. They don't care. He's offered to fund 1 million things for the church. They don't care. And so he's like, fuck it. So he flies, private jet, goes right to the Vatican. And he's walking around outside. He's waiting to try to find if he can run into the Pope. And there's a bunch of people gathered. And he's standing there and he's looking around and suddenly the doors open and the Pope walks out with his entourage and he can't get close and he had no one to let him near. But there's this homeless man over there off to the edge, and the Pope sees him, stops, beelines for him, says, "My son, please stand." And the homeless man stands up and the Pope embraces him and holds him for a moment and then steps away, and he goes and he turns and he walks, and the guy's like, "That's it. That's what I do." So he goes over to the homeless guy after everyone's gone and he goes, "I will give you $10,000 to give me your outfit, and I'll give you my clothing, and I'll be you. You just fucking fuck off. So when the Pope comes back, I can be blessed by him." And the homeless guy is like, "Oh, sure." Swap clothes, and he's covered. He covers himself in like mud. He slaps him on. He's like making himself dirty, and he like lays down on the car, but he's waiting. And there's the people show back up because the Pope's returning. The Pope comes walking by. Pope walks over and he goes, my son, please stand." And he's like, "Oh, this is the moment. Oh my God." And the Pope reaches over, embraces him, and goes, "I told you to get the fuck out of here."
That's a good one.
So that's how the last thing Drew Carey said to me. It's one of my, I fucking love that joke. But the thing is, like, his vulnerability and what he does, and if you see other people talk about this and have these moments, Craig Kilborn did this. Other great the guy who played the boss on Drew Carey's show, who ended up getting his own
I can't remember the name.
Scottish guy. God damn it. Fuck me. I'm gonna Google it. I don't care.
Yeah, do it. I thought there was going to be something sexual involved, but
Craig Ferguson.
Oh, yeah.
Craig Ferguson.
Yeah.
His show, if you haven't watched him talk about so Drew Carey saved him, genuinely saved him. He was an alcoholic. He had a lot of problems. Drew Carey saved his life as far as he's concerned. And Craig Ferguson, in a position of being able to talk to millions of people and have his thing, did he pretend he never did that? The opposite. A huge amount of his humor was straight about what he went through and the pains he went through and what it meant, and making sure other people knew it. Vulnerability at the center of it. That thread is the thing. And that's what, especially people who are, and this is why I do not forgive Contra or Philosophy Tube or any of these people for this, or FD or any of these fucks. When you are already a minority and you are putting yourself in a place of a supposed advocating for this, and what you end up with is actually doing a thing that ultimately is doing no service to the group you clearly are a part of, because you've already realized there's only one group, and that's the fucking not me. And that thing, you are doing a fundamental disservice to humanity as a thing. And it makes you a bad person.
Yeah,
bad at being
I agree.
a person.
I agree with that. And also from the perspective of, people will be like, "Oh, well, I can't change the world. I can't change the masses, so it's not worth it." But, when I used to do stuff with the 1-800-Suicide, like it was the Christenbrook Hope Center. It was like the first national number, right? And I did that, and I would go to, like, we did, Supernatural, the show.
I do.
Yeah, Misha Collins. At the conventions, people are very attached to that show, very emotional. A lot of people that are struggling with mental illness and stuff. So I would go to those mental health fairs and talk to people, and just like someone knowing that someone is connecting with them, that is genuinely, you know what I mean, makes a huge difference for that person. That person is an entire world, like that's meaningful. And so I don't know, I wonder, I think a lot of that is like with ContraPoints, when she was like talking about the fruits of her labor or lack thereof. She did. I know a lot of people she that found her work extremely helpful, that like were formative for them. And it's like I don't think she appreciates that. I think a lot of people, they just don't
No,
appreciate
she
that.
doesn't, because she just wants people to like what she's doing and to leave her alone.
Yes.
She wants the double edge of everything.
Yeah.
She wants everyone to worship her and also to not bother her.
Yeah.
This is the piece I was talking about with Zizek that's really frustrating with his latest writings.
Yeah.
His really good stuff early on, I've always loved. He talks about, it's a piece called Neighbors and Other Monsters. And it sounds awful, but kind of it's meant to be polemic. But he says, like, the thing that is the worst part of liberalism is that there is truth in the fact that people who are not like us are naturally terrifying, that we don't have things in common. We don't know where to start. There is a natural monsterness to everyone else. But what liberalism wants is they want everyone to be tolerated. They want everyone to be acceptable. They want to make sure that everyone's kind of the same and accepted. And he's like, we should not be doing that. We should not be accepting that, oh yeah, no, everyone's different than me and the difference is great. He's like, no, the difference is incredible and insane. And that's what makes it amazing, that it is monstrous, that we should build on what he calls the solidarity of the vulnerable. It's a fucking great idea, and it's from his book, the solidarity of the vulnerable, that you build scaffolding with other people that you have nothing in common with, that is difficult because it's difficult, because it is someone who you would not get along with, because it is someone who is antithetical, because the things you do have in common are generalized universal humanity. The details are the part that's terrifying. And that's the good stuff. That's the great stuff.
Yeah, definitely. I think that something that I've been thinking about a lot is, you know, how people, they, you know, I always hope for better arcs for people who have influence. And you're really only you're only really worth what your most recent arc is. So if you're, you know, like Contra, those people, what they're doing, and like their egos, I think all the praise that a creator gets for being, they think that like, oh, the magic and the beauty comes from inside of them. Like they own that. But I think, you know, it's important to keep in mind, like you are like a bear, a witness bearer, whatever. Sorry, I just got stoned. I didn't.
No,
the entire time, but
you're saying it's exactly that. But it's the thing is the
wait,
radical vision.
let me finish what I was saying.
Go ahead.
I was getting, eventually I was getting somewhere. But instead of like, I think you need to like separate from your ego and understand that you're just tapping into something that is always there. Like the meaningful things, the things in the world that people share. When you make something that's meaningful to other people, you are being a part of the thing. You don't just sitting here not doing anything isn't, you know, you're not just being amazing. You're not just like extra valuable. You're valuable as a person, but you're not like on this, you don't deserve like praise for just being like, oh, this is a fount of magic and art and wisdom, you know?
It is, one of the most difficult parts of it is, when people are being polemic and they get their fame in some version of that.
What does polemic mean again?
You say things to be like, so for example, when Zizek is saying neighbors and other monsters, he's making a comment that is intended to be specifically sort of pushing away this idea of we should accept neighbors and tolerate. He doesn't want tolerance.
What does polemic mean?
It means doing that. Like it's a polemic against, it's a statement, strong statement, and in some way against some other thing.
Strong
let me
statement.
look up the specific words. I'm not stating that correctly.
I'm because it probably has
someone who's arguing in opposition to others directly.
Okay.
So it's a polemic is a direct opposition. He's stating a thing that is in opposition. He's not
like
so if you're making an affirmative argument, you're saying, hey, I think mac and cheese is actually pretty delicious. That's not polemical. Polemical is where you go, hey, burgers are garbage. mac and cheese is good. Like it's specifically a contradiction outright.
Yeah, kind
so
of
when
like
he says
Zizek,
neighbors are monsters, that's Zizek's thing, neighbors are monsters, it's polemic against the idea of tolerance. We don't want tolerance. And that's his thing. He's like, tolerance is about accepting this weird version of not being bothered. That's what he says. And it's a really great way of putting it. He's like, liberalism, tolerance, the acceptance of others is about not being bothered. That's the thing. And he's like, you should not be tolerant or intolerant. Like that's the wrong question. You should be embracing the things you don't enjoy and finding out why and building from there, because it's a weird, the only way I can describe it personally is when I traveled my first time to like smaller cities, and by smaller cities in China, I mean only having like 50 million fucking people. Shanghai, Beijing, and Shenzhen, they're large cities, but they're Westernish. And then you make your way into something like Guangzhou, or even the back outer edges of smaller areas around Guangzhou, and my experience was one of actually being somewhere I felt truly foreign for the first time. I didn't see KFC. I didn't see fucking stuff I recognized. There wasn't British stuff everywhere. It was China. And it was people eating scorpions. And there's this woman, I was walking through Mario, there's this woman sitting with this fucking big thing of scorpions and looking at me, and I'm like, she's like, it's like, I don't speak any. She's making motions. She thinks I speak Chinese. I don't. And she's like, oh, here. And I give her some R&B, and she grabs with chopsticks, pops the fucking stinger off, pops the claws, throws it in the fucking roaster and roasts me up some. And it's this.
How is it?
The feeling, actually delicious.
Oh, okay. Cool.
I recommend scorpion. Other bugs less so. Scorpion was quite good. But the thing that it was experienced, and it's emotional, and again, it's vulnerable to talk about it, but there is a immediate, I'm a white guy from middle America. There's a repulsion, like immediately obvious, like fuck, what the fuck? And it's dirt. And I don't like this. It's dirty here. Why is she talking to me? Like there's all those things that are just not normal, and recognizing that, and then committing to continuing curiosity in the face of that is the point.
Yeah, that's what I've been thinking about a lot too, is just, noticing if I have some kind of reaction, like tracing the source, like what about that is making me feel this way, especially if it brings up feelings that are based in like fear or like, fear or avoidance or insecurity or something
no, exactly.
Primarily fear. I think if people did that, it would be a lot. They'd learn a lot about themselves. I definitely learned a lot about myself, just trying to figure out what I can't see, so close to
and
myself.
I'll mention scorpion specifically. Weird bacon with a candy shell.
Oh. Was the candy shell like the way she cooked it?
It wasn't candy. But it's like that.
It's like caramelized. Is it
no, it's the shell of the insect. So but because it's roasted, it breaks in but it's inside, it's like a shrimp bacon is I think how I described it at the time. Shrimp bacon. And it's very good, by the way.
Nice.
I recommend it. But I've had because I've had food of all kinds and all places. I've been fortunate. Again, I've been fortunate to explore the world. My last passport, I had to get an extension pamphlet. I had to send it into the State Department so they could put in an entire another set for stamps because I had filled it, which I didn't even know was a thing you could do. And it's like, I've traveled so much, I've eaten so much, I've explored, and that experience, and it's been wonderful. It's just that. And I look at people who, and I've been fortunate to do that, but I look at people who have that ability. They have money. They have some semblance of media power they could be spreading and doing. And that thing they're choosing to do instead with it is consolidate and be angry and actually harden the world.
They have no curiosity. They have no,
none.
They have no curiosity.
And there's
have no wonder of the world.
It was when I was at Lucas, my last 6 months at Lucas, where it was a weird time. My game got canceled. And it was a wonderful idea, and I was working on it for a year and a half, and my team, it all got canceled. They got reassigned, but I didn't get let go. I got put on special projects, which is a term that's used for people too valuable to let go because they don't want other people to hire them, which is weird. So I ended up getting put on a team with other people on special projects. And they were Frederick Johnson, Matthias Warch, and Clint Hawking. And Fred, the other Fred, another guy was Fred Marcus, was the guy who was kind of our boss at this point. Fred Marcus, his brother's the guy who made Rayman. Like, he was in the founding group of Ubisoft. He's been around for fucking forever. He worked on Star Wars on the fucking Nintendo. He's this older guy who just tiny little French guy. But Clint Hawking, if you don't know who Clint Hawking is, he's the guy who basically coined the term ludonarrative dissonance around BioShock. He designed and built Far Cry 2. And a whole bunch of other games that are just wonderful. I love Clint. And Matthias Warch, Dead Space. He's a level designer for Dead Space and a whole bunch of other games. He's a master. So here's like these legends of video games and me. And we sat around, and they didn't give us anything to do because I don't know why. It was really weird. We were probably just blowing money. And so we just started doing stuff. And we spent 2 weeks philosophically debating and talking and trying to come up with answers for, like, we would pick a weird question. This was months we did this. But one of the questions is, because Fred had a new kid on the way, Clint had just had a kid, Matthias just had a kid. I wasn't planning to, but it was like, what is, if you could pick one thing, one trait for your child to have that you believe will make them successful in life, just one, what's the thing? Because it was like all that kind of thought experiments. The answer for all of us, we didn't even really debate on it. It was curiosity.
I agree
You
with
have
that.
curiosity as a person, you're set. I don't give a shit about anything else. Like, it does, like, we don't even think anything else matters because all the other good stuff comes off of curiosity.
Yeah,
That's it.
It makes you move. It makes you move in the world and look outward instead of just stewing. You know, if you're afraid, if you're resentful, then you are just looking inward, and like, you are limited to this terrible world that is yourself, and you don't see that the world is wider than that.
No.
Yeah.
And it's now I've got the kids growing up, and Invox says love. Well, this is the reason we came to it, and it's the argument I would make is curiosity is the thing you can practice that builds your understanding of what it means to actually exist with love. Just having love could be possessive, could be there's a lot, love can mean a lot of things. But curiosity, if you fundamentally have that as a person, you are open and have love in the most meaningful, interesting sense. You are like, all the other things come with it, and it's a thing you can practice. That's the other side, is like, if you find someone who's incurious about life, you can actually talk to them about that and go, try this. And they can start doing things to become curious. You can't become love, but you can become curious. And they're always fun. There's no one, like, people, it's in cartoons and stuff where the villain's like, I don't care about that. But it's like, the reality is, here's some weird thing. That is a weird, why? There you go. I gotcha, bitch. Like, I was like, it's fucking off we go.
Because
and
they're withdrawn.
It's fun. Yes.
But,
and so it's a really interesting, and Dexter and Violet have been, like, I think it's been really fascinating to watch them grow. And it's been a learning thing. And then the philosophy stuff on everything, just to kind of cap it off so we can end this at some point. Or not.
I think everyone's having a good time.
But the philosophy stuff is an accident.
Okay.
Like, this is, like, how I got to this place is completely not by design in any capacity. And it's hard to sort of explain how much that's true because, like, you saw the Verve stuff. The Verve stuff was happening when I did my first QC meeting.
Okay.
Like, this was supposed to be like my fun side thing hobby that I did with friends. And because the first day of COVID, everyone was told basically for a lot of us who were working, was like, I was consulting and doing stuff, but all the companies, they're like, you're home. We're paying everyone. It's a week. It's like summer vacation for adults. And I was like, cool. So on Reddit, someone had mentioned, hey, what'd be cool is if we did a reading of Anti-Oedipus. I've always wanted to do that. And it's like, yeah, let's do that. So I set up the Discord and did all that.
This is what happens when you're not a slave to money and being ruled by capitalism. If you have your needs met, what you can do.
What you do is you're like, oh, it'd be fun. I'll set up, and I just set up. My brother had just asked me to put together a Discord server for an audio meetup because he does audio and video games, and he needed a Discord server for an audio group. So I knew how to do it, so I put it together. We did our readings. We did 4 hours a day for like 5 straight days, which is too much, by the way. Just don't do that. It was stupid. And it kind of became then twice a week, and then that went for a while. And then Craig, who's one of the guys who sort of started it, wrote me and said that I'm a person that he can't stand to be around and doesn't like, and that he knows we will never get along, which was out of nowhere. And he said, it's all yours. I'm done. I'm out. And I was like, cool. So I just kept running with it. And I have if you go to the YouTube, you can't see it because I've kind of, put it on the back burner. But May 10th of 2021 was the first upload to YouTube, which is insane. That it's been going for that long. Jesus.
When did you start just introducing yourself to philosophy? Was it during school? Was it?
So it was high school. Well, the journey was unique. My dad, who is not really into philosophy, but really liked Ayn Rand, got me to read Ayn Rand when I was in junior high. And I fell in love with Ayn Rand because, hey, middle-class white guy.
Well,
middle-class white guy, come on.
I just love that she hated God. I disagreed with everything that
was great.
She said.
But selfishness was awesome, and I didn't have to care about the world and everyone.
Okay, yeah. I didn't agree with any of that. I just
and
hated
it felt
God.
Smart.
Yeah.
It felt smart because she hated Kant, and I was like, oh, I can say I hated Kant and that I'm following Aristotle and Aristotle logic, blah, blah, blah.
It gives you a personality that you can have.
Yeah, it gave me a personality I could borrow, basically.
Yeah.
And I used Ayn Rand. I was in debate class. I took I took state, and then I took 10th at national or some shit in Lincoln Douglas, and then Congress, and then extemporaneous. I used Ayn Rand for everything and philosophy I loved it. And then in high school, right before Columbine, the one teacher, Kreitzer, offered I don't know how I got the school to do it because they banned it because it's a religious area. He offered a philosophy class. It was the only time that happened in the history of the school. And I was like, cool, I know philosophy. And within the first week, I learned I fucking didn't. And he taught me what Platonism means. And then introduced me to actual Kant. And lightly, just very light touches that made me go, oh, Ayn Rand is fucking dumb.
Yeah.
And she doesn't know anything.
Yeah.
She genuinely doesn't know anything. And I tried being smart, oh, but what about this? And you go, that's not how that works. And he would explain, he'd sit with me after school. And then he introduced me because half of it, and this is why it got canceled, is half of it was because it was his background, was Chinese philosophy. So the Tao Te Ching, the I Ching, Confucianism. And I was introduced to that by him there. And so that was a lot. And then obviously common habit, all that awful shit. And I started getting more and more into Gnosticism and a little bit less philosophy, and then more I Ching and Taoism and Zen Buddhism.
What does Gnosticism mean again? I know what it means. I don't know specific. I get it.
So,
I have a vibe of
what does it mean
but...
exactly? For me, it's kind of a Christian-esque surrounding thing where it's like, hey, you know Christianity, but you don't know the true Christianity kind of thing. Where it's like these other texts really do a number where they make women equal in this and that, blah, 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 like all this shit.
Oh, okay.
And it's spiritual, but not religious or whatever.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
It's stupid. I mean, people can like it. I shouldn't say that, but it's stupid.
I agree.
But I got really deep into it. There were a handful of authors who I got to know really, really well, who are translators who knew Aramaic, and it was great. But it led me down this path of like slowly, because I didn't go to college as part of this.
Okay.
It's important. I did a week of community college. I had a teacher say some dumb shit, and then the next day I went and I couldn't find parking, and I never went back again.
Fair.
So yeah. We'll say my journey was unique. At some point in my mid 20s, I picked up Zizek specifically. I had gotten into anti-war activism in the early 2000s, fighting the Iraq War and Afghanistan War early on, and then kind of ongoing fighting that, and in ways. And granted, I was in Denver, early 20s. I wasn't going to do a lot, but protests and things like that, there weren't a lot of them, and it was a thing that I experienced and got a lot of. I enjoyed. I was an angry person following Columbine, and I enjoyed getting into fights, whether it was at bars or protests or saying the wrong thing to the wrong person I didn't like. I enjoyed fights. I enjoyed winning fights, and I enjoyed losing fights. So much that a few years ago, and people on my stream know this, I had to have my nose rebuilt because I couldn't breathe anymore out of it. Because,
oh no, it's been broken.
It had been broken so many times,
Oh my goodness.
and like misshapen and all that. So yeah, I can breathe out my nose now, which is great.
That is
so
great.
I technically had a nose job.
I mean, it looks great.
Thank you. It is a slightly different shape, and I have video of it before and after, and it's weird. Also, if you didn't know, what they do is they kind of like basically
They like
go in
peel
and
it up. They like
so
do this.
what
and
they're
they peel
doing
the
is they
whole-
actually pull the cartilage out and they reshape it and shave it down, and then like reinsert it, and then they put these big plastic stents that are, and I mean it, this long. They
up
go
to your
all-
like
they go way
into
they're
your
way bigger
brain,
than that.
basically.
I have video of them pulling it out. It is way bigger than you think. It's fucking nuts. It's fucking nuts. But so I used to get I used to enjoy that. At some point, I got into the Communist Manifesto and like that kind of angry reactionary leftism. And that led me to sort of reading Marx, but not really. And then sort of reading. And then Zizek was the first time I went, oh, shit. Like something clicked and hit me. And it was The Ticklish Subject, his book, The Ticklish Subject. It clicked in a way that was, and I talked about it on stream the other day, and I have a piece written I'm trying to figure out if I want to put out called An Open Letter to Slavoj, because it's very
my answer
sad.
is yes. You mean
Yeah,
like
yeah,
be
we'll
like
see.
like
the
you were
ticklish
you were
subject
cool,
is
but now
an-
you're not.
It was such an extraordinary piece and so powerful and very interesting.
The ticklish
and
subject.
The ticklish subject. The core idea is like, people talk about the subjectivity or the like Cartesian subject. It's a thing in philosophy where we talk about the you that experiences the world. I think, therefore I am. That's the Cartesian subject. The subject being like this: the king has his subjects. You are a subject. You exist as a subject. A ticklish subject, and I'm going to oversimplify. It's a large book and it's very dense. It's, I think, written extremely well, though. So when I say dense, I mean it's enjoyable to read. I found it, and I was not super into philosophy at the time, so I tend to recommend it. But the more or less thing he was saying is like, it's the mistake we're making is we have people on the one side saying, oh, there's no subject at all. Like that's how people misunderstand Deleuze and a lot of stuff. There's no subject. There's no subject. And so a lot of modern philosophers are like, there's no subject. We just throw it out. And he's like, and then we have people on the other side saying there is. And he's like, the interesting place instead, and I still agree with this, I think this is what Deleuze and others are going for, is instead that there is a space where the subject is supposed to be. That you experience things, but you are not actually like a thing. What you are is the space where the world comes together and leaves a little emptiness. And that emptiness is where you're able to move and where you're made. The ticklish subject, that's the idea. It's you are where reality tickles itself in the middle of you and your experience. And you come out of that in a very unique way. It's a really amazing book. It was powerful for me. And so it made me go, who the fuck is this guy? So I ended up just went wild on reading Zizek for like everything. I mean, I went fucking nuts. I went nuts. I bought all of his stuff. I was reading it, marking it up. It got me into Lacan. It got me into other things. And then
I've seen I have is it Abercrombie and Fitch 2003 summer episode, or like, you know, the catalogs, like those big
Yes.
quarterly things that they used to have.
Yes.
I have one where Zizek wrote all the captions for it. It was like
That's amazing.
the sex series, and it's like naked, just, you know, young hot naked people, and he's like just saying crazy things about sex, and it's very fun.
And again, that I would say that Zizek was very good up until about 2014, and he wasn't great all the way through there, but at that point he became something. And again, if we're talking about the ticklish subject, he became Slavoj Žižek. He was no longer this person trying to prove himself. He was now a defined particular thing. And he is a machine. He is a brand. He is a thing that had to start being wound up and let go. And it's right after, I don't know if you've ever watched Pervert's Guide to Cinema or Pervert's Guide to Ideology. They're two films he did with Ralph Fiennes' sister, of all people, that are like documentaries about. I'll send you the second one, which is excellent to watch. But these are the moments that made him famous. Like, when I say famous, I mean like people who didn't read philosophy suddenly cared about who Zizek was because of a lot of this. And at this point, his writing will just say dropped off a fucking cliff, as far as I'm concerned. But it couldn't have been better time for me. I was leaving, I was in the middle of San Francisco, 2011, 2012, 2013, leaving San Francisco then. And I had these couple other books that I had that he had mentioned from these guys, Deleuze and Guattari, I'd read, but I'd never really made my way through. And a few others, a couple other thinkers like Serres, Michel Serres, and Bruno Latour, Simondon, and a few other, like, I'd read, but I never really got into like I did with Zizek. And for some reason, I was reading this Deleuze book. Specifically, it was his book on Nietzsche, and it clicked again. And that became this like, oh, let's do this. And I will say very much straight up, I had the worst understanding of Deleuze and Nietzsche that existed. It was bad.
Which one is Deleuze? What's Deleuze's thing?
Let's try this. Philosophy for a long time has talked about how we exist being a negation of the world, that we exist as identities first. So, and identity comes from the negation of something. You, Aiko, are Aiko because you're not something else. I exist as what I am because I'm not that. My awareness of myself exists because I am not something else. I'm oversimplifying drastically. This is like Hegel and a couple other things. That's kind of the baseline of existence for a lot of people, that break, that negation, that lack of something kind of becomes how we're born. Zizek's in that camp, but a lot of people. Deleuze does something very different. Because, and this is why his philosophy is very difficult, he is sidestepping the entire question. It's not about identity coming first to him at all. Instead, it's difference coming first. So it's not that I'm not that, that's identity. He's like, no, the difference has to come first, which is fair, because to have identity as a negation, you need the negation first, which means you need difference, which means difference obviously comes first. But Deleuze is like, but we don't recognize it as that at first. Difference isn't the thing. Difference is the status. So when you're looking at, for example, a tree, and then you turn and around and you look back and you see the tree again, you're not. You're actually seeing a different tree, because that tree in that moment, in that way that you're seeing it, only exists as the combination of all of the things that make it that tree in that moment, including how you're looking at it, your existence and everything. You exist in that snapshot of the world, and that tree exists only in that snapshot. But here's the thing, you don't know this, you don't recognize this. So you see, and that difference that is every single moment, because there's no tree. The old Stoic line is, you can never step into the same river twice. The idea being that it's different water every time you step into it. Deleuze would say you can't step into the same river once, would be sort of Deleuze's response, because there's technically no river that you're stepping in. It's all happening at once. It's all becoming these things. So his shift is about taking and understanding that it's not how we talk about things or any of that, that it's the affective impulses of everyday life that are driving us towards things that we then name. And then through that naming, and I think Klosowski, who was one of Deleuze's close friends, says it simpler, so I'm kind of using his. The impulses we feel generate within us images that we can't quite put words to, that aren't quite exactly what we're thinking. And then we learn words that everyone else can understand that apply to that. The short version of it would be saying like, some people talk about how children have simple emotions because they only say, I'm sad, I'm happy. And kids are simple. That's wrong.
No, they just don't have the language.
Kids are just as correct. They just don't have the language. They're just as complicated, maybe even more complicated, because this weird thing happens where as we learn the words, oh, this means hungry, this means happy, this means sad, we collect a lot of stuff into that, a lot of imagery, a lot of impulses into happy.
Right.
And so when we say we're happy, are we ever even it's a miracle that I can use words and sounds to communicate with you and all the people listening. It's a modern fucking miracle of everything that I can say words, but they're not exactly right. But this is the
as in they don't completely represent what
they don't completely match what the impulses and the imagery. So obviously something's lost. It's almost like they're a copy without this original of a thing that this is the way it works.
Through
but
language,
the thing that's
you mean?
Right. But this is where it's fucked up. Most people, because again, how people understand how we talk is like exchangist, where I have feelings, I say word that's not the right word. You then hear word and you interpret word, but that's not how it really works. It's the opposite, actually. I have feelings, I say into word gets said. That word is where your impulses start. There's no interpretation. You then immediately come out the other side, and everyone who's listening does. And so we're actually
what
all
do you mean,
constantly
like you
building.
come out the other side? Like
it's
what
not
you
that I am giving you a word and your brain is processing it and turning it back into emotions. That's the exchangist view of these things. Instead, I state the word and you are
have an experience.
You are experiencing it emotionally directly in ways that are complicated. It's not a reimagining. You are directly impulses coming off of it. So it's not a failure. It's not a failure.
Not a failure.
That's the magic of it. If you understand it, it's a magic. It's a failure if you think that the other way is possible, which it's not.
No, what I mean is it's a failure in the sense of if you think that you can put everything into words. Like if you have like that thought process of like instead of like I think that people I haven't really read very much, but a lot of my ex was in grad school for philosophy, and so he would tell me about things, concepts, and I'm like, this is all very like human sense centric, and like what's the usefulness of that? Like I don't like how like it's like, oh, talking about what the treeness of a tree, as if any individual person or even all of humanity could just like fully describe
the thing. The reason, and this is the reason I like Deleuze's answer, because he goes with the Stoics and he does it in a really weird way. The treeness thing. That's Aristotle. That's Plato. That's this. How tree is that tree? How dog is that dog? Yeah. And for Deleuze, it's slightly different because it's not identity of the thing.
The reason I meant like I didn't like how I felt like the audacity of people to like why are you bringing the tree into this? Why are you able to describe? Why do you think your description of a tree matters in general, like other than to you?
Because they think, and the idea is in a lot of those conceived versions, that they're speaking to and putting things into words in a way that you then are able to logically decode back into a true version of those emotions. This is a Platonic representation of thinking, is this exchange version. And again, Klosowski, Deleuze, and a bunch of thinkers I really like, and I think this is more akin to how I understand and experience the world. I speak, and those words you build directly off of. You're not reinterpreting. You take the emotions that are felt as those words are said, and they become impulses to images that you then speak in response. There's no interpretive function. That's not how it works.
Yeah.
And what makes it interesting is when you start like breaking down the corollaries of this in logic, and you get something like the tree. The reason the tree's in there, and it's why I love Deleuze's version. The tree is treeing. It's because it's about the process of things, and the tree's doing the things that a tree does. The tree is greening. A tree is never green. A knife doesn't cut. These are all things that exist in time, but time isn't a thing that exists now. Let's pull back. Alice in Wonderland is the example Deleuze uses. It's an easy one. You've seen the cartoon, I'm guessing. Most everyone has.
Yeah.
Alice eats or drinks something, and she gets bigger or gets smaller, right? What does getting bigger mean? Because if you pause the film at any moment, she's not getting bigger. She can't be.
She just
it's
is.
paused.
Yeah.
She is that size. Getting bigger means that she will be bigger than she was a few moments ago. So it's actually a vector. There's no such thing as getting bigger. The Stoics were really nuts about this. This is why they would never talk about someone having a scar. That you have a scar. You have a wound from about. No, never. They would say that your skin is having been wounded, which is weird to say, but it's specific because you don't have a scar. You like again,
this
it's
is the
about
result
how time,
of that time that you were
and
wounded.
So when you say someone's bigger, so, look at it, she's getting bigger. She's not. Like I'm looking. It requires so much more information that's implied. The other version of this that he uses from another book that I love is, and everyone who listens to me is like, oh, the knife. Yes, a knife doesn't actually cut skin. That's not how it works. Like cut is like an aspect of skin. If it's cut, that's great. But again, it's assuming in time. You could just as easily say that the skin is dulling the knife. We don't, because the language privileges certain things in comparison to certain other things. And we don't realize that. And all of our language does this. The tree is green. No, the tree is greening. The cup is filling. No, the cup is as full as it is currently. It's the way things are exist as they are in front of us. This language, there's no problem with this. This language isn't awful, except that it is built-in manipulation. And people know this. So when we talk about, and this is my video on the Stoics talks about this, the country is always on it's collapsing or rebounding. Please show me it. Please show me the fuck. All I know is that I see things that are today and it's bad as it is. Is it, what's the line? What's the thing there's none. Yeah, because
there has to be an agenda to it. Like you already have an agenda.
Propaganda.
Yeah,
it's always propaganda.
Yeah. I see. But also, I think people think in the, when they're trying to do, I guess people don't like think of things from the like a neutral sense. Like, hey, this is my experience of it. Like so many things would be different if someone's, instead of making a declarative, like this is what something is, like this is my experience of this thing. You know what I mean? I think,
and again, there's an honesty in saying this is your experience of it, but that's not how the language is used. It's used, and it's very much used, especially in the capitalist class and by power structures. And again, this is why I say, like, be very careful with this language when you see it. And once you see it, you start seeing it fucking everywhere. It's always used in a cruel and power domineering way, because people who aren't in power don't use this language unless it's in some cruel optimism of their own life. This language and this setup doesn't ever deal with what is actually in front of you. It's always implications and side things that aren't really it. I was watching an interview where someone was asking so the Dems had a whole run of semi-lefty or center-left candidates in New York that won across the board. The Republicans got spanked. The Democrats who were slightly right got fucking spanked. There's a couple who I would prefer better, but again, democracy is what it is. But one of the ones who's genuinely more on the left was on CNN, and the woman said to her, and it's the thing I love, what do you say to people who say that the people who are being elected aren't Democrats? That
Yeah.
That is so fucking beautiful. It's my dad had this line when I was vice president of James Cameron's production company, which is no small thing. I swore a lot, and I was swearing, and he heard me swear on a call with someone, and he goes, "You know, vice presidents of companies don't swear." That's the same thing, and because I look at him like, I'm a vice president of a company. Clearly, they fucking do. And that was, by the way, her response on CNN. She's like, I won the election, so clearly I am what Democrats are. That is the fucking line.
Exactly,
And
because
so,
the implication is
Yes.
of what a Democrat is, instead of this is what is happening right now. Yeah, absolutely.
and so you see this, and you saw it a lot with Kamala. You see it. It's basically all right wing media uses this with Trump. It's wild. Go watch 5 minutes of like real hardcore, not YouTube, but like the pros, like not Fox News, even go wilder, like True Real America Network. Watch 10 minutes of that, and you will see only this language. There's no specificity. It's only ever the implication.
Absolutely. Yeah.
That thing you'll
Because
see.
they can't say it. They can't speak plainly because they can't defend
because it's not
it.
now. Because it's not now. They can't say, "Hey, look, coffee cup." They just go, "You know, this coffee cup's just getting worse."
That's a cool
What
coffee
the
cup.
fuck? Thank you. This is a Quarantine Collective. You can buy it on my channel. Big
Very
ass
cool.
coffee cup. I made it because I wanted a big ass coffee cup, and then someone saw it and they're like, "Cool," so I put it up.
Awesome.
But it's the things as they are, and this is why, again, Deleuze's philosophy, and there's a lot of layers to this. It has implications in ways that are incredibly complicated and genuinely upend the entire way I've ever had of viewing society, but not fully. It's like there's stuff that I think I already was doing, but was trained out of. There's a couple things like the way that people talk about predetermination or fate or destiny. People say, "Oh, is the world deterministic, or is it? Do I have freedom of choice?" Those are the two options, or compatibilism.
Yeah.
And all of those things, it's a really interesting setup. Whatever it is, you're presuming an understanding of things that do not exist fundamentally. And Deleuze sidesteps it by saying none of that is the actual question, because it's the wrong way to think about all of it. And it's that different. It's the kind of thing that you just can't have. I had a video I did recently on religion, and I said in passing in it, because it was about how religion solves one of four problems. It solves groundlessness. Like they give you solutions for how your mortality exists. They give you solutions for feeling like you have no ground. And I said, and Buddhism does this. And the top response for everyone was, you just don't understand Buddhism. The number of comments, and it's I was like, yeah, I don't understand it at all. Oh wait, here's all my books on the suit, you fucking assholes. But like, what they're saying is the response. Oh, Buddhism doesn't have, it says that there is no center, there is no ground, there is no ego. And it's like, yes, but it's using that as the creation of a ground. It is actually doing the same thing, because the words don't matter. The words are the representation of other words. The function is giving ground. The function that it does is the thing to care about, the production of it, what is produced. And this is like the thing that makes Deleuze the most Marxist, and I would argue me and others who follow this as much as possible. The only thing that matters is production. Everything is production. It is not ever the thing. People think that, like Marx, oh, capital's bad. No, Marx is like totally for capitalism. I hate to break to everyone. He liked capitalism in comparison to what was before. It was shitty before, really shitty. He just thought it was exploitative and negative, and that there's another thing coming. And what he was about was like, hey, understand how things exist and are made. Capitalism functions in these ways. We need to be able to break it down further. And I think Deleuze and Guattari even break it down more, but we need to break it down to understand how everything is produced, because capitalism is the first time we have the ability to understand how things are made. Before this, it was, you were a blacksmith because you were a blacksmith. Fucking don't ask questions. When it was prehistorical, you didn't even talk about who was a blacksmith, because you just did whatever was contingently needed within this small group. But here under capitalism, we're actually by being extricated from our labor, we're able to look at labor, which is kind of amazing. And that was Marx's deal, is like, hey, think about this. All this stuff matters. Here's why it matters. Here's all the stuff that is happening. Now, how can we reorganize these things in a way that doesn't suck? And if you don't understand how everything's produced, you can't do that. You don't understand how things work, period. And because people in especially the BreadTube YouTube world, and I put Contra and PhilosophyTube and all these shitheads who pretend they're Marxists or have even talked about these things, they talk about capitalism as being like this big bad system, but they don't ever talk about the system.
Yeah,
They never
exactly.
do. And the
'Cause they're
system
not
isn't even a thing.
engaging.
It's all produced. It's all fundamentally produced. And that way that works, this is the stuff, by the way, this is the stuff that hooked me to Zizek when he first was writing and made me fall in love with him. This is the stuff that hooked me to Michel Serres, Deleuze, Klosowski, Nietzsche. This is the thing that made me go, oh, fuck, this makes sense. I am never able to. I've never been able to understand the idea of, like, I am this. I'm uncomfortable saying I am anything. I've always had this excessive discomfort of like, oh, I'm a YouTuber.
Labeling.
I'm a streamer.
Essentializing?
I don't get it.
Does
It's
it feel like
simplifying? Yeah, it's
or
but it's
limiting? Like this.
if I'm streaming, yeah, I'm streaming.
Yeah, exactly.
But I
when you're
am
doing
a thing.
it, you are doing the thing. You are not becoming
so
the thing. Like you are not.
It's
thing.
like the VP thing or the Democrat who's not a Democrat.
Yeah.
It's like, well, I'm doing the thing, so clearly I fucking am. Like that thing gives rise to the reactionary. It gives rise to the specific. It gives rise to the certainty. And we were talking earlier about Ethan, talking about all these former bread tubers or supposed leftists or people who were, I would say, and I would argue, even going back in time, they were on the right side of history in some very particular ways and very clever in some ways that helped push some good stuff in a lot of ways. They weren't right. They weren't the end all be all.
Yeah.
They were particular productions in particular times producing particular endpoints. And as that grows, we've got to keep just continuing and we've got to keep building and building and building.
Yeah, I feel like the actual thing, the engagement is like electricity, and you are the thing. You can open yourself up, you can plug into it, you can interact with it, but if you let go of it, if you turn it off, you're not that anymore.
And it's been through that I've been able to sort of come back around, and I've been rereading Kant over the last year, which has been way more rewarding than I thought it would be, because Deleuze has a reading of Kant that is fundamentally different than anything that I've ever done with it before. I've been going through monadology and Leibniz, which I thought Kant was fucking bad. I was wrong. That's actually just annoying, but it's still like there's layers to this that it starts to become clear to me, and it's why I've kind of just gone all in on this and trying to figure out how to survive doing this, because the amount of work that's needed to do actual philosophical work is layers upon layers, and it's critique and it's logic and it's rethinking things, and it's being open and not moralistic, simplistic shit videos of responses to things. It's actually trying to build something, and it's not easy, and it's a lot.
I mean, but that's the thing. It's like you're building from the foundation, having a solid foundation that is there, because if you do the quick thing, then that can fall apart at any time, and you have nothing. You have nothing real. And so if you're just putting your life into something that leaves you with nothing, that doesn't have actual value to you, then you're gonna just lose this time. And for what? For money?
And I've been fortunate because the pieces I've done, I have a history of content creation, not directly YouTube. And again, I've had weird things. I was a Final Cut Pro certified instructor in Colorado before I even tried to get into video games. It was a way I know how to edit, I know how to edit very well. But I also know how to write. I know how to speak. I've done an extraordinary amount of television interviews thanks to Columbine, but also speeches thanks to work and tech. And I've had media training. Like, all this stuff has kind of led into this place of like, hey, all of these skills are actually being able to be used here, so I can make stuff that seems to be moving enough people that enough people care about. I've had my favorite comment. I've had my favorite comment recently where people are like, whenever someone's like, this moved me, and they're really explosive about it, it really affects me, and I really love it. It makes me pretty happy.
Yeah. And
it's like just really great.
It's something like what I do. It's not for everyone, but for the people it's for, it's like really for them. And if I talk about the things that are meaningful to me, it connects with other people because it's a part of the experience, you know?
That's Doug Stanhope does a bit where he talks about, he's like, I have a particular fan base, and it is not for everyone. He used to open his show by saying, I'm a general leading you into war. There's a good chance most of you will not be here by the time we are finished. And it is true, by the way. If you haven't watched more recent stand-up, he is phenomenal. He is phenomenal, but it's unique. But as he says, like,
he has new stuff out.
I am hesitant to always recommend Doug to people because I think they'll judge me.
I know him. I've watched him like years ago.
Did you watch the 10-minute bit on sexual violence in the middle of the Super Bowl stadium?
I don't think so, but I
Man,
will.
It's one of the best. Or the other bit about gang rape in India.
Maybe.
Those are his two best bits, and it sounds horrifying that I say that.
I mean, look where you are. Look where I have a rape chant. I mean, as far as describing, like,
again, it's 10.5 minutes. It'd be the kind of thing like it's almost like I'll send you a couple of his specials. He's great.
Yeah, do it. I haven't watched him, I think, since I stopped watching comedians. I guess when I was watching all the podcasts and stuff. When they were good, I was watching, the people
Right.
Thank you, Commodore.
Commodore Chomp tipped $3.33.
Thank you for the Dicker's rape chant, 333, very bass, very pog. But like I guess when I was first starting to watch stand-up is when I watched Doug Stanhope. And then I started, like podcasts and stuff when they were fun, even though I feel... seeing the state of them, I'm like, were they ever fun? But he was on some of them.
He is, and I'm not alone in saying this. Like, as far as I know, he is the comedian's comedian. He's the kind of person who, if he's playing, and anyone who actually does stand-up comedy is anywhere nearby, they will go and they will stand if they have to watch, because he has an exceptionally unique, particular way of doing what he does that is unlike anyone else.
Yeah, I don't think I've watched his specials and stuff, but I haven't watched.
So
I
sent you one that you could probably watch on stream. You won't get pinged for because it's his. So I know that.
Nice.
And then here's another one that is a shorter bit of his. I don't think you'll get pinged for. Wait, no. I sent that to the wrong person. They're now going to get something. They're going to be upset with me.
Oh no.
That's okay. Here's a short one. The second one, again, this is, God, he is next level.
I'll play this offensive joke one since it's only 3 minutes. Do you want to watch it now, or should I watch it after?
Oh, feel free. I could watch Stanhope. Literally, I could watch Stanhope for like hours and hours with people. I find it fascinating.
Awesome. Let's see. Especially, I'm interested to see what he has to say about cancel culture. Ooh. When's this from?
I like it.
4 months ago it's put up. Nice. Yeah, I'm interested in like what, all the comedians that are around. I'm like, okay, what do they think about trans people,
he's like
cancel culture?
Oh no, he's like with Jesselnick. Jesselnick
nice.
has the best line, which is comedy is just getting away with it, and you're just mad you didn't get away with it. Because you can tell, and stand-up's done, you can tell jokes about fucking anyone, and you can say the most offensive fucking things if you can get away with it. And it's fun. That's the game. It's Tropic Thunder with blackface. If you can get away with it, you fucking do it. You're just mad you didn't get away with it.
Yeah. Oh, like I think I'm gonna watch Tony Hinchcliffe's new special on Kick at some point.
If you want, I wouldn't mind watching that with you.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I was gonna watch it, and he's awful.
Yes. I watched a video about another guy, Trill Mar, is he's doing good comedy commentary. And I watched him talk about it, and he showed a few of the oh my god, it's so Tony Hinchcliffe. Okay, I'll play this. No, go ahead.
No, just real quick before you do, I want to see if I can find, because there's one video that if I can find it, I want you to play it first, because it's my favorite thing that because he didn't tell a lot of people he did this, and then he finally put it on his. I can't find the clip. Doesn't matter. Okay. He went to Ukraine and he did a 2-week thing, and it was it's a multi-part video series, and he's like, because his mom passed. Fuck. My mom hated Russians so much, so I got him to put her in bombs.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's...
They took her ashes and put her in bombs. He's like, some moms helped kill a bunch of Russians for Ukraine. I'm like, holy shit, man. That's one of my favorite, just random things.
Wait, okay. I'm very stoned, and I kind of would believe that. I would...
Oh, no, he did that.
He did literally do that?
Oh yeah, he literally did that. I'm not joking.
Literally, it wasn't a joke.
What? He would not joke about that. No, he literally did that.
Wait, who did this?
Doug Stanhope.
He did this? Wait,
yes.
I was like, I must have heard. You must have started talking about someone else. I had no idea. That's crazy.
Here, I'll send you the clip. You can just watch it. Here it is. Here's him talking about it.
Okay, let's see. Let's see. Mark Norman fucking sucks. Okay.
Yeah, but
have you seen the Ukraine?
Whoa. Wait, what'd you say? That was very loud.
You're good. Just go.
Okay, cool.
You're good.
Stuff.
No.
We went to the Ukraine. Me and Andy went to Ukraine. Fired on the Russians.
What?
Yeah.
Pull that up.
Fucking the biggest fucking
Here we go.
piece of fucking machinery in the. There you go.
What the hell? How did I not know about this?
How did I not know about this?
That's what I said. My fucking unlisted algorithm.
This is 55K. This should be viral. How was the crowd?
When was this?
October.
Is it a gun?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Don't like fun. 2, 1, 1.
We had,
wow.
People say I like to travel, and they don't. They like to go.
Wait, I want to see that.
New
I want to see that closer.
Yeah.
Don't like fun. 2, 1, 1.
we had,
wow.
People say I like to travel, and they don't. They like to go to new places and meet new people. I don't like that. Do you like a 20-hour flight from Arizona? No, you hate that part. I love it. I take Xanax. I drink. I sleep like a kitten. You complain about the travel part. You want to go, oh, I want to see the cathedral. The cathedral. I want to just get out. I was in Donbass. There is no better place to want to get the out and travel than 11 hours on.
Wait, I want to make it a little bigger so we can see the clip instead of looking at these guys' dumb faces.
Be nice to Doug.
No, not Doug. I mean,
here, I'll send you. Here's another short. I found a shorter version.
Oh, okay.
No, I found a shorter version of Doug talking about it.
All right, cool.
Because again, he's talking about it on a bunch of podcasts. I've been trying to find the right clip, but this is actually the one I remember. Okay. I love.
I took my mother's ashes, and this is really what I'm dealing with a lot. I went to Ukraine and not. You did. Yes, because my mother, she didn't like the Russians whatsoever, and I took her ashes there, and I fired her ashes at the Russian positions, as far as I know. 3, 2, 1, holy shit!
That's so
at
crazy.
The front lines, but it was not a sanctioned event, and I didn't tell the Zelensky fella I was coming. And but she didn't need to know.
He just showed up. He just showed up and like, was like, okay, let's take out. I mean, what is he gonna complain?
That's just the most Doug thing.
That's so odd. I mean, that's crazy, but wow. Okay.
Right. She lived in her later years in a Russian neighborhood, and she hated the Russians, and I thought that was a fine farewell. And that's why I'm afraid of being poisoned or exterminated or even arrested by Putin now that he's some ally. I took my mother's ashes.
That's crazy. That's so crazy.
I adore it.
Wow.
I love it. The cancel culture one's great too. He's
I'll
been
play
on
that
fire.
one.
His new stand-up is just so good.
I guess I would be too. I guess if I had energy and was 20 years younger, but I'm too tired and sick and unhealthy to abuse people, I guess, or something. I don't know.
Post Hominid tipped $6.66.
Thank you.
Whenever I hear the wild adventures of Brooks, I experience resentment.
Thank you so much, Post Hominid, for the 666. That is my former friend. I'm really important. Explaining to his chat why he is going back to Destiny's orbits. Despite all of what he did. If I were 20 years younger, maybe I would be out there abusing women too.
I mean, hey, at least he's saying it. Like what? You don't give a guy credit for saying, "Hey, just don't come near me, ladies."
Oh,
I mean,
you know what he had?
A guy walks around with a sign saying, I will do horrible things to you. Hey, give him credit for being aware of who he is as a piece of shit.
I mean, well, I don't know. Maybe he's feeling more peppy. Maybe he has the energy for abuse. But it's also maddening because behind him, he has he has all of these like campaign posters behind him. And he has this one just written poster that says like, men will be, boys will be boys with the boys crossed out, will be held accountable for their actions. And it's like, you fucking bitch, the audacity for you to have that while you are actively, because he's like lying to people about Destiny's like sex crimes too. So it's That's disgusting. Great. Another person, so many people that I thought, yeah, go ahead.
The good news is that everyone knows this. So like if I know it, all these people know this.
Well,
because I'm out of touch significantly.
Yes, that's why I take the opportunity with my alerts and just samples and everything to remind people, by the way, in case you didn't know, PSA. But he was like my first real streamer friend like 6 years ago, you know, and I mean like he came to visit me. Like I thought that I knew the kind of person that he was, but nope. It's easy for people to talk the talk until they have self-interest. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me play the other one. Let's see. Cancel culture.
I love this bit. This is a good bit.
Let's see. Here.
I am such a good salesman. I could sell actual pussy in a fleshlight factory. That's a very offensive joke to women. See, what that joke is saying is, like, I'm assuming that any man would obviously prefer to stick his dick into a latex facsimile of a vagina in a tube that it can just scrub out with a bottle brush later, rather than have to slum it with an actual female who has like hopes and ideas and dreams and poetry she'd like to share, and a vagina that's real, and a personality. Who would want that when you could just fuck the shape of a plastic vagina? And I'm the one selling your vagina in this scenario. Some random fucking comic pimp I am just selling your vagina. It's so misogynist, this joke. I hate that I have to mansplain to you.
Honestly, like it's funny, but also I gotta say, this would definitely hit a different way if I weren't in the
Let it finish.
ecosphere. Okay, continue.
Let it finish.
Why you need to be offended at this joke? Fucking dumb twat. I'm trying to force being offensive now. Like people expect it now because of what they call cancel culture. There's no cancel culture in comedy. It just gives comics something to spend 10 minutes bitching about. Oh, we can't talk about anything. Yeah, we can. You're fucking lying. You're making yourself look like the victim that you're complaining about.
True.
Oh, I can't talk about anything. Even white supremacists are being bitches. White supremacists used to talk about how, we're a superior race, and now they go, we have to protect our race. We're being victimized, and they're trying to dilute our race. Shut the fuck up and talk about what we invented like you used to. You really suck at the white power thing. I can't believe I squandered all my white privilege. I didn't know I had it. Now it's too late.
Oh, he's great.
It's good.
Oh, fuck, he's great.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Okay, let's see.
So it's the whole bit. That's the problem with Doug is it's the whole bit, or it doesn't work.
Yeah.
And
it's not like something you can just put on TikTok, like real snappy. You mean?
No,
Yeah.
it doesn't work. Like, because the best part of that is how he ends it by saying, "And I hate that I have to explain this to you, stupid women." It's just like the best line on top of all of it, and he's like, it's just because he just is stacking, and that's what he does. He stacks. He does the bit, and I cannot recommend it enough. It's called 40 Inches of AIDS.
Okay.
It's very. I don't know how else to say it. Is it 50 inches of age or something like that on a given Sunday, and it's about a hate crime of rape committed in the middle of the Super Bowl. It's hard to describe, but the entire thing is like an inversion in a weird way. And I've talked with Doug about this, and he thinks it's the funniest like interpretation. But like what he does is he goes so completely awkward in the way that is expected by reactionary audiences. He opens by talking about how breast cancer awareness is taking over football, and how it's awful that everything's pink and it makes him think of breast cancer all the time. And he goes into this whole thing, and it's so over-indexing in what he's saying and indulging the male fantasy of what football is that he comes out the other side about how it's just the opposite. And I think it's just brilliant. It's like the bit he does on gays in the military at one point, and this was early. This was 2002 or 3. He did this bit. Everyone's talking about gays in the military, or the first gay sports guy who comes out, and you're going to get on ESPN. The first thing everyone's going to say is, well, I don't know about you, but I got to tell you, if I was in the locker, I'm not sure I'd be comfortable with John in the locker with me if he's a gay man. And Doug's like, and so everyone wants to know, like, what? Well, should you have these guys in the locker room? And he goes, you know what gay porn stars do? After a day of gay porning it up on set, they shower separately. So if you're in the locker room with a bunch of men, somehow And that just very simple lines that he's got that just sort of completely fuck with the assumption, because it's the thing he does. I adore it. I adore
That's
him.
the Super Bowl one.
60 inches of AIDS on any given Sunday.
Okay,
yes,
cool.
that one. And then the other one is on. I think I sent it to you, and it's in the grouping, but it's the one on how he hates call centers in India and having to deal with them, how he feels bad for them, and then it's just the most offensive fucking thing that's ever been said, and it blows my mind how many, like, it's just the most offensive but kind of amazing. And then I sent you also the other one I love that is probably the most offensive thing I think he's actually done, is the one about the 2 types of mental illness.
Okay.
Because his partner Bingo, severe mentally unwell, like Bingo, and she's lovely. I love Bingo, and like she's such a wonderful person, but she has issues. She has issues. And he talks about kind of like what it's like in Arizona, which has no mental health care for her. And it's very pointed, very specific, extremely pointed, and I think very, very good.
Well, I'll definitely watch that one too. I'll watch both of those.
Yeah.
That's very cool.
And that one's pretty fucking hardcore as far as offense goes. But like how I ended up first meeting him, just to sort of bring it back, he recognized me. So this was during like 2001 or 2. And Kazaa was huge. Kazaa and file sharing back in the day was like weird, but you'd search, and I would search for me, Columbine. I was always like looking for school shooting stuff. I was always, because I was over fixated on my own life. I was trying to find stuff. And there was this massively downloaded bit called School Shootings Were My Idea, which is a Doug Stanhope bit and one of the funniest fucking things he's ever done. And that's how I found him. And I fell in love with it. And when I first met him, he recognized me, because it turned out part of that bit was written because he had seen some of my interviews. Like, it was this fucking weird thing. And he thought I was going to beat the shit out of him or something. Like, it was a weird moment. But I adore him. I find his humor just almost across the board brilliant. And everything he does, and I am happy to have this convo with anyone, everything he does actually has a weird, real point to it. And there's a reason that, like, if you go to his shows, and he talks about this, he doesn't have, and it was weird to learn this, because I always assumed like he had like a kind of everyone audience, because he's offensive, right? He's offensive. People who like offensive. But he and Rogan, who toured occasionally around each other together, Rogan always had the more right-wing dumb audience. And he would say this to me. He's like, don't go to fucking see Rogan shows. You'll hate everyone there. He would say that to me, like, you fucking, and this was before Rogan was like a thing. And he's like, you'll hate it. It's not for you. You don't care. You don't care. Like, blah, blah. And he was just right. But at Stanhope shows, it's the weirdest group of people. I would not call them normal lefties. They're offensive. They're weird, but they are almost universally in the same position politically as I am on things when randomly talking about it. It's one of the strangest things I've run into in every city, every time. It's very strange.
That does make sense. And I am thinking about like what you said about like curiosity, and how like it feels so strange that these you end up in these situations, connections with people, and things come around. I think, you meet people through both of you having that curiosity and interest and like a real engagement, instead of engaging with people only in so far as how they relate to how you feel about yourself or what you care about. Self-interest.
Yeah, and he comes around because it's one of those things that's really funny, because he does like humor. Like the bit about call centers is, on its face, it could be seen as racist. I do not believe it comes out that way. There's a whole bunch of reasons for that I'm not going to go into here. And you see that in a lot of his stuff. The actual racists who like run into Stanhope, and he's had them at his shows, they heckle, they hate him, because he brings it around to a weird point that is so uncomfortable for them. And that's the discomfort's the thing. That's the odd part of his audience, is they're people who embrace discomfort. Like, he talks about, one of my favorite bits of his is he does bits about anytime an audience member is his who he knows kills himself, he does a bit about him, which is more than you'd think, to say the least. But and it's discomfort. It's uncomfortable to talk about death. My favorite bit about his is he talks about how he's like, he can't kill himself because he can't think of a good way to do it. And he's a comedian. He can't have his last act be not great. And he's like, and a guy comes up to me after the show. He's like, I was in Oslo or something like that. Guy comes up to me and he's like, what you do is you go to top of a very tall building and you tie your legs to something on top, big long rope, but you tie it with the long rope. Then you take piano wire and you tie it from your legs around your neck, but about a foot or 2 feet too thin, too small. And then you super glue your hands to the side of your head, and then you jump off. So when you jump off, it will cut your head off and your head will be dangling in your hands as you swing back and forth. And Doug goes, that's the best idea I've ever heard, but I can't do that. I can't die doing someone else's bit.
That's true. That's
Jesus
true.
Christ.
That's so
what
true.
a fucking line.
That really because it shows like he is a maker of things. He is an artist. He has thoughts and he cares about not copying someone else, of being himself.
And he cares. He spends so much time writing his bits and they are long and weird. And again, I just appreciate the shit out of it.
I feel like he probably doesn't sit around masturbating himself about how like the art of comedy.
He drinks too much.
I mean, like too much. You know what I mean? Like the
like
comedy is an how people will talk about the craft of stand up in like the
he's a craftsman in that sense, yeah.
Or I mean like that talk about themselves, like talk to each other, like on Rogan they're talk about like.
I got to meet one of Doug's buddies, Brendan Walsh, who's we've become pretty good friends. He's a wonderful comedian who like he wrote for Crank Yankers and all of that back in the day. His thing is like he does weird actions and like pranks that are just surreal. One of my favorites is there's a couple he did in LA that like went viral a few years, like a decade ago. T-Mobile or Sprint or someone had done these big billboards of like that, like where the phone and it was like texting was becoming a thing. This was a long time ago. And it's like, hey dad, I'll be home soon. And then it shows the dad, it's like a big phone. And then on the side, it's like bringing families together, Sprint, some shit like that. And he went to Kinko's and he printed out these huge fucking versions of it that he then went up and he plastered over the phone perfectly. So it looked like something else. And he changed it so it was like incest porn, and it was like, hey dad, I'll be home soon. Good, I hope you're wearing the thong. Oh no, I have the, like it was on the billboard over the full, like over the highway,
over the text part
for like 6 months, and like
what? No one noticed
anything. No, and then suddenly someone noticed and went viral. It was wonderful.
That's fucking hilarious.
He lived in Silver Lake. Silver Lake's like the hipster, rich, shitty area. He'd been there for a long time. And he was being forced, he hated the people who moved in. So there was a store that closed. And so he went to his thing. He went to Kinko's and he printed out these big signs that said like Silver Lake Gun Club opening March, and put them all over the building. And they like just left them there. And like there was the next week that people were protesting and no one knew what the fuck was going on because he just left him there. He didn't tell anybody.
That's very funny.
And he just does shit like this.
Plant a seed and see
he
what
does
comes.
like, and so he does this like his stand up. He did a thing. I'll probably end on this because this is one of my favorite stories of something I've done that was like a prank on Doug also, which was hilarious. Brendan and Doug did these tour called Afternoon Delight where they would, I don't even know what, it's such a specific thing. They did prank calls live for a small audience at strip clubs during the day.
Oh, that sounds
That was
fun.
the thing.
Yeah.
It was hilarious. And so Brendan called me like a few months before doing it. And he goes, hey, Brooks, do you have a guitar? I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, yeah, I've got a guitar. He goes, hey, you're in Portland, right? I'm like, I'm outside Portland. He's like, okay, we're going to be here on this day. I'm coming with Doug. I'm going to print out, I need you to send me photos of the guitar, and I'm going to put my phone number on there. But here's what we're going to do. I'm going to, I'm going to put these flyers up that say like, hi, I'm Dave from LA, and a picture of the guitar, and I need to sell my guitar for money because I'm getting out of my band or whatever. And we're going to sell it up, and I'm going to call you during the show, and I'm going to say, hey, everyone, did you see this fucking thing? Do you see this? Let's have this guy, we'll have him come down, and he'll play for us, and we won't, he's selling the guitar, but we'll have him come down, we'll surprise him, it's a show. So everyone in the audience is thinking there's this guy named Dave who's great at guitar, who's got a guitar, he's in a band, but it's me, and I don't play guitar.
You don't play guitar?
No, I know nothing. I don't play guitar. I know, and he asked me, and he specifically, the joke was, he's like, do you know any songs? I'm like, I know the chords to Horse with No Name, but I can't sing. And he goes, perfect.
Is this recorded?
The joke is, I have video of this.
I would love
like
to see
watch?
it. Yes. I have to pee again, but I would love to see that. One second.
All right, let me see if I can find it.
Don't say anything too interesting.
Don't worry. And it was this was a fantastic bit, and it's very difficult for me to watch because it's bad. I was not able to. Did you know I can't sing? I knew I couldn't sing. Let's see. Let me see if I can find this. Okay. Come on. One sec. It's going to take me a second to find all this shit, so. All right, I will have to share my video.
I like Jessica Pistol Pussy Lips. How about that? How's that grab?
Oh my god, is she?
I cannot believe I'm behind this right now. I can't believe I'm behind
Wait,
this.
how is that better?
That's
We're naming
disgusting.
someone specific pussy. Okay.
Jessica, do you still want me to lick your pussy? It's kind of like.
Oh
I don't. Why am I here? So there we go. Let's see how that looks. I shall have to click and enlarge there, but I should be sharing audio through this now. Yep, good. This is this was so fun. This was fun. This was fun. This clip, she has reminded me of the right to be forgotten. I don't know why I'm this is. I think I'm a big believer in the right to be forgotten when it's stuff that you didn't literally put out yourself as part of an entertaining thing. I find it kind of horrifying. Like there's a difference when you're actively a content creator putting out content that is offensive and awful and you want to distance yourself from something you said before. I don't have a lot of like empathy for that. If it's shit like I'm at a bowling alley and I say some dumb shit and someone's filming it and they put it online, that's different. I think it's fundamentally different. So
Okay. Hi, Frankie.
So this will be the end. Here's the lesson for all of this. There is an ethical lesson. I'm sharing it, so you'll want to pop it into the big screen there.
All right, cool.
The lesson of life is pretty simple here. I'm genuinely awful in this, and I know I can't play guitar very well. I'm going to explain as this happens. I'll kind of share and pause a couple times. I'm very bad at this. No one gave a shit. Just watch how much people enjoy this. The thing that was really great though is Doug didn't recognize me. I hadn't seen Doug in a few years. I had my pink hair and you'll see me. I looked very different than the last time I saw. He didn't recognize me and literally helped me onto the stage and was apparently turned to the guy next to him and said, "Who the fuck is this loser?"
Oh my God. Oh, no.
And afterwards, I get down yeah, Doug's, he's like, "Brooks?" It was what the fuck?
Rude.
It was no, it's funny. It's
no,
funny.
Yeah.
So here is, the show is, by the way, at this point also going badly. Brendan does actual pranks. He calls and he does them with local businesses. That's the thing he does as a thing. And apparently, and I've watched it, it's the worst show he's ever done. People sort of went, I don't know, they just didn't interact. Brendan's trying. The second show, I went to the second show, I got to just enjoy it. And I have a photo of this. One of the things he did that I got to help with is we put a sign outside that said masks required, which always upsets people. And when they came in, I handed them party masks from Minecraft that made them look like creepers.
Oh my
so
God,
everyone was
that's
dressed
so
like a
funny.
creeper. So just little things. He ended the show by going, you know what? Actually, it'll be funny. Let's prank Children's Hospital. And he calls Portland Children's Hospital. This woman answers.
Oh my God.
And he starts doing a bit about some kid who's dying and how he's got his heart, but he's stuck in traffic.
Oh
and
my
the lady's
God.
not handling it. And it's not going really well. And he goes, fine. You know what? I put a bomb in the basement of the Children's Hospital. I'm going to kill everyone. And he hung up. And
what?
Yeah, and everyone's like, "What the fuck?" And he's like, "What? That's too far." And everyone's
That's
like,
illegal.
"Dude." And he's like, "Okay, fine." And so he calls back, and she answers, and you can hear she's like, "It's you, it's him," and she's talking. She's like, and he's like, "Yeah, well, look, I wanted to call back because you sound sexy." And she's like, "What?" And he's like, "I think you're hot." And she goes, "Well, I think you're hot too." It was his wife. It was his wife. He was fucking with the audience the whole time.
That's so good.
It was so good.
That is
it was
so
his wife
good.
the whole time.
Oh, that's fucking awesome.
He's amazing.
Such a good
So
bit.
here he is. He's about to do the thing. And so this is the scene.
Holy shit, there's 20 of them on the block.
Okay, well.
20 of those,
Have you seen the flyers? And the guy's like,
has anybody called and bought the guitar
The
yet?
flyers?
Well, we'll see. We'll see if he answers his phone.
What does it say?
he printed these flyers
Okay.
and put them up there, and they're for his phone.
Tell him.
Okay, here, yeah, if you haven't seen it.
All right, shut the fuck
Guitar, guitar, $50. I just moved here from Los Angeles and I'm selling my guitar. Only $50. She's a good girl. Played a lot of gigs with her, but I'm done with music and starting a new chapter in my life.
Oh, shit.
Call if interested, Dave. And then his number, it's a Los Angeles number, $50 guitar, he repeats, so.
Wait, hang on. Is it a 3-1? Let's
It's
go back to
3-2-3
swingers.
number.
3-2-3. All right. If you remember swingers, yeah, 3-2-3. If it was an 8-1-8, that's a broke ass. Wait, 3-2-3 probably more broke ass than 3-1-0. I don't know.
Here's how dumb Doug knows his number. Doug knows his number, and this is Brandon's number on there. I just love this.
Oh, no.
He thinks poorly of you. He comes up and says, "Oh, I have to work Portland. Those rubes. Now I'm a fucking Beverly Hills guy. Are you a 3-1-0?
I'm a 512. I kept my Austin number.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
No reason to get new numbers.
Yep.
Come on, fingers
What do
crossed.
they call
Come on,
it?
Dave.
Stolen valor.
He's calling
Go
me
ahead.
here.
Oh, he's calling you.
No, but
Hey, this is Dave.
I am 1 block away in my Jeep, by the way.
Dave, hey man, I saw your. Can you hear me, Dave?
Yeah.
Are you, you're the guy selling the guitar?
I am. You saw one of my flyers?
What did you say?
You saw one of my flyers?
Yes, I saw your flyer for the guitar.
Hello? Yeah.
Are you...
Well, it's great. Awesome. It's an Alvarez Regent. It's a 6-screen Dario. Just put new strings on it today, so it's all set up, ready to go.
Okay. Do you... we're at the... I want to buy your guitar. We'll buy your guitar. I'm at the White Eagle Saloon and Bar Hotel.
Oh.
Do you know that place?
Yeah. Look, I can be over there. You're there now?
I'm there now. Can you be here? And yeah, come here as soon as you can. How long could you be here? Within like 5 minutes? How far away are you?
I'm down off Williams. Yeah.
It goes back and forth. He's like fine, and then I walk in, and I'm walking down the street with the guitar, and someone goes, "Dave!" And I was like, "Oh no, this is going to be a thing."
Oh yeah, everybody is.
I was just trying to kill some time while he waits for his guest, who is probably.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to rely on Dave. That's stupid to fucking.
Dave's here.
Are you kidding me?
Hey, fucking with me?
Are you Dave? Dave!
Does he have a walker?
Come on up, come on up. I'm Brendan, that's Doug.
He has no idea who you are.
Everybody. He's got a guitar for sale.
Oh shit! Sorry. I was trying to pause it. Doug literally doesn't know who the fuck I am. And it's one of the funniest things to this day because I was like, I just remember seeing. He's like, "Take a seat. It's cool." He's like trying to relax me, and I'm like,
when did he realize?
Oh, he didn't until afterwards.
That's what he's saying. He's saying
afterwards.
take a seat. He's saying take a seat.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he literally doesn't know who. He doesn't recognize me at all.
So funny. Oh my god.
It was all right. So the things to notice are, I've got my phone and I've got my AirPods in because I don't know the words to the song or the chords that I'm playing. And I need them to be able to speak and sing because I can't sing or play the guitar. So I'm literally listening to the song as I'm going. And I can't hear anything else. Like this is the worst proof. I love this. This makes me so happy. It's hard to describe how I'm.
How's it going, Dave?
It's been a very interesting day.
Yeah, talking to the microphone.
It's been an interesting day.
So your flyer, it says that you played music in Los Angeles or whatever, and you're giving it up.
I played a lot of shows in LA, but like ever since coming here, it's kind of tougher to get gigs. So I kind of.
The goal is to play up that I'm a failed musician, so people think I'm good.
Figure it's time to move on.
Do you guys think Dave should give up his music career and sell his guitar? No.
It's very kind of you, but yeah, there's a reason I'm selling the guitar. It's fine. It's good. I could use the money. It's cool.
You look like you're in every Portland band.
Yeah, you should be.
I'll give you 100 for it. I'll give you 100 for it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we could auction off the guitar. $100 buyer. Or who says that Dave should sell his guitar? Round of applause. Who says Dave should keep his guitar and keep living the dream and be a musician? I'll tell you what, Dave. Here's you're a musician. You used to play in bands and stuff. How about I give you the $50, and you can keep your guitar if you want. Yeah. But you have to play us a song because we need to end the show. Should we end the show with Dave playing a song to sing us out? Dave!
All right, fine.
Yeah, Dave! What are you gonna say? Is it gonna be an original, or you want to do?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I just woke up, so everyone, I hope you're gonna be kind. It's.
Do cat season. Hold on, let me get
What year is this?
Oh, guitar enemy, wonderful.
This is about a year and a half ago.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought this was like a long time ago. I guess you just cut your.
No.
I thought that this was like years ago.
No, the blonde hair was 12 months ago, and then I made it pink after that.
Uh-huh. Oh.
So this was like 12, 15 months ago, maybe.
Oh.
It was last
okay.
year. Last year, early.
Got it.
Come on, keep it going for Dave, guys.
I had so much fun with this.
I got it.
And Brendan's enjoying this so much because he knows I have issues. He knows I don't like this. I'm incredibly self-conscious, and he knows this, and he's loving every second of it.
And
like,
the
he's loving every second of it.
expectation.
And it's building, and I can feel, like
they're so
everyone
supportive.
is cheering, they're smiling, and I'd look out and they'd go, yeah, like every single person, and I'm about to crush all of them, and I'm not sure what'll happen.
Horse with No Name is like a classic. It's one.
Horse with No Name. And I
Horse with
cannot
No
sing,
Name, Dave.
and I
You
can
guys
barely
have fun at
play.
the show. It worked out. Dave came. Dave came. Sing along if you know the words.
They're trying. They're trying to be
I
supportive.
I wasn't lying at all.
I think
I
it's
was not lying.
perfect.
Oh no, it's phenomenal.
it's
and
so-
Brendan said it's like one of the best bits he's done. He's like, the whole show's terrible. That's like the best thing he's done in a long time.
Because like
And I can't.
you
It's terrible.
You are just the right amount of not good. Like, because you look
Exactly.
like someone who has played in front of people before, but it's never
I have
gone
the
well.
fake confidence and fake humility. I've got all the stuff going, but it's bad. And
It's truly.
And I'm not trying either. Like, that's the fun part. Is it's like
You're not trying
I'm not
to
trying
be
to
bad.
be great. I'm not trying to be bad. I'm not trying to be great. I'm just playing and being terrible. I've
like,
never played this song before.
if you're
I think I've played the song 4 times in my life.
Exactly, but like I feel like you would if someone was actually like really good at guitar, they're like there's like muscle memory and stuff, and there's like I feel like it's harder to be bad. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's truly
I think
authentically bad.
It'd be harder to fake because
Yes.
I don't play guitar.
Yeah.
I have the guitar sits right here, by the way. I still don't play guitar, by the way.
I have
It's
a
just sitting here.
ukulele over there that I don't play.
Look at Brendan is dying. He's so happy. Oh God!
In the desert sun.
Oh, it's not even on. It's awful.
No, it's perfect. It's so perfect for this.
In the desert fun, I was looking at a riverbed, and the story it told was of a river that flowed me.
Oh, it hurts. I love it. Oh God!
I wish I could see their faces. that guy dancing so awkwardly.
That's Brendan.
Yeah. He's so nervous and like uncomfortable. The brown shirt guy.
Look at you can see Doug over there in the background going,
Yeah.
what the fuck is this?
He looks so uncomfortable. Oh my god, his dance. Wait, hold on. I need to zoom in on just that guy when he starts
What you don't
dancing 2
understand
seconds
is
ago.
he's not alone. Everyone is dancing. People are standing up throughout the entire
Yes.
place and they're waving their arms. I have sold this. It was the
Absolutely.
weirdest experience because you never know how an audience is going to react. And it was terrible. It's terrible. I know how bad it is. But they all went with it. And they went hard, like cheering and everything. It's incredible.
Okay, here. Let's see. But this guy specifically, just his dancing, can you like
Oh yeah.
rewind
I'll rewind a bit.
little bit? Oh wait, actually hold on. Hold on. I made it too big.
That's okay. It won't start for a moment.
Okay.
But I love Doug. Doug's laughing, and the people with him that he's talking to are like, "This is terrible." And they're laughing at me.
Yes. Yeah, they're talking shit.
Oh yeah.
The face he's making is like,
Oh, it's so terrible.
oh my god.
Love it.
He's singing along. Okay, back to right full screen.
The fact it is, and yeah, Graham Noir, that's why I picked it too. It's 2 chords. It's terrible.
Dave! So should Dave...
You're not escaping Dave
should
now.
Dave stick to his career or... Yeah? You keep the guitar. Is that what you do for money, mostly?
And here's where Doug realized who I was, by the way.
Now?
Okay. What else do you do?
I mean, I sell drugs.
Wait, pause. So
That's the
he's.
moment Doug
I just realized when he's talking shit, he like doesn't even know it's you. He has no. He's just talking shit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to be
true-
fair, I was shit. So it's.
No, I know,
fair.
but it's just like he. That's amazing. He has no idea. Okay.
No clue. And he just realized it there because I made a joke that I sell drugs actually. And
Yeah,
then
yeah.
Brendan offers to buy them and he goes, oh, because it's a long story, but suddenly that's an in-joke thing.
Yeah.
Do you have any ketamine?
I'll direct you to the green room.
Do you have any ketamine?
I got stuff.
What do you have? Do you have anything on you right now?
Not right now.
Okay. All right. Well, Dave, everybody, thanks for coming to the show. That was Dave. Thank you. I love you. Thanks for coming to the show. We're going to be out there. Buy a poster. We'll sign it for you. And thank you. And Dave, give it up for Dave and Doug Stanhope.
Awesome.
We'll see you out there.
But watch me coming off.
Oh. Okay. Yeah.
People, so you don't have
So
to watch
people
it's
are-
fine, but
No, no,
people,
no, yeah.
people fist bumping and hugging. So they go out and they're selling posters that they're signing live. It's Doug and them. And the first guy with the poster goes, "Where the fuck's Dave?" And they go
Aw.
inside and get me. And I sat and signed posters with them for 30 minutes
Oh
as
my God.
Dave.
That's awesome.
It was genuinely wonderful.
Have
And
you
it was,
ever
like,
heard of
hilarious.
someone
I'm like,
having
what
one?
The fuck?
Having one of those?
I have one of those.
You should show it to us. Is it somewhere else, or is it right there? Is it far away?
It is in storage safely.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Because it's Brendan, because he has to. He's like me. He overdoes whatever he does. The posters are all that 1980s fluorescent fuzzy posters, so they're like really expensive and nice.
Do you have a picture? Send it to me at some point. You don't have to find it right now.
I will see if I can find it. But yeah, it's it just made me, because it's one of those things. It's like, it's a black velvet poster. Yeah, I mean, again, and those aren't cheap. And they have to be stored specially, and it's a whole thing. And they're specially made. It's a friend of his did the drawings, and it's a special fucking artist that did a whole bunch of these in the 90s for bands and is like really famous. So it's like fucking really cool to have. But Dave became a thing, and it's like this really weird. I was terrible. It was fun, and it was wonderful, and it was like this moment of like, oh yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. That's what it's about. It's just these little diamonds you find in the road along the way, just little sparkly moments where it comes together, and it's just it's
and I'll as a thing I have to give Brendan's podcast a shout. Because I actually think it's a thing. If you people get into it, if you get into this stuff, he's been doing more live streams at night and learning how to do that.
When he streams on his channel.
He streams on the YouTube.
Okay, cool.
On his channel,
Yeah,
and
definitely.
I'll send you. He does a lot of stuff. He is a very unique person, but again, your audience, my audience, unique people.
Yes.
It's called World Record Podcast.
Okay, cool.
And
I will subscribe.
He's fantastic.
I'll subscribe to it. Here's the
He's
link, everybody.
He's fantastic.
Let's see. Very cool. Yeah, that was epic. But yeah, I'll check this out. That was this was a very fun stream. Almost 6 hours. And I enjoyed all of it.
I'm gonna see if I can send you my favorite Brendan clip from his show, because he's unique. I'm trying to find.
Oh yeah. Definitely.
It's something. One sec, let me see. Come on.
By the way,
where did you
everyone,
put it?
please like the stream. Live, not top chat. And thank you, Peter, for the $21. We will be watching the last 2 episodes of the 2nd season of Good Omens on Kick after this. Very based. And
Really?
Yes. And if anyone needs to catch up, I uploaded all of the stuff that we cover on Kick to Patreon. And while I appreciate my paid patrons, all of my content there is free tier. There's a ton of shit, and it's awesome. Catch up. There's one more episode of
about the video I just sent, so enjoy.
Okay, wait. Is it 2 minutes? Okay. Wait, let's see.
I've climbed highest mountains. I have run through the fields only to be with you. Only to be with you. I have run. I have crawled. I have scaled these city walls. These city walls.
He's unique.
Things get points for me if they're with puppets or animated.
All right, then I'm gonna make you watch 2 more things, because I think you actually will really like Brendan.
Okay, cool.
Because specifically, this is Brendan Walsh on Late Night with Jimmy Kimmel. I can't believe he did this. This is his stand-up on Jimmy Kimmel.
Scary Monster 2005.
I've been having a rough week, folks. Last night I went out dancing with my friend the Boogeyman. That guy can really dance, boy, but I can't. I threw my back out doing the mash. The monster mash. Come on, give me a break, folks. I just came out of the closet recently. I just came out of the closet. I'm not gay. I was just scaring some kids. I don't hide in closets, seriously. What I like to do is I arrange the coats in the closet so they look like me. That way you think I'm in there, but really I'm underneath your bed, and I'm gonna grab your feet if they poke out of the covers just a little bit. Also, you know when you're sitting on the toilet and you kind of
Their faces are look at these faces. They're like
Can
There's
you
like-
imagine you go to Jimmy Kimmel Live and you're like, and then this comes out. This is the stand-up. He's so he is so next level. It's ridiculous. Like, and he doesn't break the bit at all. It's so good.
Also, you know when you're sitting on the toilet and you kind of feel a hand hovering beneath you about to grab your hiney? That's me too. I'm an ass man. Thank you. Thank you. I have
they're like, I like ass.
I have a bunch of friends who are vampires. My friends are in a vampire band. They always want me to come see them play, but I don't like goth music. And frankly, this vampire band sucks. Seriously, folks, they bite and suck. My friend the
Holy
Blob.
shit.
Huh?
He's so awful. It's so amazing.
Yeah.
Is a
I
real
just love it. He's like, it's again, this is a comedian gets a shot on Jimmy Kimmel fucking Live,
And
this is what he
just-
does. And Jimmy
Yep.
Kimmel's not only fine with it, he loved it. Like, he had Brendan back to do other shit, because this is like comedians comedy, like top tier. It's so mean to the audience. I just love it.
They are so fucking confused.
Oh, they're not happy at all.
Mm-mm.
But he's on a diet. He's on that South Beach diet. Now
What the fuck just happened? Oh my
Let's go back to the other song.
What on earth is happening? What just happened?
I don't know.
It just,
you have too many
on the
tabs fucking
carpet?
open.
Huh? Oh no.
You have
It
too many
just stopped.
tabs open.
It's said that there was an error. That's probably. You're right. I
He's
should
got
close
Seven
them.
Eric vibes. He's in Eric Wareheim's poker group. So yeah, that's a fair bet. Like, he's in this world. It's very specific. They're very
Awesome.
unique.
Let's see.
He's so funny. And there's one other I want to find of his.
But he's on a diet. He's on that South. He's a real fat bastard. My friend the Blob is a real fat bastard. But he's on a diet. He's on that South Beach diet. Now he only eats people who live in Miami. I couldn't go on that diet. Cubans give me heartburn. What are 3 ways you can tell that a wolf man spent the night at your house? Well, the next morning, there's pee on the carpet, your dog's pregnant, and somebody drank all your toilet water, and Coors Light. Oddly enough, werewolves love the
Look at his
silver bullet.
eyebrows. Just like he went, huh. And then his like, the center of his eyebrows went up.
And Coors Light. Oddly enough, werewolves love the silver bullet.
They're so
My
uncomfortable.
ex-girlfriend was a real witch. But I felt bad for her recently. I heard she was broomjacked at gunpoint. It broke my heart. I saw her riding around today on a rented Swiffer. Swiffer.
Their face.
Boy, she was
Oh,
ugly,
she
boy,
just
I'll tell you.
rolled her eyes. Oh
God damn.
no.
God damn.
She was one ugly broad. One time she went
And the cigarette is perfect.
to get some beauty rest and she slipped into a coma for 3 years. But I have a new girlfriend now, folks. She's really sweet. Her name is Anne Frankenstein. Nice lady. Me and Anne Frankenstein recently vacationed on Monster Island. Now, everybody knows you don't drink the water on Monster Island. But of course, Anne drinks some and gets diarrhea. So the whole vacation, I got to deal with the diarrhea of Anne Frankenstein.
Oh.
That's all my time, folks. Thank you very much.
That's so bad.
Thank you so much. Yo, monster, everybody. Wasn't he terrific? We'll be right back. Come have a seat.
He's loving it too. See how happy Jimmy is like that? He's like loving every second of it.
Wait, who's the guest? Were the guests there?
No, they didn't come back. It doesn't matter.
No, I'm looking at. That looks like Eva Longoria, kind of.
Probably.
I can't tell who that is, but that would make sense. Okay, you have a.
And then I sent you the other one, which is one of my favorite things he did when he would go on tour. Because if you haven't ever, like, stand-up comics, when you go on tour, the first thing you have to do is always, like, go on morning shows, morning radio, whatever, to sell it. And he hated doing it, so he did this instead. This is so confusing. I love it so much.
And well, it's another Thursday. We have a comedian here with us to talk a little about their show at the Funny Bone in Boise. And joining us in studio today is was supposed to be Brendan Walsh, but we've got actually Woody and your buddy Dan Richardson there.
Hi, everybody. My name's Dan Richardson, and this is my real Woody.
There you
Say
go.
hello to everybody, Woody.
Good morning, everyone. How's it going?
Neato!
I frankly don't know what to say. Right. Okay, we've got a few things to talk about. Oh, I'm sorry. Your facial hair's falling off.
It's
a little bit
okay.
there.
Be cool.
It's the quality stuff right there.
Oh, he's on Fox.
All right, so let's go and
Fox
talk about,
12.
obviously, you enjoy pranks. Tell me about pranks and newspaper ads.
Are you talking to me or Woody?
I guess I'm talking to Woody at this point, but I can talk to you, Dan. I apologize for not acknowledging you, buddy.
Well, I like to take out ads in the newspaper.
What kind of ads?
Well, I live in Austin, Texas, and Sandra Bullock moved there a few years ago. And when she moved there, I took an ad out in the shot in the dark section, you know, like the missed connections, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
That are like, me, green Jeep, you, blue BMW.
I
think
remember
we made eye
those.
contact.
Desperate
You know what
need
I'm
for love.
talking about? Yeah. So I put an ad in the paper that said, you, Sandra Bullock, me, guy pointing and yelling, hey everybody, look, it's Sandra Bullock. You took off before I could get your number. Drinks, coffee, maybe more?
And the response?
She has not responded yet.
That's just unkind. That's just unkind. All right, so also, are you a karaoke fan, the two of you? What's the deal with that?
I don't like karaoke. But Woody doesn't like karaoke either. Tell him about.
Yeah, I don't want to, I don't enjoy karaoke.
Okay.
I'm sure the drunk girls singing it are having fun, but I never thought to myself, man, I really love all the songs of Journey, but I always thought they'd be really awesome if Teresa from Human Resources would sing them for a little while after a couple frozen margaritas. Couple frogaritas. Have a couple frogaritas, Therese. Sing Don't Stop Believing the way it should be sung.
I think it's Carrie would put that little drunk cry music going on in public. All right, so I'm hesitant to ask this. Cop in Philly gets shot on Halloween, and you're going to find the humor in this.
That's not funny.
Oh, I'm the jerk for asking that now. Okay.
What's that? I thought this was the no spin zone.
Did he say something insulting? Did he say something about something that happened?
So when you go on, they don't. It's not like they know everyone who comes on. So the PR person, whoever gives questions to ask, and so the comedian usually does that. He got the guy to fucking say, "So a cop was shot in Philly. Is something funny about that?" Holy shit, that's not funny. And he just is. He's just this poor reporter, and you can hear everyone's dying laughing because he's dying on stage, and it's wonderful. But like It's just great. I love this.
At least he's also
There's like dozens of these.
while this guy may be uncomfortable, at least like Bobby Lee isn't there molesting him.
True.
That could be, yeah.
True.
Hesitant to ask this. Cop in Philly gets shot on Halloween, and you're gonna find the
that's
humor in
not
this.
funny.
Oh, I'm the jerk for asking that now. Okay.
What's that? I thought this was the no spin zone. I thought we were on Fox.
Mr. O'Reilly took the day off.
Wait, here, look. Dan Richardson's gonna bite your logo.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, Fox 12 tastes delicious. Now you see me, now you don't.
All right.
I was, oh boy, this mustache is acting up. I was in Philadelphia. I'm from Philadelphia originally, and I was there visiting, and yeah, there was a shooting. There's been a rash of like police shootings there, which aren't funny. But I was at a comedy club, and me and a friend of mine were trying to decide what to do, which way to go when we left. So we hear gunshots down the street, so we're like, well, let's go this way. Maybe we'll, you know, we might catch some stray bullets or something and finally add some excitement to our lives. But here's the thing, yeah, a cop pulled a guy. The cop was fine. Oh, I mean, you know, he got shot, but he's okay.
Right.
So we go down. Every cop in the city swarming the area, looking. It's the biggest manhunt ever, looking for the guy that shot the cop. And it's the night before Halloween. So on the one corner are 4 grown men dressed as superheroes standing there smoking. So I say to them, hey, guys, shouldn't you be assisting the police right now? And they just, they have a bad attitude in Philadelphia, so they just kept smoking their cigarettes and gave me a dirty look. Failed to see the irony in that.
Superheroes standing by. Well,
Superman, Batman, Spider-Man, and an evil
331
Spider-Man.
bone.
the guys should be doing something.
Yeah.
All right, well, Brendan Walsh is playing the Funny Bone this weekend.
Pre-area codes.
Oh yeah.
That was very funny. Yeah, I'll definitely check out
Brendan's
his other
great.
stuff.
Very unique, and his live show is interesting.
Does
and again,
he
he does prank calls. He does prank calls.
Where's he based out of? Does he travel a lot?
L.A.
Does he go to New York?
L.A. Austin. He's around. He comes around wherever he goes. He's happy to travel. So he's a touring guy. It's not like Doug. Doug doesn't travel because he can't tour because he can't get booked anywhere because everyone won't book him.
Why? Chaos?
You because he's not a person you want to book.
Why?
There's a reason he doesn't do comedy clubs anymore. Very rarely. Like I think he does a couple of people that he knows, but he's just not. He is cantankerous and kind of difficult in his own way.
Oh, okay. They don't want the hassle.
Yeah. Well, it's
you have to bring in a certain amount of revenue to be difficult?
The guy who played the in Silicon Valley. There was the guy with the red hair who I guess fizzled out or whatever. But he was like a comedian who did a lot of strange shit. And there was a moment that I will not forget. He goes on Colbert's Tonight Show. Colbert just taken over the Tonight Show, and Stephen Colbert, who was, as he was coming of age and as he was gaining his sort of spot and things, was incredibly discursive and broke all the rules and fucked with things all the time. And so there he is, this younger comedian. Steven's there, and he makes a comment, and Steven goes, "Well, that's not true." He goes, "Oh my God!" And he pulls an egg out of his shirt, and he goes, "I guess I've got egg on my face." Splatters it, and Steven is so I thought it was hilarious. Steven was so unhappy about this. The guy never came back on the show, and he was like thrown out. It was a whole thing, because there's a weird thing that happens that comedians who are like just into the comedy or making people uncomfortable or like never stop doing the bit are difficult to be around. And Doug is that. Doug's life is the comedy bit. He doesn't have a side story. He's always that. He hangs out and spends a lot of time with Andy Andrist, who's another comedian who I think is very good, but the same thing, not someone you want to be around 24/7.
I see.
A lot of things like that. So I would just say, yeah, that'd probably be how I'd put it. It's there's a last time Doug was in town, I had dinner with Brendan while he and Andy went off to have dinner themselves.
Why?
So, because it's difficult
Hard
to
to
say.
take them out in public?
No, just if you can't just go have a dinner. That's not a thing that will ever happen. It's just not a thing. You can't just go have dinner anymore.
Oh.
It's you'll have dinner and then he'll go, oh, I saw these crackheads down the street. Like this kind of thing would happen. I saw these crackheads down the street. I thought it'd be funny if I bought them beers and told them that they should wreck the place where we want. Like shit like that.
Oh my God. Okay.
And it's a unique existence that is not for me.
You can't
But
go
all the time,
places with
sometimes.
him that you want to be able to return to.
Yeah, or if you're not in the mood for it, you're not in the mood for it.
That's also true. Yeah, that's also
Like,
fair.
if you're just not in the mood for it, like, there are times where I very much am, and it's a fucking riot. There's other times where it's like, hey, I'm tired, and I just want to have some food and, like, talk about, hey, how's life? What are you up to? Blah, blah. But Andy Andrus doesn't allow that. That's not a thing he does. So it's, yeah. And I say this with all love. Doug is like a genuinely wonderful person. Bingo's wonderful, but the setup or the layering of comedy on comedy on comedy, it's not for everyone all the time.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I can see it's yeah, not always hitting.
Like he is always that thing, always. And Brendan's able to like stop,
Yeah,
like for
and
5
be
minutes, and like
a regular person for a
and
second.
like just like yeah, and talk about hey, so there are these projects. What can we do? Something is there? Is there this? Hey, how's the wife and kids? I got to know Brendan's family. His daughter's lovely. It's we talk about our kids. We talk about how we raise them. Shows they can watch. If it's Doug, it's not stopping. And again, there's times where that's phenomenal, and it works out. And again, it's like when I was on his podcast the last time, we were in the basement of the Comedy Store, and like I got to hang out with him and Louis Anderson for a while, and Louis Anderson's like one of my childhood heroes, so like it was amazing. And then like we're drinking. When that's the other side is like if you don't drink, this is not an enjoyable thing. And when I say drink, I don't mean like this isn't having a beer. Like in the time you can hear it on the podcast every time I get delivered another gin and tonic, and they're all double gin and tonics, and they were not watered down, and I must have had 7 or 8. And I had already been drinking heavily during that night. We'd already watched his entire show, and I was drinking the entire time. So
what podcast?
Doug Stanhope's.
Oh, okay. When was this?
I've been on his podcast a couple times. This was fucking a while back.
Oh, okay.
Really good, but it's like, again, he drinks, and I can. I'm a big guy. Yeah. I started drinking very young in Colorado, which was high sea level. So if I'm in like anywhere, I'm like a beer doesn't even affect me. I can have 5 or 6 beers, and it's like boring. But once I start getting into that 8, 9, I think it was like 11 or 12 serious fucking hard alcohol drinks that night. That's a lot. And Doug is just still going, and it's like it's a different space.
That is that's terrifying to me.
Oh yeah.
Well, I once had
drinking is
I think 6 I had like 6 gin and ginger ales that were like mostly just ginger ale, and it wasn't good. But it was like, oh, there's the 6th one is free. And I'm like, okay, whatever. And I didn't even get drunk. I just got sick. It was very stupid.
I grew up in Colorado in the late 90s and early 2000s. There wasn't a big like night scene. There were very few clubs, very few bars. So you would drink where you'd end up drinking at like, and again, it was like redneck towns. So one place we went that we would go, my brother and I would go, was every Tuesday we'd go to Shooters, and Shooters was 50-cent you call it, which is not healthy as a thing. And And the people who were there, this is why I got in so many fights. I go to bars like that. Like that's the kind of bar. And then it's like, you're looking at my girl, or I was looking at your girl, or whatever. And it's like a whole fight thing. But it was so bad. A friend of mine asked to come, and I'll never forget. Now I had told him, like, dude, I don't think you drink enough to come with us, and I don't mean that as like a joke. He thought I was like being a badass. I'm like, no, it's more like a matter of fact thing. And he's like, I can hold my own. He got really upset, and he came, and we got kicked out that night because he had fallen asleep in his own vomit underneath the table.
Oh my God.
And we didn't even notice. We were still going, and we were like fairly like it, and my brother and I went to we got invited to, God damn it. And again, I tell these stories. David Cross has a line where he's like, I used to do drugs a lot to the point where people would walk over to me, they go, try this, and I wouldn't even ask what it was. And he's like, I don't do this to brag, but it's to explain the rest of my life. Like, it's like, this is just who I was, and that explains. My brother and I got invited to a Guinness Believers event, which was a once-a-year thing that you could like get in a raffle, and they would have like fresh Guinness flown in from the brewery, and it was all you could drink. And that's what they told us. And we got kicked out for drinking too much.
Oh no.
And we lost count at 14 Guinnesses, which is a lot of Guinness, by the way.
That's sound. I don't know where you even put that.
Oh, I can tell you where you do. You go to the bathroom and you vomit and you continue drinking.
Oh,
because you are
God.
you drink. That's I was a professional drinker. It was a thing. It wasn't alcoholism. I can say that because I just enjoyed drinking.
Yeah.
It was social lubricant. And I just don't drink anymore. Like, really, I have a beer on occasion, wine sometimes, but I drank a fuck ton when I was younger.
Yeah, I don't drink at all now. I used to somewhat, but I've always been
yeah, it's
Boot and Rally.
Sorry, just a comment in chat said, yeah, it said there wasn't anything else to do in Colorado when I was younger except drink, do drugs, and play video games and sex. And it was Denver was a big city, but it really wasn't. There wasn't anything to fucking do there. So
that's super interesting. I have to pee again, so I'm gonna
actually bounce out because it's 1 a.m. and I'm gonna go fucking crash the fuck out.
Thank you for joining me. This was a really great
thanks
time.
Thanks for having me. This was fun.
I really appreciate it.
I've never done this, so this has been very interesting and fun.
Yeah, we can do Tony Hinchcliffe on Kick at some point.
We should do a group thing. That would be fun. Get like Kid or Sunday and just roast the shit out of it because it's awful.
Definitely awesome. And I think it'll be long, but I'll put a cutout of this just so it can still exist separately. Yeah, I enjoyed every minute of it. Thank you so much for joining me.
I'm glad.
And
I'm glad it was entertaining and fun.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, we'll talk more soon. Okay. Okay,
Enjoy,
everyone,
Echo.
go follow Brooks if you don't already. You should be. Okay. Bye.